Chapter 515. 2 hours later, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison had all retreated from the Red Cloud Mountains. The 500 men that Li Fuchen brought were all arranged to stay here. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli were also staying here. As for Li Fuchen, he returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains as he still had to wait for Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan's news. Half a day after Li Fuchen returned to the Red Cloud Mountains, Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan returned. The duo had severe injuries and their qi presence was dispirited. Bai Lingshuang smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. The Red Sea Mountains have been taken down." Their strength was actually on par with the 2 monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. It was fortunate that their battle formation could only combine the strength of 18 men, while the Red Rainbow battle formation could combine the strength of 20 men. It was slightly superior, and after a bitter battle, they finally took down the Red Sea Mountains. Not bad. As such, our Red Rainbow sect's territory is now complete. Every time we take down a mountain range, we will be able to harvest more white-scale herbs every month. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Red Cloud Mountains have been taken down. Xikong Zhan looked at Li Fuchen with hesitation. Li Fuchen said, "What do you think?" Xikong Zhan was speechless and had a deeper understanding of Li Fuchen's unfathomable strength. In a single day, Li Fuchen had taken down the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains. This swift and decisive speed had flabbergasted the Red Rainbow sect's garrison. What was a monarch-class disciple? This was a monarch-class disciple. Things that normal people couldn't do were easily done by them. Sometimes, the gap between people was incomparably huge. It was impossible to make up for it. On the second day, Li Fuchen led 300 men and headed for the Purple Wind Mountains. The Purple Wind Mountains was also the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison. When facing the domineering Li Fuchen, Tinglong was helpless and had to clench his teeth and retreat from the Purple Wind Mountains. On the third day, Tinglong gave up the Purple Lake Mountains. As of now, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison of the 4 major mountain ranges was only left with the Purple Sunset Mountains. Li Fuchen couldn't snatch the Purple Sunset Mountains. The White Scale Continent had its own set of rules. No matter how dominant you were, you still had to leave some leeway. You couldn't seize the last mountain range of the other party. If you didn't leave any leeway, the other party wouldn't leave any leeway for you either. In the end, there would only be a miserable massacre. No monarch-class faction would be willing to see such a situation. Powerful. Truly powerful. In 3 days, their encampment had increased from 1 mountain range to 5. This speed left everyone speechless, all of them dumbstruck. I'm really envious. This world has always been the world of these heavens chosen. An elite reincarnation realm martial artist from the 7 nations sighed with envy. Heaven's pride contends for hegemony over the world and looks down upon the universe. We shouldn't have such sweet dreams. Taking 1 step at a time is the most realistic way. That's right. The path of a heaven's chosen one is also very cruel. At one moment, they are limitless, but in the next moment, they might become someone else's stepping stone. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. They are fighting for the world, for luck, while we are fighting for the next step. Everyone sighed with emotion, but they were also a little excited. There were plenty of benefits for them to be stationed in the White Scale Continent. Apart from some of the more important resources for the sect, they could purchase the rest of the resources at a minimal price. The natural environment of the White Scale Continent might be monotonous, but it was only relatively monotonous. There were plenty of resources, and some of the resources were very helpful for them to progress to the Battle Spirit realm. 1 mountain range already had a lot of resources. They couldn't imagine how many resources there would be in 5 mountain ranges. Furthermore, from Li Fuchen's stance, it was obvious that 5 mountain ranges wouldn't satisfy him. Indeed, Li Fuchen wouldn't be satisfied with just 5 mountain ranges. His objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. However, he didn't have enough manpower. Right now, the Red Rainbow sect was stationed in 5 mountain ranges. It was already a little strenuous to station 400 individuals in each mountain range. After all, a mountain range was too massive and they couldn't possibly leave people to harvest the white-scale herbs and other resources after conquering it, right? Let's wait for the sect to send a batch of reincarnation realm experts before attacking the other garrisons. Li Fuchen said to himself. The Red Rainbow sect moved very quickly. 1 week later, a group of 2,000 individuals arrived at the White-Scale continent. 90% of these individuals were reincarnation realm elites from the Seven Kingdoms. Their individual strength wasn't very formidable and the Red Rainbow sect didn't plan to impart the Red Rainbow battle formation to them. They were sent here purely to harvest resources and to maintain their image. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen started to march towards the 3rd Monarch-class faction's garrison. Southern Wilderness Mountains, one of the mountain ranges where the South Cloud Guild was stationed. The South Cloud Guild was very influential in the Lookout Corner. They had 6 Monarch-class disciples and 2 of them were among the top 10 experts in the Lookout Corner. They controlled as many as 9 mountain ranges. This is my South Cloud Guild's territory, hurry up and get lost. At the border of the Southern Wilderness Mountains, a few reincarnation realm experts that were harvesting the white-scale herbs yelled out. From today onwards, this mountain range shall be renamed as the Red Wild Mountains. Li Fuchen said indifferently. You are courting death. Let's go and inform the Hall Master and the others. The few of them glanced at Li Fuchen with cold eyes and left quickly. The South Cloud Guild's garrison on the White-Scale continent was called the South Cloud Hall. It meant that they treated this place as a hall entrance. In less than 1 hour, hundreds of South Cloud Hall members rushed over. The 2 leaders were a bald youth saber wielder and a beautiful woman wearing feathered clothes. Bai Heng, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. Lian Yu, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. The 2 of them were Monarch-class disciples and their bodies were emitting imposing chi presences. You are rather bold to provoke my South Cloud Hall. Bai Heng had a sinister expression. The 2 of you can come at me together. I don't wish to waste time. Li Fuchen didn't put Bai Heng in his eyes and spoke immediately. There are times when you have to bear the consequences of your words. Senior Bai, leave this person to me. Lian Yu drew her sharp sword and had a cold expression. All right. Bai Heng nodded. Screech! There was a flash of scarlet light as a giant flaming bird flew out and lunged at Li Fuchen. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a flaming bird, it was obviously formed by sword lights. The flaming bird sword lights were vivid and lifelike and contained astounding sword field and sword intent. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword art was similar to the Green Sun sword intent. The sword chi, sword field, and sword intent were all fused into one and turned into a flaming bird that lunged at the enemy. When facing such a powerful sword art, Li Fuchen simply executed a fist. Boom! The flaming bird sword lights crumbled and Lian Yu was sent flying. With Li Fuchen's current strength, Monarch-class disciples weren't even qualified to block a single fist from him. It wasn't like back then when Li Fuchen had to fight a bitter battle with Murong Tianqing before defeating him. What? Bai Heng's eyes contracted. Lian Yu's strength was only slightly inferior to him and it was impossible for him to send Lian Yu flying with a single fist. Damn it, flaming feather divine ability. Lian Yu was infuriated. Her body was burning with flames and a large patch of flaming feathers descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang bang! The flaming feathers had astounding power and when they landed on the ground, they actually blasted out giant pits. The power was comparable to an all-out attack from a regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. But no matter how powerful the flaming feathers were, it was hard to break Li Fuchen's chi spirit and couldn't even shake it. Heart of Saber Dao. Seeing how powerful Li Fuchen was, Bai Heng couldn't be bothered to bully Li Fuchen with numbers. The Saber Dao power surged out and slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish! The saber light was like a silver river descending from the sky. The intense saber pressure was first applied on the ground and immediately tore open a crack that was over 10 miles long. I have already said that the 2 of you can attack together. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose up. Especially the vicious dragon spirit. With the support of the giant elephant spirit, it expanded limitlessly until it was 10 miles long and had enveloped Bai Heng and Lian. There was a horrific tremor. Bai Heng and Lian couldn't even hold on for a single breath and vomited fresh blood from the vicious dragon spirit as they were sent flying. A single fist had defeated 2 monarch-class disciples. Everyone who was following behind Li Fuchen was watching with their hearts thumping. As of now, they didn't know how powerful Li Fuchen was. They only knew that no one was able to withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen. Formed the South Cloud Battle Formation. Even the 2 Vice Hall Masters were defeated. The South Cloud Hall's remaining trump card was the South Cloud Battle Formation. The South Cloud Battle Formation could combine the combat strength of 32 individuals and was of a higher grade than the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. Patches of clouds surged over violently and gave off a prowess that felt like a storm was about to arrive. One of the clouds had a pale blue color and it was obviously more natural than the other South Cloud Battle Formations. Break. When Li Fuchen executed a fist, there was a slight distortion in the void. The malevolent and tyrannical vicious dragon spirit felt like it was going to shatter the void and clashed with the pale blue cloud. Crackle. The cloud was torn apart and the 32 South Cloud Outer Sect disciples vomited fresh blood and were sent flying in all directions. In just a short while, all the South Cloud battle formations had been broken and none of them were a match for a single fist. How can there be such a powerful existence? Bai Heng and Lian were in a daze. After conquering the Red Wild Mountains, Li Fuchen didn't stop and changed the Southern Cloud Hall's South River Mountains, South Stone Mountains, and South Forest Mountains into the Red River Mountains, Red Stone Mountains, and Red Forest Mountains until he met the Southern Cloud Hall's Hall Master, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was very powerful and was ranked 3rd among the top 10 experts of the Lookout Corner. But after encountering Li Fuchen, it was useless no matter how powerful Chen Feng was. A single fist caused Chen Feng to vomit blood. A few days later, the South Cloud Hall was only left with the South Cloud Mountains. The other 8 mountain ranges had all changed owners and belonged to the Red Rainbow sect. As such, the number of mountain ranges controlled by the Red Rainbow sect had reached 13 and it was simply unprecedented. This is too exaggerated. It has only been slightly over half a month and he has actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. In a few more months, wouldn't he conquer the entire Lookout Corner? When the 5 deacons received the news, their hearts were racing and they couldn't catch their breaths. Wang Mingli was rather resentful. She had repeatedly hinted at Li Fuchen but didn't receive any response. But after thinking about it, Wang Mingli felt relieved. Li Fuchen was so outstanding and if one wasn't a monarch-class disciple, they wouldn't be worthy of him. Even though she didn't think of monopolizing Li Fuchen. After conquering 12 mountain ranges, Li Fuchen finally stopped. 4,000 men were evenly distributed to 13 mountain ranges and each mountain range only had 300 men. The manpower was still too little. Ask the Red Rainbow sect to continue sending more men over. Chapter 5:16. The Red Rainbow sect's outer sect wasn't peaceful at all. In just over half a month, Li Fuchen had actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. It was something that they would never have expected. Over 100 years ago, our Red Rainbow sect once occupied half of the Lookout Corner of the White Scale continent. But that time, it was because of Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan is the most outstanding 7-star bone frame in our Red Rainbow sect for the past 2 centuries. He progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm at the age of 30 and the Primary Sea Realm at the age of 50. Right now, he is already at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm at the age of 150. Li Fuchen's current performance isn't inferior to Elder Yuan. Most importantly, Li Fuchen has only arrived at the White Scale continent for over half a month. I really don't know how much our Red Rainbow sect's territory will expand in a few months. It is too early to compare him with Elder Yuan now. But in the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen's strength is indeed top 10 in the history of the Red Rainbow sect. Since he is so powerful, we might as well send 5,000 men at once. Since they are just reincarnation realm experts, There are plenty of reincarnation realm experts in the 7 kingdoms. That's right. It will save us some trouble and send 5,000 men at once. If there are more, we will have to lower the requirements and send low-level reincarnation realm experts as well. I am concerned about the subsequent rewards. Our Red Rainbow sect's original territory consists of 3 mountain ranges. If he occupies dozens of mountain ranges, the rewards will be rather horrifying. It isn't beneficial for his development to obtain so many contribution coins at once, and it isn't in line with our Red Rainbow sect's reward system. Indeed, it is rather troublesome. It might be a little troublesome, but there is no need to be overly worried. Our Red Rainbow sect has always emphasized survival of the fittest, and the strong will always be stronger. Since he has the capability, so what if he earns 100,000 contribution coins a month? Let him earn it. We can't be worried that he will earn too many contribution coins just because he is too capable, and it will be detrimental to our development. Such arguments shouldn't be said by us. Otherwise, if the inner sect elders hear of it, all of us will be punished. Outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei glanced at everyone and said indifferently. In response, a few of the outer sect elders immediately shut their mouths. In fact, they were rather jealous as Li Fuchen was earning contribution coins too easily. As the outer sect's backbone elders, it was extremely difficult for them to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, and they would need to spend a lot of effort. What about the other 2 monarch-class disciples? They obviously aren't very useful. If we follow the previous distribution system, they will have too much of an advantage. Then cancel the original distribution system. As for the subsequent rewards, each of them will be fixed at 2,000 per month. That's already very good for them. As king-level disciples, they should know their limits and won't complain about this problem. In the Outer Sect Grand Hall, a group of Outer Sect elders discussed all the issues that needed to be discussed. 1 week later, a group of 5,000 Reincarnation Realm. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen didn't hold back and went on expeditions to the south and north. 1.5 months later, he had seized half of the Lookout Corner and controlled 32 mountain ranges. Such a magnificent feat was already on par with Elder Yuan from over a century ago. Sect Li Great, they were the Yang sect disciples to Old Rainbow sect King Li sect. After all, the era was different, and so were the opponents. What if there were more heavenly talents in Elder Yuan's era? But as of now, Li Fuchen had yet to use his full strength. Be it the Blazing Flame divine ability or the Mortal Calamity, Li Fuchen hadn't executed them even once. Just by relying on the Vicious Dragon Fist, he was already invincible. With the first batch of white scale herbs, Li Fuchen and the others returned to the Red Rainbow sect. A total of 9,800 stocks, which is 4 times more than before. The reward is 30,000 contribution coins. According to the new distribution system, the 2 of you will get a fixed reward of 2,000 contribution coins every month. Li Fuchen's reward will be 26,000 contribution coins. No objections, right? Wang Kuei said. Bai Ling Shuang nodded. No problem. She knew her limits and knew that with her current strength, she would only be able to earn the basic contribution coins. She wouldn't even need to think about the subsequent rewards. Hence, she was already very satisfied with just 2,000 contribution coins. With the addition of 1,000 contribution coins, she would be able to earn 3,000 contribution coins every month. Even some of the inner sect disciples couldn't compare to her. I have no objections either. Xikong Zhan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At the start, it was already agreed that he and Bai Ling Shuang would split the other half equally. Right now, there was a sudden change in the distribution system and it made him a little unhappy. But it was useless even if he was unhappy. Everything was indeed due to Li Fuchen's hard work. Even if Xikong Zhan had contributions, it was just hard work. Great Elder, this time, arrange for 20,000 people to go. Li Fuchen suddenly said. 9,000 people were evenly distributed across 32 mountain ranges and each mountain range had less than 300 people. The speed of harvesting the white scale herbs was too slow. After all, each mountain range was at least a few thousand miles in length, while the bigger ones were tens of thousands of miles in length. It was a little hard to harvest the white scale herbs with less than 300 people. Of course, most importantly, the 32 mountain ranges were just the beginning. Li Fuchen's objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. By then, the manpower required would obviously increase by several folds. Arranging for manpower would require around a week's time. Wang Kuei rubbed his forehead and let out a bitter smile. You don't have to worry about this matter. In 1 week, no, half a month later, I will arrange for 20,000 people to head over. 20,000 people was truly a lot, and not all reincarnation realm experts were willing to head to an unfamiliar continent. As such, they had to lower the requirements. Low-level reincarnation realm and high-level heaven dipper realm were all suitable. It was fortunate that the Red Rainbow sect's garrison didn't rely on numbers to conquer the continent, but Li Fuchen's individual martial strength. As long as Li Fuchen was around, the cultivation of the others didn't matter. Alright. Li Fuchen knew that arranging for 20,000 people to head to a foreign continent wasn't an easy task. After leaving the outer sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen didn't immediately return to the White Scale continent. Instead, he headed for the secret manual tower. Previously, he had 30,000 contribution coins and was still lacking 10,000 contribution coins to redeem the first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Now that he obtained 27,000 contribution coins, he now had a total of 57,000 contribution coins. When he exited the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen had an additional first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Half a month should be enough for me to cultivate to the completion stage. By then, I will be able to constantly temper the 9 Dragon's Claw during combat. Li Fuchen said to himself. After returning to the White Scale continent, Li Fuchen didn't venture out anymore and started to cultivate the 9 Dragon's Claw in seclusion. The 9 Dragon's Claw was very powerful, and in terms of pure power, it wasn't inferior to the Mortal Calamity, but it wasn't as mystical and unique as the Mortal Calamity. Furthermore, the 9 Dragon's Claw was more complete than the Mortal Calamity, and there were some aspects that were superior. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the 9 Dragon's Claw, the Lookout Corner was having a meeting. The host of this meeting was the person in charge of the various garrisons in the Lookout Corner. In just 1.5 months, half of the Lookout Corner had been taken down by Li Fuchen. It was impossible for the other garrisons to not be worried. Everyone was discussing how to deal with Li Fuchen. He is just a monarch-class disciple. I don't believe he can resist all of us. My Tyrant Saber sect's Tyrant Saber battle formation isn't to be trifled with. The one speaking was the Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming. Chapter 517. Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Rainbow sect's encampment. This place might not have concentrated spirit chi, and the quantity of white scale herbs wasn't as abundant as other mountains, but due to special reasons, the white scale herbs would frequently mutate and produce mutated white scale herbs. The mutated white scale herbs were as precious as the black scale herbs. On one of the peaks of the Red Rainbow Mountains. Roar! The surging and viscous air current rose up and transformed into a 9-headed dragon aura. Crackle! The 9-headed dragon spirit swooped down and blasted on the opposite peak. It felt as though the peak was cleaved by a giant axe and was split into 10 pieces. The 9 Dragon's Claw is indeed formidable. Just 10% of the power is already so destructive. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the 9 Dragon's Claw to the completion stage. The completion stage of the 9 Dragon's Claw contained powerful ripping laws. In terms of power, it was even superior to the trance stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist. As expected, with the completion stage of the 9 Dragon's Claw, the path of the Mortal Calamity is much clearer. Li Fuchen could obviously feel that he had a more detailed understanding of Qi blood. The body refinement Tao was ultimately the Tao of Qi blood. The complex combination of Qi blood formed humans, demonic beasts, demons, and all life forms with flesh and blood. Cultivating body refinement manuals allowed Li Fuchen to gradually understand the ultimate mystery of the human body. The intent contained in the 9 Dragon's Claw was obviously a kind of ripping law. The ripping law was also a kind of power law, and it was the power produced by the high-grade structure of Qi blood power. The mortal calamity was rather special as it contained the calamity power. The calamity power was more like a kind of self-elimination of chi blood power. It would eliminate the inferior chi blood and leave behind the superior chi blood power. The external power would be the destruction of the structure. In terms of chi blood structure, it was obviously superior to the Nine Dragons' Claw. With this detailed understanding, Li Fuchen finally understood why demonic beasts and demons had tough bodies. It was because of the difference in chi blood structure. As compared to the human body, it was tougher and more tyrannical. The human body might look weak, but it was like a piece of white paper that was the most malleable. With the same perception and body refinement hidden realm, demonic beasts and demons would find it much harder to improve as compared to humans. It was mainly because their chi blood structure was too tough and hard to be shaken. Perhaps there are those terrifying existences that have innate chi blood structure that reach the extremity. When the chi blood structure reached the extremity, it would undoubtedly be an existence that would be undying. Even the great Tao wouldn't be able to destroy it, let alone humans. When I have enough contribution coins, it seems like I can redeem the other 3 Earth-class high-tier body refinement manuals. Li Fuchen said in his heart. Woo 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 woo, the sound of a bugle horn signaled the arrival of a powerful enemy. Woo woo. Li Fuchen was quick-witted and immediately guessed that the various monarch-class factions in the lookout corner had banded together. After all, the strength that he displayed wasn't something that any monarch-class disciple in the lookout corner could compare with. Outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain Range, 9 square formations were distinctly separated, and each square formation's numbers were around 1,000 people. Zhang Dajiang, who had returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains to manage the affairs, had a pale expression. He might know that Li Fuchen was very strong, but there were too many enemies. In the face of absolute numbers, individual martial strength might not be effective. Damn it! The people from the Tyrant Saber Hall are here as well. Their Tyrant Saber battle formation is capable of combining the battle prowess of 49 people. I wonder if the highest commander will be able to stop them. The Fire Cloud Hall's Fire Cloud battle formation is not to be underestimated. It can combine the combat strength of 42 men. The Red Rainbow Mountains only had 300 men, and it wasn't even a fraction of the enemy. All of them were trembling with fear. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen around, they wouldn't abandon their weapons and surrender. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen flew over from a distant mountain peak with an indifferent expression and stood in front of everyone. You are Li Fuchen. The Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming, looked at Li Fuchen with cold eyes. Li Fuchen glanced at the 9 formations and didn't bother about them. He said indifferently, there are quite a lot of people, but they are just a bunch of weaklings. There is still a chance to leave now. Boasting shamelessly. Form the Tyrant Saber battle formation and let him have a taste of the power of the Tyrant Saber battle formation. Qin Ming waved his hand, and 49 outer sect disciples of the Tyrant Saber sect flew out. They instantly formed a saber-shaped battle formation, and an extremely tyrannical saber chi spread out. In terms of aura alone, it was much stronger than Qin Ming's. The same battle formation would have different power if it was set up by different people. If everyone who set up the battle formation comprehended the battle formation, they would definitely be able to utilize the greatest power of the battle formation. Form the Fire Cloud battle formation. The Fire Cloud Hall Master also wanted to test if the Fire Cloud battle formation could pose a threat to Li Fuchen. He ordered the 42 outer sect disciples to form the Fire Cloud battle formation. In an instant, a lump of fire cloud was produced in the air and the figures inside couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Kill! Kill! The Tyrant Saber battle formation shook in the air and formed a massive saber chi that cleaved out with the battle formation power. The exterior of the Fire Cloud battle formation was blazing with flames. It was like a fire cloud that produced an endless rain of fire. Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the incoming saber chi and fire rain. I shall let all of you witness my newest body refinement art. Li Fuchen's right hand turned into a claw and slashed. Roar! The 9-headed dragon's aura that looked like it was made of glue rose and expanded, clashing with the blade chi and the rain of fire. Bang boom! The saber chi and fire rain were repelled and shattered. How could they obstruct the nine-headed dragon spirit? The nine-headed dragon spirit was getting bigger. 5 of the dragon heads blasted at the tyrant saber battle formation, while the other 4 blasted at the fire cloud battle formation. Crackle! The tyrant saber battle formation was split into 6 parts, while the fire cloud battle formation was split into 5 parts. Close to 100 individuals were instantly severely injured, and this was after Li Fuchen showed mercy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive a single claw attack. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming had a gloomy expression. These 49 severely injured outer sect disciples were all proficient in the tyrant saber battle formation. If they set up the tyrant saber battle formation, even Qin Ming himself wouldn't be able to withstand 3 sabers. 48 more individuals. Qin Ming yelled out and personally went into the formation core to set up an even stronger tyrant saber battle formation. The tyrant saber battle formation was like an indestructible giant silver saber. It didn't release saber chi anymore and slashed at Li Fuchen. On the other side, the fire cloud hall master had also turned into the formation core to set up a sticky fire cloud that engulfed Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed loudly while the nine-headed dragon spirit brandished its claws and clashed with the tyrant saber battle formation and the fire cloud battle formation. There was the sound of the battle formations collapsing. Even though the formation cores of the 2 battle formations were monarch-class disciples, in the face of Li Fuchen's 9 dragons' claw, there wasn't much of a difference as they were immediately ripped apart. If Li Fuchen was willing, that claw attack earlier would have turned everyone in the battle formation into a blood mist. After cultivating the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection rank, coupled with the completion rank of the 9 dragons' claw, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness that could see the flaws of the battle formations, it was too difficult to stop him. Unless the battle formation's power was able to suppress Li Fuchen, otherwise, it was impossible to pose a threat to him. Attack together! Li Fuchen's strength had shocked everyone. But it was impossible for them to retreat without putting up any resistance. After all, they had close to 10,000 individuals and they could set up at least 100 battle formations. After the battle formations were formed, they charged at Li Fuchen. If a description had to be made, the battle formations were like monarch-class disciples and they weren't regular monarch-class disciples. When over 100 monarch-class disciples worked together, it was a huge scene and the rest of the people wouldn't be able to interfere. It just so happens that I am lacking a trial opponent. Just in time. The 9 Dragons' Claw was at the completion rank and there were plenty of areas that weren't perfected yet. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone to be his opponent. In the massive region, over 100 battle formations were surrounding Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was in the center and was enveloped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Every time he brandished the claw, the 9-headed dragon spirit would expand and roar, sending a portion of the battle formations flying. 5, 10, 20, 40. More battle formations were collapsing. Li Fuchen was like an undefeatable battle god and his prowess was getting stronger. Imperceptibly, he had an intense suppression on everyone's chi blood. 9 Dragons' Wild Dance. When he was killing to his heart's content, Li Fuchen's hands turned into claws that intertwined and tore. Roar! The 9-headed dragon spirit split into 9 giant dragon spirits that danced wildly in the air. In a short moment, over a dozen battle formations were torn apart. Too tyrannical. How is this a reincarnation realm expert? Even a low-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't be so tyrannical. Zhang Dajiang took a deep breath and muttered. Is this the world of heavenly prodigies? Numbers are useless. A single heavenly prodigy is equivalent to 100 or even 1,000 regular martial artists of the same realm. No wonder the Red Rainbow sect adopted an elite system and wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't an elite prodigy. Because 1,000 regular martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat an elite prodigy. To the Red Rainbow sect, just one expert is enough, they don't need too many mediocre prodigies. While everyone was in a heated discussion, Li Fuchen had already torn apart the final battle formation. For a moment, the entire place was in silence. Li Fuchen's combat strength had already reached another level. Unless it was a top-notch monarch-class disciple or an emperor-class disciple, no one would be able to do anything to him. In the face of an adult, it was useless no matter how many children there were. They would die if they got close to an adult. Unless they could break Li Fuchen's defense, otherwise, it would be useless. It was a pity that with the protection of the nine-headed dragon spirit, Li Fuchen's defense was extremely tough. Even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed them to attack, it would take a while before the nine-headed dragon spirit was torn apart. Body refinement martial artists never feared group battles. The only way to defeat them was to defeat them head-on or to exhaust their chi power. It wasn't wrong to compare Li Fuchen to a mid-level battle spirit realm master. Be it offense or defense, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to regular mid-level battle spirit realm masters. In terms of spiritual awareness, it was superior to mid-level battle spirit realm masters and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. Chapter 518. Blaze. In the sky above the Red Rainbow Mountains, there was a flash of flames and a red rainbow flew out. The speed wasn't inferior to regular low-level battle spirit realm masters. When the red rainbow scattered, Li Fuchen's figure was floating in midair. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 29th rank. My shortcoming in speed is gradually being compensated. It might be very hard to break through an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, but with Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to break through another rank in a short period of time. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was a Fire Dao cultivation technique that had an extremely ferocious burst power. With a ferocious burst power, the speed was naturally fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After pushing the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 29th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally stepped into the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation might still be inferior to his body refinement, but it wasn't considered huge. In terms of pure speed, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was far superior to his body refinement. Speed had always been a weakness of body refinement martial artists. If they couldn't defeat you, it wasn't a problem to escape. The prerequisite was to not enter the attack range of a body refinement martial artist. Once one entered the attack range, it would be hard to escape. Apart from that, chi cultivation martial artists' endurance was also superior to body refinement martial artists. If a chi cultivation martial artist's chi was compared to a lake, then a body refinement martial artist's chi power was just a small pond. There was no comparison between the two. Lastly, as compared to body refinement martial artists, chi cultivation martial artists had an important advantage, and that was the field. The field was similar to the chi spirit, but they were two different products. The chi spirit was a combination of offense and defense and was considered an extension of body refinement martial artists. With the chi spirit, a body refinement martial artist's attack range would be greatly increased, and so would the defense. It was like adding wings to a tiger. The quality of the field might not be comparable to the chi spirit, but in terms of range, it was superior to the chi spirit. In addition, the field could resonate with heaven and earth law and use heaven and earth power to suppress the opponent. The later the level, the stronger it would be. After all, a human's strength was limited, but heaven and earth power was limitless. If Li Fuchen cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the highest rank or close to the highest rank, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow field might be able to instantly suppress a body refinement martial artist that was around the same level as him. The field was like his home ground. In his home ground, the opponent would have to spend more energy to do anything, while he would only need to spend 10% of his strength. This was a mid-level continent that was not much smaller than the seven-color continent. In the northwest of the continent, there was a pitch-black mountain range. This mountain range was called Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, and it was the mountain gate of the Tyrant Saber sect. The Tyrant Saber sect was one of the 5 major factions of this continent. In the sky above Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, Qin Ming followed a green-clad youth and flew to the transportation plaza. Emperor-class disciples can only be defeated by us. It's not shameful for you to be defeated by him. The green-clothed youth's face flashed with a trace of battle intent as he spoke slowly. Senior Peng is right. That is why I am here to invite Senior Peng. The Tyrant Saber sect occupied 18 mountain ranges on the White Scale continent and harvested an astonishing amount of white scale herbs every month. Right now, 18 mountain ranges were reduced to one mountain range and he wasn't able to give an explanation to the sect. Therefore, he invited Senior Peng, who was an Emperor-class disciple. The Senior Peng that he mentioned was called Peng Lu and he had the 8-star greenwood bone frame. He was only 27 years old this year and had already reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm. His strength was comparable to regular mid-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters. As for Li Fuchen, Qin Ming had already determined that he was an Emperor-class disciple. Apart from Emperor-class disciples, there weren't many individuals that had such strength. On the teleportation platform, there was a flash of radiance before the duo vanished without a trace. White Scale Continent, Tyrant Saber Mountain Dragon. The duo instantly appeared on the teleportation platform. Let's go, let's meet him now. I can't hold it in anymore. As an Emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu was sometimes very lonely. In the same cultivation realm, he couldn't find a match. The rest of the Emperor-class disciples on the continent had either progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm or the Primary Sea Realm. He naturally couldn't spar with them. It was rare to encounter an Emperor-class disciple who was at the Reincarnation Realm like him. Peng Lu naturally wanted to test how he was compared to other Emperor-class disciples in the same cultivation realm. The duo was extremely fast and arrived at the Red Rainbow Mountains in just a few hours. Such a grand and profound chi presence. Sensing that the awareness was extending over, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness covered over first. His spiritual awareness could sense that Qin Ming and a green-clothed youth had appeared in the outskirts of the Red Rainbow Mountains. This green-clothed youth was only at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, but the strength of his chi presence was something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. His cultivation technique is at least at the 30th rank. Could he be an Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that a Reincarnation Realm expert was able to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to the 30th rank before him. Emperor-class disciples would normally enter the sect at a very early age, therefore, they would be able to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques earlier. Li Fuchen had only entered the Red Rainbow sect for slightly more than a year. Circulating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen turned into a red rainbow and skimmed at his opponent. Dual cultivation of chi and body is truly incredible. Peng Lu had sharp eyes and could immediately see that Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to an extremely high rank and was only slightly inferior to him. Furthermore, Peng Lu found out from Qin Ming that Li Fuchen's body refinement was even more incredible and had already reached the extremity of Reincarnation Realm. Of course, the more incredible the opponent, the more excited Peng Lu was. Since the day he started cultivating the martial Dao, he had never been defeated in the same cultivation realm. There were plenty of times when he would surpass the cultivation realm to fight. This was the match that he was most looking forward to, and it was also the match that he had the most battle intent for. Peng Lu. When Peng Lu circulated the 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique, there was a copious chi presence that felt like all living things were reviving. It was surging out and it was visible to the naked eye. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, all the plants instantly flourished and withered. A large amount of plant power was attracted to Peng Li's surroundings and had dyed the area dark green. The 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique was extremely powerful and contained the 8 Desolate Divine Wood intent. It was able to interfere with the circulation of heaven and earth laws. Within the range of the field, Peng Lu could make the plants grow and wither as he wished. It was all within a single thought. Behind Peng Lu, there was a towering tree shadow. The shadow was rooted in the void and was absorbing the vitality of the void. With the burst of the cultivation technique, Peng Lu had displayed the difference between an Emperor-class disciple and a Monarch-class disciple. Li Fuchen. Under the pressure of Peng Li's field, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant body forging chapter circulated automatically. The golden giant elephant spirit rose up and let out a roar. Boom boom boom. Before the duo made a move, the field and spirit clashed first and stirred up the heaven and earth chi within a few dozen miles. Qin Ming was appalled and quickly retreated. The duo's chi presences were too powerful and Qin Ming couldn't even get close to them. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the duo made a move. Good, no wonder you are an emperor-class disciple. Peng Lu laughed heartily while his battle intent surged into the sky. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen frowned and immediately realized that he had been mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't have such strength, and it wasn't exaggerated to be mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Swish! A dark green and narrow battle saber appeared in Peng Li's hand as he yelled out, "Receive my saber move first." The green battle saber was brandished lightly and countless green saber shadows were like the grass in spring. They broke out from the ground and burst out with vitality, death chi, and saber chi. Earth class peak tier saber art. Plant withering glory saber art. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky and the 9 dragon heads were like plows that plowed at the countless green saber shadows. Bang boom! The saber shadows were shattered and the 9-headed dragon spirit was also dispersed. This was the first time that Li Fuchen's 9-headed dragon spirit was dispersed. Peng Li's combat strength was much stronger than he imagined. Peng Li's cultivation technique was probably at the 31st rank and was 2 ranks higher than his divine flame red rainbow technique. Furthermore, the green battle saber in Peng Li's hand obviously wasn't a regular battle saber and should be at the earth class high tier. It didn't matter which aspect, Peng Lu was at the pinnacle and was far superior to monarch-class disciples. Very satisfying. Receive another saber move from me. Peng Lu slashed at Li Fuchen again and again. Each slash would produce a phenomenon, and it was the phenomenon produced by the saber field that affected the heaven and earth law. This is a true battle. Just like Peng Lu, Li Fuchen's blood was boiling and his battle intent was surging. The 9-headed dragon spirit condensed again and Li Fuchen and Peng Lu were in an intense battle. Boom boom boom, it was like thunder or an earthquake. Everywhere the duo passed by, the mountains would crumble and the ground would crack. Sand and rocks would fly and the wind and clouds would gather together as the duo fought. With the battle chi field, regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to interfere. Even if they entered the chi field, they would be turned into a blood mist by the saber chi and spirit. After 100 moves, Peng Li's body suddenly surged with dark green radiance. Li Fuchen was using the greenwood power. With the support of the greenwood power, Peng Li's saber presence was even more vigorous. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of growing plants. They were frenziedly suppressing Li Fuchen's spirit and seizing a foothold. Just in time. When the spirit vanished, Li Fuchen's body was emitting red light and annihilating the plants. Immediately after, he executed a fist that was blazing with red light and cleanly destroyed Peng Li's saber shadow. The 9 Dragon's Claw was at the completion stage after all, while Li Fuchen had cultivated the mortal calamity to the perfection stage. A single fist was enough to destroy everything. What body refinement fist art is this? Peng Lu was shocked and his saber presence was even more vigorous. It was a pity that in the face of the mortal calamity, everything was just fleeting clouds. With a moment of carelessness, Peng Li's battle saber was struck by Li Fuchen's fist and nearly sent the saber flying. An indescribable power was transmitted into Peng Li's body through the saber. Peng Lu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suffered severe injuries. Peng Li's injuries recovered rapidly. After all, he possessed the 8-star greenwood bone frame and his healing abilities were beyond imagination. Senior Peng is being suppressed. Qin Ming's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. Skywood Divine Dipper. After taking a deep breath, Peng Lu executed the 6-star secret technique. Chapter 519. No wonder he is an emperor-class disciple. Li Fuchen felt his qi and blood turning cold. Peng Li's saber qi contained extremely powerful withering laws and saber Dao laws. It was able to affect his qi and blood vitality. If the mortal calamity power wasn't able to isolate the saber chi, Li Fuchen's chi and blood would have dried up. If I don't have the power devil gloves, I will have to use my blazing flame divine ability. Li Fuchen retreated, and when he was retreating, a pair of gloves that were covered with black scales appeared on his hands. Power devil gloves, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves. After Li Fuchen became a monarch-class disciple, he requested for this pair of gloves from Grandmaster Hundred Smelt, one of the Violet Flower Kingdom's 5 great smithing sects. In order to forge this pair of gloves, Li Fuchen had spent a few million low-grade spirit stones to gather the materials. After all, body refinement materials were too hard to find, and high-grade body refinement materials were even harder to find. Had it not been for Li Fuchen being a monarch-class disciple, he wouldn't have been able to gather all the materials. To be serious, this pair of gloves wasn't considered a true Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves, as it still had flaws. It was mainly because Grandmaster Hundred Smelt was only able to forge Earth-class low-tier body refinement equipment flawlessly. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement equipment was somewhat lacking. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen gave him extremely high-grade materials, and one of them was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement material. Otherwise, the Power Devil gloves would be inferior by another level. After forging for 1 year, Grandmaster Hundred Smelt finally completed it 1 month ago. Right now, it was finally time to use it. After wearing the Power Devil gloves, Li Fuchen executed another fist strike. This time, the red light was blazing like the sun and emitted a misty red halo. Bang bang! Peng Li's saber chi was extinguished again. Tree World Descent. Peng Li yelled out and burst out with the finishing move of the Flora Withering Saber art. When he brandished his saber, nearly all of his chi was emptied. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, the plants grew frenziedly. They grew from small grasses to towering trees, to sinister green vines, to continuous shrubs. Within the range of the saber field, Li Fuchen felt that he was separated from the outside world and was imprisoned in the plant world. The sinister green vines were trying to wrap around him and wanted to restrain him. The towering trees were frenziedly absorbing the vitality in the surroundings and also trying to absorb Li Fuchen's vitality. The continuous shrubs were like continuous saber moves that were pressing at Li Fuchen and didn't give him a chance to breathe. It was both false and real. This was a mysterious phenomenon produced by the saber domain affecting the laws of the world. The deepest level of killing intent was hidden in this mysterious phenomenon. His mastery of the Earth Realm peak-tier saber art is even higher than my Cloud Flame 1000 incineration. Even in the trance realm, the level of one's true chi cultivation and the level of one's cultivation method would also affect the level of subtlety of one's martial arts. But before the mortal tribulation, everything will be reduced to ashes. Li Fuchen took a deep breath, and the red light on his body bloomed to the extreme, like a small red sun. Boom! The red light penetrated through the gaps in the shadowy plants that blotted out the sky. In the next moment, the shadowy plants that filled the sky turned into ashes and dissipated into nothingness. All things wither. Peng Li's final killer move followed. This move was indescribably bleak and cold. When he swung his saber, there were no longer any images of plants. Instead, there were only endless, dark, withered leaves. The endless leaves attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy, and it brought along boundless killing intent. All things would decline after reaching the extreme. When the plants flourished to the extreme, it was the start of the decline. That instant of decline was extremely cruel, and when it was reflected in the saber move, it would naturally increase the saber move's intent and killing intent. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with admiration. He could see that Peng Li had already cultivated this Earth-class peak-tier saber art to the extremity. If he improved further, it would definitely be close to a heaven-class saber art. It was a pity that Peng Li didn't understand the mortal tribulation. The mortal tribulation was originally the calamity power produced when all things flourished to the extreme. Peng Li's saber art was the decline of the plants that flourished to the extreme. The two of them weren't on the same level. Therefore, when Peng Li's kill move collided with Li Fuchen's mortal tribulation, the leaves in the sky started to burn, and it was inferior to the previous move. Peng Li's expression turned dark. Peng Li's body refinement fist art was too strange and it seemed to be restraining his plant withering glory saber art. It has been a long time since I used the Greenwood divine ability. Among those in the same realm, no one has been able to force me to use the Greenwood divine ability. Peng Li kept the narrow and long battle saber while his body flourished with dark green radiance. Thin green vines started to grow on his body and they were like small green snakes that were filled with spirituality. Greenwood undying vines. Peng Li yelled out and a green vine suddenly emerged and shot at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the vine rapidly thickened and was like a green flood dragon that lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and hit the end of the green vine. The red light extended and the green vine withered and decayed. But Li Fuchen, who had astounding spiritual awareness, was frowning. This green vine wasn't completely withered and decayed. There was still a trace of vitality in the depths of the vine. This vitality was extremely terrifying and it instantly recovered the green vine before it continued to lash at Li Fuchen. After 7 consecutive punches, Li Fuchen finally destroyed this green vine. Undying trait? Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart. Peng Li grinned and said, "My Greenwood undying vines contains the undying law. It might only be a trace, but it is enough to render low-level battle spirit realm masters helpless. It is already shocking enough that you can destroy one. But what about 2, 3, or even dozens of them?" While speaking, over a dozen green vines emerged from Peng Li's body. The green vines crisscrossed and sealed off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. Undying law, huh? Li Fuchen was rather surprised by Peng Li's divine ability. A divine ability that contained the undying law was obviously a very high-grade divine ability. The power of the awakened divine ability was mainly dependent on 3 factors. One factor was luck, another factor was the individual's trait, and the most important factor was the star grade of the bone frame. The higher the star grade of the bone frame, the stronger the awakened divine ability. This was without a doubt. Bai Lingshuang possessed the 7-star bone frame and her awakened ice mirror was obviously strange and powerful. Murong Tianqing's Heart of Star was also extremely tyrannical and belonged to the most comprehensive divine ability. As for Li Fuchen's Heart of Blazing Flame, it was an anomaly. Back when Li Fuchen awakened the Heart of Blazing Flame, he was only a 4-star bone frame. But the Heart of Blazing Flame was obviously of a high grade. It might not be comparable to Murong Tianqing's Heart of Star, but to a certain extent, it was similar. Li Fuchen reckoned that it should be his trait that had an effect. With just the mortal calamity, it was hard for Li Fuchen to deal with so many undying vines. Blaze! The blazing flame power surged out and Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man. The blazing flame in his chest was dazzling. Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the green vines. Swish! The blazing flaming sword light lit up the void. Over a dozen vines were severed and started to burn. The power of Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability surprised Peng Li. After the flames were extinguished, the vines grew violently and continued to twist and lash at Li Fuchen. Swish! Swish! The flaming sword light interweaved like a net and covered Li Fuchen's surroundings. The green vines were severed and couldn't get close. Go! All of the green vines on Peng Li's body shot out and were like countless green snakes that covered the sky. Some of the green vines drilled into the ground and broke out from the ground to attack Li Fuchen's lower body. Some of the green vines intertwined together and turned into green whips that were extremely aggressive. Some of the green vines had branches and leaves that were verdant and lush, blocking Li Fuchen's vision. In an instant, the radius of a few miles had turned into a world of vines. Li Fuchen wasn't anxious when he was surrounded by the vines. The joint heaven sword in his hand felt as though it was alive. Due to the extreme speed of brandishing, Li Fuchen's entire body was enveloped in a barrier formed by the flaming sword light. Any vines that made contact with the barrier would be instantly severed and burned. Peng Li's expression was getting darker. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability had been comprehended to an extremely profound level. His Greenwood Undying Vine's divine ability grade was higher than Li Fuchen's. In terms of divine ability comprehension, it had also reached 4-5 segments and was considered the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It was hard for Peng Lu to imagine how many segments of the blazing flame bone frame pattern Li Fuchen had comprehended. This battle had turned white-hot at the start and had gradually turned into a stalemate. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines contained the undying laws. Even if it was severed or burned by the blazing flame, it would be able to regenerate again and again. Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame contained extremely profound blazing flame laws. A single sword strike would be able to sever and burn anything. As time elapsed, Zhang Dajiang and the others had also rushed over. After seeing this scene, they were all extremely shocked. It was fine if Li Fuchen was powerful, but when did an existence that was similar to Li Fuchen appear? Could he be an emperor-class disciple? Zhang Dajiang thought of something. This is an emperor-class disciple. Qin Ming initially wanted to wait for Peng Lu to defeat Li Fuchen so that he could seize more mountains. But as time passed, he no longer had such thoughts. At least, this thought had faded. As a monarch-class disciple, Qin Ming was rather disappointed. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. In the face of an emperor-class disciple, a monarch-class disciple like him was no different from a passerby. The repercussions of the duo's exchange were too appalling. He had a feeling that if he was within a few miles, he would be killed immediately. After a long time, Peng Lu said, "I cannot defeat you. Let's consider it a draw." At the end of the battle, there would naturally be a victor, but it wasn't necessary. After all, this wasn't a battle of life and death. If the Greenwood's power was depleted, it wouldn't be worth it. Sure. Li Fuchen didn't wish to continue the battle. He might have 70% confidence to defeat Peng Lu at the very last moment. After all, apart from the blazing flame divine ability, his body refinement strength was also very powerful and wasn't much weaker than the blazing flame divine ability. If they were to fight to the death, Peng Lu wouldn't be able to break his defense within a short period of time. "Give me some face and return my tyrant saber sect's mountains," Peng Lu said. Li Fuchen shook his head. "I will return at most half, no more." "Sure, we will fight again next time." Chapter 520. On the third month, the second batch of white scale herbs was sent back to the Red Rainbow sect. This batch of white scale herbs was especially abundant and there were 52,000 stalks. It was 25 times more than the previous batch. The contribution coins reward was 7,500 for one time and 25 times would be 187,500. With the addition of the remaining 17,000, Li Fuchen now had a total of 204,500 contribution coins. Redeeming the second half of the Nine Dragons' Claw only required 120,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen redeemed the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Wind Cloud Tyrant Body, which cost him 35,000 contribution coins. If one's strength exceeds the same level, it doesn't seem to be a problem with contribution coins. Li Fuchen believed that if he was a regular monarch-class disciple, it would be hard to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, let alone a few 100,000 contribution coins. Right now, as long as it was a low-class continent, he would be able to sweep through it. The White Scale continent was a little special as there were too many monarch-class factions and there might be emperor-class disciples. In addition, powerful battle formations were also very threatening. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of a battle formation with a few dozen individuals, but if it was a battle formation with 100 or a few hundred individuals, he reckoned that it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen walked out of the secret manual tower and quickly returned to the White Scale continent. The objective of conquering the Lookout Corner was achieved. Li Fuchen's next objective was to conquer the nearby regions too. The White Scale continent was divided into a total of 18 regions. The 3 regions in the middle belonged to the 3 Emperor-class factions. Each of these 3 regions was already comparable to 4 or 5 other regions. The other 15 regions belonged to the Monarch-class factions. The Lookout Corner was just one of the 15 regions. The Silver Sand region then. Li Fuchen set his sights on the Silver Sand region. The Silver Sand region was garrisoned with 7 monarch-class factions, and it was much harder to conquer than the Lookout Corner. To a certain degree, the more monarch-class factions garrisoned in a region, it meant that the region was weaker. But manpower is a problem. If a Lookout Corner requires 30,000 men, the Silver Sand region will need at least 30,000 men. If it is accompanied by high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists, the manpower will at least be doubled. Reincarnation Realm martial artists' awareness range was a few dozen miles, while high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists' awareness range was a few miles. As such, the difficulty of searching for the white scale herbs would definitely increase. If it was Li Fuchen, a single thought would be able to envelop the entire mountain range with his spiritual awareness. He would be able to see clearly where the white scale herbs were and where the white scale herbs were matured. He reckoned that he would only need a few hours to harvest all the matured white scale herbs, and his efficiency was at least a few hundred times higher than others. Doesn't matter. 100,000 or 80,000 high-level Heaven Realm martial artists should be a small matter to the white scale realm. Heaven level martial artists should sect. After all, the 7-color continent is a middle-level continent. The number of Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists is at least tens of millions. If a mere 180,000 Heavenly Dipper Realm high-rank martial artists can't be summoned, it is not worthy of the identity of the Overlord of the Scarlet Continent. But Li Fuchen neglected a problem, which was the consumption of teleportation. To teleport 100,000 individuals, the number of low-grade spirit stones wasn't just a few million or tens of millions, it was calculated in hundreds of millions. Even if each individual had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 10 billion. This wasn't a small sum for the Red Rainbow sect. It was fortunate that as compared to the white scale herbs, 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was still within the Red Rainbow sect's tolerance. After all, the teleportation would only require 1 or 2 trips. The white scale herbs would increase by tens of thousands every month, and in a year, there would be an increase of a few 100,000. With the addition of other precious resources, this transaction was still worthwhile. As such, the Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei promised that he would send 100,000 men over in 1 month. There would be 20,000 Reincarnation Realm martial artists and 80,000 high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists. 1 month, huh? Then I will wait for another 20 days before making a move. Li Fuchen estimated that he would need at most half a month to conquer the entire Silver Sand region. 20 days passed by in a flash, and Li Fuchen cultivated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion rank with ease. The completion rank of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body allowed Li Fuchen's defense to rise to a new level. Once the Wind Cloud Tyrant body was circulated, the body would be wrapped with a layer of pitch-black tyrannical chi. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body had an intense repulsive force. Be it attacking the enemy or receiving an attack from the enemy, the repulsive force would be transmitted out. It was the same as stacking a layer of attack and was extremely tyrannical. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had been forcefully pushed to the perfection rank after consuming multiple Perception Dao elixirs. In terms of pure power, it was already comparable with the Mortal Calamity. In terms of attack range, it was far superior to the Mortal Calamity. It is time for me to stretch my body. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the body refinement technique and martial arts, Li Fuchen realized that he had become rather combative. Battles were able to make his blood boil and his thoughts clear. In a single day, Li Fuchen conquered the Silver Sword Guild's garrison. In 3 days, Li Fuchen conquered the 3 Monarch-class factions' garrison. 1 week later, the entire Silver Sand region was left with the strongest Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison. In front of the Cloud Mist Mountains, Li Fuchen was facing 1,000 Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison members by himself. Form the battle formation. The Cloud Sea Pavilion's supreme commander, Lin Peng, waved his hand and formed a square formation with 54 individuals. There was a total of 24 battle formations. The Cloud Sea battle formation was a 54-men battle formation. Lin Peng wasn't fearful even if he was facing the strongest Monarch-class disciples. In the massive white scale continent, the Cloud Sea battle formation was one of the top battle formations apart from the 3 Emperor-class factions' garrison. There were only a handful of battle formations that were stronger than the Cloud Sea Battle Formation. 54-men Battle Formation Huh. Li Fuchen grinned and activated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. His body was wrapped in the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant. Kill! The 24 Cloud Sea Battle Formations turned into a sea of clouds and surged at Li Fuchen. Bang! One of the battle formations collapsed. It was followed closely by the second and third formation. In just a few breaths, half of the Cloud Sea Battle Formation had collapsed. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and simply crashed into the formation to scatter it. Lin Peng was appalled. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and had already destroyed the Cloud Sea Battle Formation. How were they going to fight? Ultimately, the entire Silver Sand region belonged to the Red Rainbow sect. The 100,000 individuals that came from the Red Rainbow sect were evenly distributed to each mountain range. But as Li Fuchen conquered the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, he finally attracted the attention of the various Monarch-class factions on the White Scale continent. Even the 3 Emperor-class factions had turned their attention over. Over the years, the White Scale continent might have disputes, but they were just small skirmishes. No one was like Li Fuchen, who conquered 2 major regions in a short period of time. This was simply going to set off a storm. The major regions that were closer to the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region had started to make their moves. They would either return to their sects to invite help or contact other major regions to teach Li Fuchen a ruthless lesson. Some of them even headed to the 3 central regions to see if they could borrow a 100-men battle formation or a battle formation that had more than 100 men. Chapter 521. After cultivating the 9 Dragon's Claw to the perfection stage and the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion stage, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of Qi blood, but it still wasn't enough for him to break through to the trance stage for the Mortal Calamity. Li Fuchen doubted if the Mortal Calamity could reach the trance stage. After all, the Mortal Calamity itself wasn't complete. Since it wasn't complete, it was naturally hard to comprehend the complete Mortal Calamity intent. The Perception Dao elixirs were already used up and there were still a few Red Rainbow elixirs left. Next, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on his Qi cultivation. He had a premonition that the Qi cultivation would be the first to break through to the Battle Spirit realm. The Body Refinement Dao didn't have any levels. According to the division of body refinement techniques, there were only subcompletion, completion, and perfection levels. There was a huge difference between subcompletion, completion, and perfection levels for different body refinement techniques. Li Fuchen might have already reached the perfection level of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter, but if he wanted to break through to the 6th chapter, it was useless to rely on resources. He had to rely on himself to comprehend and accumulate his body refinement foundation. It was a process that required a lot of time. In comparison, it was much easier for the Qi cultivation to break through. After all, the Body Refinement Dao was to cultivate the body, while the Qi cultivation Dao was to comprehend the heaven and earth and pursue the union of heaven and man. During this period of time, as long as there was comprehension and the mental state improved, it might be possible to break through. After using up the Red Rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. The further I go, the harder it is to progress. Li Fuchen lamented. Without the Red Rainbow elixirs and Perception Dao elixirs, even if he had astounding perception, he would need to spend a lot of time to reach his current level. Days passed by and it had been 10 days since Li Fuchen conquered the Silver Sand region. 10 days was enough for some people to request for reinforcements. On this day, the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng, led 120 men to the Red Rainbow Mountains. These 120 men weren't the members of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, they were members from one of the 3 Emperor-class factions, the Floating Sky Mountains garrison. These 120 individuals didn't have high cultivation levels. They were only at the 7th or 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, but they were all arrogant and overbearing. As the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng had been smiling along the way. To be honest, he was already rather surprised that the Floating Sky Mountains garrison was willing to send a 120-men battle formation over. Perhaps, even the three Emperor-class factions' garrison didn't like Li Fuchen. When the 121 individuals arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuchen had already sensed them. After flying out of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuchen stood in the air and looked at Lin Peng and the others. "What's wrong? Did you find outside help?" Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Without waiting for Lin Peng to speak, a burly young man next to him said, "Admit defeat and compensate 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, we don't mind helping you to loosen up your bones." He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had 100 million low-grade spirit stones on him, but the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of disciples stationed here and it was still possible to gather the required amount. There were 120 of them and each of them would receive close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It would be a worthwhile trip. Let's form a battle formation. I would like to experience it for myself. Li Fuchen truly wanted to experience how powerful a 120-men battle formation was and if it was comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us. Form the healing pot battle formation. The burly young man yelled out and the 120 individuals formed a healing pot battle formation. The healing pot battle formation was just an ordinary battle formation of the Floating Sky Mountain. As an Emperor-class faction, the Floating Sky Mountain's foundation wasn't something Monarch-class factions could imagine. A battle formation that consisted of a few dozen individuals was considered a mediocre battle formation in the Floating Sky Mountain. Kill! The healing pot battle formation that was wrapped with layers of water rushed at Li Fuchen. The water was like a flood dragon that pounced at Li Fuchen first. The prowess is rather powerful, but it isn't comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. A moment of sensing was enough to roughly understand the prowess of the healing pot battle formation. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky as Li Fuchen clawed at the healing pot battle formation. Bang! The seemingly imposing healing pot battle formation didn't even last for a single breath and instantly crumbled. The 120 individuals that formed the battle formation all vomited fresh blood. The burly young man had an appalled expression as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Peng was also appalled. "The next time I come, it is best to have a 200-men battle formation, otherwise, it won't be enough." Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains. Damn it, he must be an Emperor-class disciple. I misjudged him. The burly young man had a pale expression. Emperor-class disciple? Lin Peng didn't plan to participate in this matter. Contesting with an Emperor-class disciple was simply asking to be humiliated. The burly young man and Lin Peng didn't know that Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had yet to reach the perfection stage and was already able to contest with the Emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu. Now that the 9 Dragon's Claw was at the next level, a mere 120-men battle formation was basically useless. The news of this battle was still spread out. All the factions on the White Scale continent were silent. If even a 120-men battle formation wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, perhaps only Emperor-class disciples and a few hundred-men battle formation could defeat him. At the Floating Sky Mountains garrison, since he is an Emperor-class disciple, a 200-men battle formation won't work. Only the Floating Sky battle formation can deal with him. There is no hurry. If even the Floating Sky battle formation can't deal with him, then our Floating Sky Mountain will be humiliated. Let's wait for the other 2 Emperor-class factions to make a move first. The Floating Sky Mountains garrison maintained a wait-and-see attitude while the other 2 Emperor-class factions had the intention to compete. To them, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. The Emperor-class faction's foundation was merely the tip of the iceberg. They would even be able to deal with slightly stronger Emperor-class disciples. What? He even conquered the Silver Sand region. Inside the Red Rainbow sect's Outer Sect Grand Hall, Wang Kuei and the Outer Sect elders looked at each other with dismay. It was already incredible to conquer the Lookout Corner, but conquering the Silver Sand region was simply the capability of an Emperor-class disciple. It didn't mean that the Silver Sand region was stronger than the Lookout Corner, but the influence of conquering 2 large regions was too great. Others weren't fools and would definitely request for reinforcements. They would either invite the Emperor-class disciples from their sects or the 3 Emperor-class factions' garrisons to intervene. No matter which side it was, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Li Fuchen's appearance had broken the balance and stability of the White-Scale continent. If they couldn't resist this storm, the Red Rainbow sect's garrison's favorable situation might vanish overnight. This is like walking on a tightrope. Wang Kuei rubbed his temple. The Dragon Pool and Tiger Pool required a large amount of white-scale herbs. The Red Rainbow sect also required a large amount of precious resources from the White-Scale continent. Therefore, the Red Rainbow sect placed great importance on the White-Scale continent, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched over 100,000 men. Let's wait for a moment. Once the situation on the White-Scale continent stabilizes, we will agree to his request and send more men over. Wang Kuei didn't immediately agree to Li Fuchen's request. A single teleportation would consume up to 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. No matter how many low-grade spirit stones the Red Rainbow sect had, they shouldn't waste them like this. Of course, if Li Fuchen was strong enough to resist this storm, it wouldn't be a problem to send more men over. Chapter 522. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body contains extreme changes in hardness and softness. It's really amazing. On this day, Li Fuchen's Wind Cloud Tyrant body had finally reached the perfection stage. The pitch-black wind and cloud tyrannical aura surrounding Xiao Chen's body seemed to be alive, wriggling and churning continuously. With a single punch, the void trembled twice. The power of this punch was even stronger than the 9 Dragon's Claw. Of course, the Wind Cloud Tyrant body focused on defense, so the Wind Cloud Haki couldn't leave the body too much. It could only be used in close combat, and its attack range was far less than the 9 Dragon Claw. The 9 Dragon's Claw is in the middle range, the Mortal Calamity is in the short range, and the Wind Cloud Tyrant body is in the short range. This is the true invulnerability. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Reincarnation Realm martial artists that had strength that was comparable to Battle Spirit Realm masters would have an attack range of a few dozen miles. But that was for Qi cultivation martial artists, while body refinement martial artists would only be able to reach a few miles. Furthermore, it had to be Qi spirit attacks. Take Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw for example. It was considered a pinnacle attack within 5 miles. Beyond 5 miles, the power would drastically decrease. The Mortal Calamity was only around 100 meters, while the Wind Cloud Tyrant body would lose half of its power beyond 10 meters. In the southeast direction of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a large group of high-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists were galloping over. There were around 500 to 600 of them. Another batch? Li Fuchen looked over. Before long, this group of martial artists appeared outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain Range. Li Fuchen, you have already disrupted the order of the White-Scale continent. Come with us. The 2 people in the lead were King-class students. Their presence was extraordinary, far stronger than by Ling Shuang and Xikong Zhan. Who are you people? Li Fuchen had already guessed who this person was, but he still wanted to confirm it. Dark Shadow Palace. Constellation Pagoda. The 2 king-level disciples said proudly. As expected. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Just like the Floating Sky Mountain, the Dark Shadow Palace and the Constellation Pagoda were both Emperor-class factions and could be said to be the uncrowned kings of the White-Scale continent. If you have the strength, why don't I go with you? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Stubborn fool, set up the formation. As the 2 Monarch-class disciples were speaking, the high-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists flew over and set up 2 large arrays. The Phantom Battle Formation was a 270-man battle formation. Minor Constellation Battle Formation, 280-men battle formation. Li Fuchen, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. A voice echoed from the battle formation that had faint shadows. Make your move. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with divine light. Phantom Sky Curtain. The first to attack was the Phantom Battle Formation. The illusory battle formation was no longer an ordinary battle formation in the Dark Shadow Palace. It came with its own battle formation technique. With the illusory battle formation as the center, a cluster of illusory shadows spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything within 100 miles became hazy, as if covered by a layer of opaque gauze. Buzz! Among the shadows, the Void Shadow battle formation instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and a shadow tentacle lashed over. A battle formation with over 200 men is indeed extraordinary. It doesn't just have battle formation skills, it can also teleport over long distances. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and lamented the terror of an Emperor-class faction. The person who set up the array was only at the high level of Reincarnation Realm. If he was at the high level of Battle Spirit Realm, wouldn't he be able to contest with Primary Sea Realm monarchs? It could be said that battle formations brought out the advantage of numbers, provided that the battle formation was of a sufficiently high level. If it was any other Emperor-class disciple, they would need to expend some energy to deal with the Void Shadow battle formation. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a simple Emperor-class disciple. His spiritual awareness had already reached the Primary Sea Realm. With a single thought, he could see the movement trajectory of the Void Shadow battle formation vividly in his mind. There were no secrets at all. In other words, the battle formation skill, Phantom Canopy, was ineffective against him. Turning around, Zhang Xian swung his fist, and the nine-headed dragon spirit roared as it collided with the tentacle. Bang! The tentacles were torn apart, and the phantom battle formation retreated more than a mile. What? He repelled the phantom battle formation. Within the minor constellation battle formation, the king-level disciple was shocked. The Void Shadow battle formation had 10 less members than the minor constellation battle formation and its power was slightly inferior. But the Void Shadow battle formation was rather agile and ever-changing, making it hard to defend against. Li Fuchen wasn't just able to defend perfectly, he was also able to repel the Void Shadow battle formation with a single fist. Amazing, the battle formation didn't collapse. This was the first time Li Fuchen wasn't able to destroy the battle formation in a single move. In the past, he didn't even need to use his full strength to destroy those formations in one move. Again. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone as his opponent. The nine-headed dragon spirit expanded and chased after the Void Shadow battle formation. Boom boom boom, one man against one formation, it was a frenzied battle. In summary, Li Fuchen had the absolute advantage. Every time he made a move, the Void Shadow battle formation would be pushed back violently and there weren't many opportunities to counterattack. Inside the Void Shadow battle formation, the king-level disciple with thin lips was gritting his teeth. If the combined strength of 270 men wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, how powerful was Li Fuchen? After clashing repeatedly, Li Fuchen was able to withstand it, but the Void Shadow battle formation wasn't able to withstand it. Everyone inside felt their chi getting sluggish and it was because the battle formation's power wasn't circulating smoothly. 270 men were still 270 men and they weren't a single entity. In this aspect, a battle formation would never be able to compare with a pure array. Why aren't you making a move? The king-level disciple with thin lips yelled at the minor constellation battle formation. Make a move. The minor constellation battle formation was like a cluster of stars that swept over. Bang boom. The nine-headed dragon spirit that was enveloping Li Fuchen was shaking. As compared to the Void Shadow battle formation, the minor constellation battle formation wasn't as flexible and versatile, but in terms of power, it was superior to the Void Shadow battle formation. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful when facing two battle formations by himself. He swung his fist and blasted out punches after punches. The two battle formations were like rubber balls that were constantly being repelled and pushed back. Damn it! The two monarch-class disciples that were leading the battle formation didn't have great expressions. Li Fuchen's attacks might have been evenly distributed by the battle formation's power and they weren't under a lot of pressure, but after enduring the continuous attacks, the battle formation's power circulation wasn't as smooth as before. Minor Constellation Divine Light. The minor constellation battle formation was resplendent with stars and a thick divine light was shot at Li Fuchen. Rip! Li Fuchen used his claw to rip apart the divine light. Mortal calamity. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen blasted the mortal calamity power on the minor constellation battle formation. Crackle. There was a crack on the surface of the minor constellation battle formation while a few of the constellation tower's outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood. The mortal calamity power's penetrative ability was extremely strong. At the start, the battle formation was rather smooth and Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power wasn't able to seep in. Now that the battle formation was sluggish, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power was able to make use of every opportunity and finally injured a few of the constellation tower's outer sect disciples. As the constellation tower's outer sect disciples were injured, the minor constellation battle formation had a bigger flaw. The twinkling stars were distorting and becoming extremely unstable. Wind cloud quake. Li Fuchen smashed his fist on the minor constellation battle formation again. This time, it was the wind cloud tyrant body's move. Crackle crackle. Inside the minor constellation battle formation, more constellation towers' outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood and the battle formation was finally on the verge of collapse. From the back, a long shadow tentacle lashed over. It was the void shadow battle formation that came to rescue. I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen's body was wrapped with the ink-black wind cloud tyrant. He intentionally endured the tentacle's attack before turning around and blasted a fist on the void shadow battle formation. The mortal calamity power extended. Chapter 523. Nine Dragons' Wild Dance. The two battle formations were on the verge of collapse, but Li Fuchen knew that if they were given a chance to catch their breath, the battle formations would recover quickly. After all, the people in the battle formations were only lightly injured and their chi presences were in a mess. The nine-headed dragon spirit split up and turned into 9 giant dragon spirits that were a few miles in length. They were like fried dough twists that wrapped around the two battle formations and twisted forcefully. Bang boom! The two battle formations were already extremely weak and couldn't withstand the twisting and instantly crumbled. Including the two monarch-class disciples, everyone in the battle formation vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. What an Emperor-class disciple! You are the first 8-star body refinement bone frame that I have seen. It was unknown when a skinny youth with sharp eyes appeared a few miles away. He was dressed in silver clothes and had a silver longsword at his waist. He didn't emit any chi presence, but it gave off a terrifying feeling as though sword chi was everywhere. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen turned to look. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that there was a second reincarnation realm Emperor-class disciple on the White Scale continent. The White Scale continent had close to 100 monarch-class factions and 3 emperor-class factions. There would definitely be some emperor-class disciples that had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. The deterrence of an emperor-class disciple wasn't something that the Void Shadow battle formation and the Minor Constellation battle formation could compare with. The Void Shadow battle formation and the Minor Constellation battle formation might be able to contest with Emperor-class disciples and could even defeat weaker Emperor-class disciples. But if it was against those powerful Emperor-class disciples, the Void Shadow battle formation and the Minor Constellation battle formation would be far inferior. It wasn't because of the inferior power, but the inferior methods and combat skills. The people who set up the battle formations had varying strength levels and their understanding of the battle formations wasn't uniform. Moreover, they weren't able to connect their minds, therefore, there would always be some flaws. The most important thing for a battle formation was coordination. If the coordination was good, even if each of them was weak in individual combat, when they worked together, they would be able to burst out with horrific power. Li Fuchen was certain that if the people who set up the Void Shadow battle formation or the Minor Constellation battle formation were able to connect their minds and comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, even 5 of Li Fuchen would be wiped out. It was a pity that it was too difficult to satisfy these conditions. It was basically impossible to do it at the reincarnation realm. At the battle spirit realm, one might be able to completely comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, but it was still a difficult task to connect their minds. However, Emperor-level disciples were different. They were individuals, and their strength came from themselves. they could perfectly display every bit of their strength. Therefore, in a situation where their combat power was equal, a battle formation would definitely not be able to threaten an emperor-level disciple. Silver Sword Sect Sun Tianyi. The silver-clothed young man said slowly. Red Rainbow Sect, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen understood that the Silver Sword Guild was a monarch-class faction in the Silver Sand region. You and I are both emperor-class disciples. I hope this battle will be enjoyable for me. Take my sword. With a clang, the silver sword was unsheathed. Sun Tian became the union of man and sword and turned into a resplendent sword radiance that thrust at Li Fuchen. It was impossible to describe the sharpness and unstoppable force of this sword. It was as if the entire void was coming along with the sword. In terms of power, Sun Tianyi's sword art was stronger than the minor constellation battle formation. In terms of concept, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit clashed with the sword aura, causing heaven and earth to change color. Boom boom boom, in practically the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over a dozen moves. Every single move was extremely fast and ferocious. Terrifying sword chi and spirit swept out, causing the members of the Constellation Tower and Dark Shadow Palace to hurriedly retreat. The arrogance on their faces from before was nowhere to be seen. His regular combat strength is superior to Peng Lo. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Li Fuchen didn't have much of an advantage. During the fight with Peng Lo, Li Fuchen was able to suppress Peng Lo. Furthermore, the current Li Fuchen was much stronger than when he fought with Peng Lo. The Nine Dragon's Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant body had reached the perfection stage. He is probably an 8-star Sword Dao bone frame. They were both 8-star bone frames, but the 8-star Sword Dao bone frame was naturally much stronger than the 8-star Greenwood bone frame. My chi cultivation level and cultivation technique rank are much lower. Otherwise, I will be able to spar with him in sword art. Li Fuchen was a swordsman after all. Even if his bone frame was inferior, it didn't stop him from having the heart of a swordsman. Furthermore, with his perception, even if his bone frame was inferior, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to any reincarnation realm swordsman in terms of sword art combat. As for the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchen was only treating it as a support. Swordsmen were always strong in offense and weak in defense. Li Fuchen didn't wish for himself to have a weakness. After executing the Nine Dragon's Claw, Mortal Calamity, and Wind Cloud Tyrant body, Li Fuchen gradually gained the upper hand. Celestial Sword Dao. After fighting for a long time, Sun Tianyi yelled out and burst out with his kill move. The resplendent silver sword radiance was like the moonlight that illuminated the land. The extreme sword Dao law had permeated into all things in nature. Rumble. The rocks, plants, water, and violent winds were all restrained by the invisible sword Dao law and turned into sharp swords that slashed at Li Fuchen. Such a terrifying sword. A few dozen miles away, the two monarch-class disciples from the emperor-class factions were flabbergasted. Sun Tianyi's sword had obviously resonated with the heaven and earth law. He had used the sword Dao law to replace the heaven Dao law and used everything in the world as swords to attack the enemy. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Just in time. Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be comparable to Sun Tianyi, but to be able to contest with a sword Dao expert, Li Fuchen's blood was still boiling. He executed a fist strike and the nine-headed dragon spirit burst into the sky. It tumbled and clashed with the sharp swords. The sharp swords that came from all things in the world were endless and there were more and more of them. Towards the end, the sky had turned dark and there were sharp swords everywhere. It felt as though they were contending against the heaven Dao. As the nine-headed dragon spirit gradually vanished, Li Fuchen's upper hand was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom! There was a burst of red light and a large number of sharp swords had crumbled. Within the 100-meter range, the Mortal Calamity's power was even stronger than the Nine Dragon's Claw. But soon enough, the Mortal Calamity couldn't withstand the incredible sword art. When the endless sharp swords were within 10 meters of Li Fuchen, the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant burst out. The repulsive force had destroyed the sharp swords. After 15 minutes, Sun Tiany's forehead was perspiring with sweat. The celestial sword Dao was extremely taxing on his mind and wasn't able to execute it for a long period of time. He originally thought that even if he couldn't severely injure Li Fuchen with this move, he would at least be able to injure Li Fuchen lightly. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than he imagined. Li Fuchen's 3 body refinement arts had been cultivated to an extremely high level. If he continued to persist and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen, Sun Tiany's mind would probably wither. Flashy. Finally, Sun Tiany executed his sword Dao divine ability. A colorful world had enveloped Li Fuchen. In this colorful world, Sun Tiany wielded sharp swords and charged at Li Fuchen. Chapter 524. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already condensed the 9-headed dragon spirit again. The spirit expanded and clashed with the Sun Tiany. Rip! There was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's 9-headed dragon spirit contained a powerful body refinement law, but it wasn't at the trance stage and the intent wasn't complete. It was instantly sliced apart by Sun Tiany's sword and turned into nothingness. Heart of blazing flame. The surging heat was like a rising sun that radiated in all directions. The Sun Tiany that clashed with the 9-headed dragon spirit instantly melted. Such powerful blazing flame law. Sun Tiany's eyes contracted. This region was originally filled with sword Dao law and all other laws were suppressed. But right now, the powerful blazing flame law appeared out of nowhere and was growing frenziedly. Not only was his sword Dao law unable to suppress it, but a portion of it was also destroyed. Sun Tiany looked at Li Fuchen and his eyes contracted again. The current Li Fuchen was like a flaming man. At his chest, there was an extremely condensed flame seed that was burning. At the edge of the flame seed, there was a scarlet pattern. Seeing the scarlet pattern, Sun Tiany knew that Li Fuchen's blazing flame law comprehension had already surpassed his sword Dao law by quite a bit. Li Fuchen had probably comprehended the 5th segment. Every time the bone frame pattern's comprehension increased by 1 segment, the divine ability's power would transform. There might only be a difference of 1 segment between 4, 9 segments and 5 segments, but the latter was enough to crush the former. Sun Tiany's guess was correct. Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was indeed comprehended to the 5th segment. During the battle with Penglu, Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was stuck between 4, 9 to 5 segments. It could be said that it was extremely close to 5 segments. It had been a few days since the battle and with Li Fuchen's perception, he finally broke through. After comprehending the blazing flame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame law and blazing flame qi in the world were much more intimate with him. In a single thought, the blazing flame law was in a riot and instantly broke through the sword Dao law's suppression. The rainbow world contracted and Sun Tiany personally charged at Li Fuchen. His body was wrapped with sharp sword Dao law. Just in time. After executing his divine ability, Li Fuchen was finally able to exchange moves with Sun Tiany with sword skills. Clang 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 clang, wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen constantly blocked Sun Tiany's attacks. The speed at which the 2 swords clashed was like the rain hitting the pipa without any gaps. After dozens of strikes, Sun Tiany frowned. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword skills to be so exceptional. How was this a body-refining martial artist? He was clearly an extremely powerful swordsman. At least in terms of sword skills, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to him. The earth was torn apart and the mountains were cut in half. The battle between the two could only be described as thrilling. Without the restraint of sword arts, pure sword arts were undoubtedly more flexible and difficult to guard against. In terms of power, under the enhancement of the divine ability, the Earth-level peak-tier sword technique could not compare to the pure sword technique that the two of them were currently displaying. 50 moves. 100 moves. The two's flame power and sword power were quickly consumed. Li Fuchen reckoned that his blazing flame power was probably inferior to Sun Tiany's sword Dao power. After all, special bone frames would generally be able to stimulate special powers at the Earth realm. Regular extraordinary bone frames would generally need to be at the reincarnation realm to stimulate extraordinary powers. Li Fuchen was rather special. Even though Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was already at the 5th segment and he was able to absorb the blazing flame power at an extremely fast speed, it was still impossible for him to surpass these Emperor-class disciples. I have to end this battle quickly. The scarlet pattern at the edge of Li Fuchen's flame seed had extended to the sides. At the same moment, more blazing flame power surged into the flame seed. When the sword was cleaved, the surging blazing flame law turned the joint heaven sword red. It was like a sword of lava, and when brandished, the scarlet sword light interweaved and had extreme explosive power. Sparks from the lava burst out and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Li Fuchen's sword speed was too fast and Sun Tianyi was barely able to block. It was very difficult for him to counterattack. Furthermore, he didn't have to be in a hurry to counterattack. He could see that Li Fuchen's blazing flame power wouldn't be able to last longer than his sword Dao power. Once Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was exhausted, Sun Tianyi would be able to defeat Li Fuchen in a single sword. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to compete with Sun Tianyi in a battle of attrition. Sun Tianyi was different from Peng Lu. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines was only formidable with the undying law and was much weaker in terms of attack. Sun Tianyi's gaudy splendor was formidable with the sword Dao law and had abnormally horrific attack. Once the blazing flame power was exhausted, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for Sun Tianyi. My spiritual awareness is also my advantage. Apologies. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart while the joint heaven sword suddenly thrust at Sun Tianyi's throat from an unbelievable angle. What? Sun Tianyi was appalled. Li Fuchen's angle was too crafty and no matter what angle he used to block, there would be a flaw. Clang! Despite having a bad premonition, Sun Tianyi still swung his sword at the best angle to block. He only hoped that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was coincidentally finding the best attack trajectory. It was proven that he was overly optimistic. Li Fuchen's second sword was still targeting at Sun Tianyi's blind spot. Of course, for a swordsman like Sun Tianyi, there was basically no blind spot. Even if there was, with Li Fuchen's current sword speed, he wouldn't be able to grasp this fleeting opportunity. After all, no matter how incredible the spiritual awareness was, if the body couldn't keep up, it would be useless. Clang! There was a burst of magma sparks as Sun Tianyi blocked Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword again. However, there was a slight change in his center of gravity. Defeat! Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with dazzling radiance as his sword brushed past Sun Tianyi's silver sword and struck at Sun Tianyi's left shoulder. Sun Tianyi was wearing an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor and this sword wasn't able to pierce through his left shoulder. However, the joint heaven sword contained powerful blazing flame sword chi that even the Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor couldn't completely isolate. Sun Tianyi was instantly injured. Not good. Sun Tianyi burst in retreat with the intention of increasing the distance. How could Li Fuchen allow him to do as he wished? He brandished his sword consecutively. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Sun Tianyi was sent flying. I didn't expect your awareness to be so powerful. Sun Tianyi believed that his awareness wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Master's spiritual awareness. But Li Fuchen's awareness was obviously stronger, otherwise, it was impossible for him to repeatedly strike at the blind spot. Therefore, in terms of sword skill proficiency, he didn't lose to Li Fuchen, he only lost in awareness. Your awareness isn't weak either. If a monarch-class disciple was competing with him in sword skills, Li Fuchen's first sword would be able to severely injure the monarch. Emperor-class disciples were ultimately Emperor-class disciples and their awareness was far superior to martial artists of the same cultivation realm. You win. We shall meet again. As an Emperor-class disciple and an elite swordsman, Sun Tianyi didn't want to waste time. A loss was a loss, he would just win it back next time. Chapter 525. Are all of you still not leaving? Li Fuchen looked at the members of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower. Let's go. Seeing that the Emperor-class disciple, Sun Tianyi, wasn't a match for Li Fuqian, the monarch-class disciples of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower had no choice but to retreat. Soon enough, Li Fuqian was the only one left in the messy region. It feels rather good to have an intense battle every once in a while. The abnormally vigorous qi blood allowed Li Fuqian to enjoy the joy of battle. Especially during the battle with the Emperor-class disciples, he felt a sense of pressure. At the current stage, pressure was extremely important to him. Because his current life was too comfortable, there were no threats and no existential crisis. But he knew clearly that this world wasn't without threats and existential crisis. It was just that it wasn't the right time yet. Once a true threat arrived, he might experience what it meant to be weak. After all, he was only at the reincarnation realm. There was still the battle spirit realm, primary sea realm, law phase realm, and above the law phase realm. In fact, there were saints above the law phase realm. During the battle with the sea beasts, Li Fuqian vaguely knew that the Red Rainbow sect was also facing a crisis. The demonic ruler's corpse was most likely obtained by the Red Flood Dragon King. This was his intuition. Once the Red Rainbow King absorbed the essence blood from the demonic ruler's corpse, Li Fuqian couldn't imagine how strong the Red Rainbow sect would become. With the Red Rainbow sect in turmoil, Li Fuqian's days wouldn't be any better. While my current life is still rather comfortable, I have to increase my cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Li Fuqian said to himself. On the 4th month, Li Fuqian brought 91,500 stalks of white scale herbs back to the Red Rainbow sect. He had already returned once and it was mainly to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. Since the Red Rainbow sect didn't stipulate that the white scale herbs had to be handed over every month, it was fine if it was half a month or a month. The previous time he returned, he had gathered enough contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body that was worth 105,000 contribution coins. After redeeming the contribution coins, Li Fuqian's contribution coins reached 340,000. This was a very shocking number. Only he who had the strength of an Emperor-class disciple could earn contribution coins so easily. The other Monarch-class disciples couldn't even think about it. To be serious, Li Fuqian's strength had already surpassed regular Emperor-class disciples. After all, Li Fuqian had consecutively defeated 3 Emperor-class factions battle formations, as well as the Emperor-class disciples Peng Lu and Sun Tianyi. During this period of time, if Li Fuqian was defeated once, he wouldn't be in such a great situation. But as compared to Emperor-class disciples, Li Fuqian was still inferior. In the sect, besides a few secret manuals, Emperor-class disciples could cultivate the rest of the secret manuals for free. They did not need contribution coins at all. Coming to the secret book tower, Li Fuqian went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had a huge collection of secret techniques. Since he had enough contribution coins now, Li Fuqian was planning to redeem a few 6-star secret techniques that were useful to him. Spiritual Sense Thorn, a secret spiritual sense attack technique. Spiritual sense turns into a thorn and directly attacks the enemy's spiritual sense. 30,000 contribution coins. 1,000 illusion eyes, a secret eye technique that can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution coins. The 6-star secret technique that Li Fuqian previously felt wasn't that expensive anymore. My spiritual awareness is comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. It will be a waste if I don't redeem a spiritual sense attack technique. I can also cultivate some eye technique secret techniques to see if they are suitable for me. Without hesitation, Li Fuqian chose the Thorn of Spiritual Sense and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Next, Li Fuqian was still lacking a Qi transformation secret technique. Among the over 26-star secret techniques, there were around 9 types of Qi transformation secret techniques. They were the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi, Dragon Snake Qi, Clear Sky Great Technique, Hidden Dragon Violent Qi, etc. In the end, Li Fuqian chose the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. This 6-star Qi transformation secret technique was the most neutral and peaceful one and was suitable for the second transformation. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuqian didn't consider them. The cheapest 7-star secret technique would require at least 1 million contribution coins. After all, 7-star secret techniques were secret techniques that corresponded to primary Sea Realm monarchs. They were even more precious than Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Emperor-class disciples would need to use contribution coins to cultivate 7-star secret techniques. It was impossible to cultivate them for free. 3 6-star secret techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 100,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen was still left with 240,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen redeemed the last 3 ranks of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After comprehending the Blazing Flame bone frame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the Blazing Flame law. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent was closely related to the Blazing Flame law. As the Blazing Flame law was comprehended, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent would naturally be comprehended as well. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen should be able to break through to the 30th rank. By then, he would need the cultivation techniques for the next 3 ranks. The last 3 ranks of the cultivation techniques would require a total of 168,000 contribution coins. As such, Li Fuchen was only left with 72,000 contribution coins, and it was very fast to use them. Let's do this for now. Li Fuchen carried a large pile of manuals that only had introductions and arrived at the exchange office on the 1st floor of the secret manual tower. When the Tower Guardian Elder saw Li Fuchen taking so many manuals, his eyes were wide open. Li Fuchen's actions on the White Scale continent had already reached the Tower Guardian Elder. Therefore, he knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular monarch-class disciple and didn't say anything. Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower while holding the branded book. White Scale Continent, Red Rainbow Mountains. On a mountain peak, a large amount of spiritual awareness surged out from Li Fuchen's glabella. It then squirmed and compressed rapidly, turning into an invisible thorn that shot out. Boom! Li Fuchen could vaguely hear a trace of a sound. The thorn of spiritual awareness is completed, but there is no way to test it. It is fine if the power is low, but if the power is high, it might destroy the opponent's awareness or spiritual awareness. It is too dangerous. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and cultivating the thorn of spiritual awareness was simply a matter of time and didn't require much effort. After thinking about it, it was understandable. Be it Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness or perception, they were both at the primary Sea Realm. It was extremely easy for a primary Sea Realm monarch to cultivate a 6-star secret technique. Next up, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the 1,000 Illusion Eyes. As compared to the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness, the 1,000 Illusion Eyes was at least 10 times harder. Generally speaking, in order to cultivate illusion technique secret techniques or ocular technique secret techniques, one would need to have illusion technique aptitude. Without illusion technique aptitude, it wouldn't be as easy to cultivate. Even if one spent 10 times the time, they might not be able to achieve much. Li Fuchen's illusion technique aptitude was very high, and in just a single day, he had already cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes to the entry stage. Li Fuchen reckoned that one of the criteria for illusion technique aptitude was the spirit soul. The stronger the spirit soul, the better the control of illusion techniques. It just so happened that the spirit soul was Li Fuchen's greatest advantage. In terms of the spirit soul essence, even Law Phase Realm Emperors might not be able to compare with him. After the entry stage of the 1,000 Illusion Eyes, Li Fuchen only needed to activate the 1,000 Illusion Eyes to produce a kaleidoscope of complicated colors. At the same time, there would be a hallucination chi presence that would be emitted from the eyes. Wherever the eyes looked, the insects on the ground and the birds in the sky would either be stunned or stiffened and fall from the sky. No wonder it is called Ocular Technique Secret Technique. This secret technique requires the eyes as a medium to transmit the hallucination chi presence. Chapter 526. 1,000 Illusion Eyes Subcompletion Stage. 1,000 Illusion Eyes Completion Stage. With the pale purple spirit soul as support, Li Fuchen cultivated the 1,000 Illusion Eyes to the completion stage in a short period of time. After the 1,000 illusion eyes was at the completion stage, even if he didn't activate the 1,000 illusion eyes secret technique, as long as he looked at the insects and birds, they would stiffen and fall into an illusion. Of course, it was mainly because the insect's spirit soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the traces of hallucination chi presence. In less than a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and 1,000 illusion eyes to the completion stage. His perception and aptitude were truly unmatched. It was a known fact that for a battle spirit realm master to cultivate a 6-star secret technique to the completion stage, it would take years to do so. Of course, above the completion stage was the perfection stage. The difference between the completion stage and perfection stage was the true gap. The completion stage meant that you would be able to utilize 90% of the secret technique's power. The perfection stage meant that you would be able to utilize 100% of the secret technique's power. Most importantly, only secret techniques at the perfection stage were considered flawless. It was just like the 1,000 illusion eyes. Before reaching the perfection stage, there would still be flaws. But after reaching the perfection stage, the flaws would vanish. In order to resist the 1,000 illusion eyes, one would have to rely on their spirit soul willpower to resist. Of course, if the opponent's illusion technique proficiency was also very high, it would be a different matter. Li Fuchen couldn't find anyone to experiment with the thorn of spiritual awareness, but it wasn't a problem to find someone to experiment with the 1,000 illusion eyes. On this day, Li Fuchen found 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples. Those that could become the Red Rainbow Sect's Outer Sect disciples were all outstanding 6-star bone frames and their spirit soul willpower should be very strong. Senior Li, just execute the 1,000 illusion eyes. You don't have to worry about us. The 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples were very happy. Li Fuchen was a godlike existence on the White Scale continent. He used his strength to conquer the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region. In the entire White Scale continent, apart from the 3 Emperor-class factions, only the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison had such a large territory. As the highest commander of the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison, Li Fuchen had a certain authority to deal with the resources that the Red Rainbow Sect didn't value much. These resources were very tempting to the Outer Sect disciples. After all, there were plenty of resources and even if the Outer Sect disciples didn't need them, they could sell them and earn a large sum of low-grade spirit stones. The prerequisite was to have a good relationship with Li Fuchen. Be careful. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the trio. Silently, a tyrannical psychedelic aura enveloped the 3 of them. Instantly, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. But soon, the 3 of them began to struggle. Some were in pain, some were terrified, and some were giggling like idiots. It was as if they had experienced something in the illusion. The 1,000 illusion eyes can guide the enemy's mental weakness and create an extremely realistic illusion. The bigger the mental weakness, the more realistic the illusion. Li Fuchen was very satisfied to be able to make the trio fall into an illusion. This meant that the 1,000 illusion eyes weren't weak. 5 minutes later, one of the Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up. His body was drenched in sweat, and he looked very dispirited. Soon enough, the other 2 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up too. It's too real. Is this the 1,000 illusion eyes? The 3 of them looked terrified. If Li Fuchen was an enemy, they would have died 1,000 times. But they knew clearly that with Li Fuchen's strength, he didn't need to use the 1,000 illusion eyes to kill them. A single move was enough to kill them. All of you may leave. As for the new batch of resources, each of you can buy them at 80% of the price, but the total amount you buy is not to exceed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Resources worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones could be sold for more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. Thank you, Senior Li. The trio was delighted. They weren't as wealthy as Monarch-class disciples. In the past, they would only be able to purchase 500,000 low-grade spirit stones every year. This time, it was the same as having an extra quota. After the trio left, Li Fuchen thought to himself, an outstanding 6-star bone frame actually fell into an illusion for more than 5 minutes. I wonder how long will 7-star bone frames fall into an illusion. Li Fuchen was planning to find Xikong Zhan to test it out. 1 price, 2,000 contribution coins. Xikong Zhan had already lost the thought of contesting with Li Fuchen. Right now, he just wanted to progress to the battle spirit realm as soon as possible. Of course, if there was an opportunity to earn contribution coins, he wouldn't let it go. Furthermore, he wanted to deal a blow to Li Fuchen. Xikong Zhan was rather confident in his willpower and didn't believe that Li Fuchen could make him fall into an illusion. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. In fact, Li Fuchen could just make Xikong Zhan fall into an illusion, but it wasn't necessary as he didn't lack the 2,000 contribution coins. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes turned dreamy and gorgeous. Xikong Zhan yelled out in his heart. He who was full of vigor had become drowsy in front of Li Fuchen's eyes. It felt as though his body and spirit soul had been separated and he couldn't even move a finger. In the next moment, Xikong Zhan had completely fallen into an illusion and his eyes had turned dull. When Xikong Zhan woke up, his body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. How long did I fall into the illusion? After taking a deep breath, Xikong Zhan asked with an awful expression. Li Fuchen laughed, no wonder you are a monarch-class disciple. It has only been 10 breaths. 10 breaths. Xikong Zhan wanted to curse. 10 breaths wasn't a short period of time. Let alone 10 breaths, a single breath was enough to kill him. In a contest between experts, the outcome was usually decided in a single thought. Where are the contribution coins? Xikong Zhan asked stiffly. Here. Li Fuchen tossed 2 1,000 contribution coins to Xikong Zhan. After taking the contribution coins, Xikong Zhan left with an unhappy expression. It was unknown how Bai Lingshuang obtained the information and wanted to experience Li Fuchen's 1,000 illusion eyes too. In this regard, Li Fuchen naturally wished for nothing more. The facts had proven that Bai Lingshuang's spirit-soul willpower was much superior to Xikong Zhan. She only took 3 breaths to withdraw from the illusion. Such an incredible ocular secret technique. Bai Lingshuang lamented. She felt that after progressing to the battle spirit realm, she could cultivate some illusion techniques. She didn't need to defeat the enemy, but she wouldn't fall into the enemy's illusion. You should be progressing to the battle spirit realm soon, right? Li Fuchen could feel that Bai Lingshuang's awareness was gradually transforming into spiritual awareness. This was a sign that she was about to progress. You can see through me. I should be able to progress in at most 1 or 2 months. Bai Lingshuang raised her brows. 7-star bone frames didn't have any bottleneck when progressing to the battle spirit realm. As long as there was enough accumulation, they would be able to progress smoothly. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. When a monarch-class disciple progressed to the battle spirit realm, the sect would give a one-time reward of 100,000 contribution coins. Apart from that, after progressing to the battle spirit realm, they would be able to explore low-class continents that were slightly superior. The so-called low-class continents were those low-class continents that allowed battle spirit realm masters to move around. Chapter 527. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique finally broke through to the 30th rank. At the same time, his chi cultivation had also reached the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the 6-star secret technique, Perfect Circle Dipper Chi, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength wasn't inferior to his body refinement strength. If he stacked the bronze sword essence, he would be able to compete with his body refinement strength. But it was a pity that the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi might be able to stack with the bronze sword essence, but the power wasn't as expected. Li Fuchen guessed that the gap between 6-star secret techniques was already very small. Stacking would only increase the power by 1 level and wouldn't be able to increase it by multiple levels. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if a 5-star chi cultivation technique was stacked with the bronze sword essence, the power wouldn't be inferior to the stacking of the bronze sword essence with the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi. If the bronze sword essence was a transformation array, then the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi and the 5-star chi cultivation technique were heaven and earth chi, the former's chi grade was already high. After being transformed by the transformation array, it would only be slightly stronger. The latter's chi grade was low, but after being transformed by the transformation array, the chi grade would increase drastically and the final chi wouldn't be inferior to the former. Of course, despite the case, when the two were stacked, the burst of power was already comparable to a slightly stronger 7-star secret technique. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength wouldn't be able to contest with his body refinement strength. Flying above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen's divine flame red rainbow chi instantly transformed into the perfect circle dipper chi. It then flowed through the bronze sword essence and transformed into the bronze sword chi. Split. With a slash, a blazing sword chi that was a few miles long swept out and slashed apart the sea of clouds that was dozens of miles long. Only chi cultivation martial arts can have such a huge attack range. Li Fuchen smacked his lips. After conquering the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, Li Fuchen thought about it and gave up on the idea of conquering the third region. After conquering 2 regions, he had already provoked the 3 Emperor-class factions to send battle formations over. If he was to conquer the third region, he would probably infuriate 90% of the Monarch-class factions. There wasn't a need for a lot, just 3 to 5 Emperor-class disciples or the 3 Emperor-class factions would send a battle formation of 300 to 400 men. Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for them, and by then, the current advantageous situation would crumble. Without absolute strength, Li Fuchen didn't plan to challenge everyone's bottom line. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with his monthly income of hundreds of thousands of contribution coins. When it was the 6th month, Li Fuchen's contribution coins suddenly increased by 350,000. With the addition of the 5th month's earnings and the remaining 72,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen's contribution coins had reached an unprecedented 800,000. After spending 60,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen redeemed another Earth-class peak-tier sword art, the Flowing Flame sword art. If the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration pursued extreme lethality, then the Wild Stream sword art pursued extreme speed. However, in terms of power, the Wild Stream sword art was actually not inferior to the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. After all, the exchange price of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration was 45,000 contribution coins, whereas the Wild Stream sword technique was 60,000 contribution coins. There was a difference of 15,000 contribution coins. Just as Li Fuchen cultivated the Flowing Flame sword art to the perfection stage, the first Emperor-class disciple that Li Fuchen fought, Peng Lu, arrived. Li Fuchen, this is our final battle at the Reincarnation Realm. Peng Lu was actually able to break through to the Battle Spirit Realm a few months ago, but he forcefully suppressed his chi cultivation and wanted to defeat Li Fuchen at the Reincarnation Realm. Why? You broke through again. Li Fuchen revealed a smile that didn't look like a smile. Peng Lu said, you will know after you try. This time, we will not compete with divine abilities, we will compete with regular strength. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. Skywood Divine Dipper. Peng Lu didn't plan to waste time and immediately activated the 6-star secret technique, Skywood Divine Dipper. His body's 8 desolate divine wood chi was rapidly transmuted into the Skywood Divine Dipper. Withered Tree revives. With a loud yell, Peng Lu wielded the battle saber and cleaved violently. Initially, the boundless saber chi was very weak and was like a gentle breeze that wasn't eye-catching. But in an instant, the saber chi burst out. It was like a withered tree that was glowing with unprecedented vitality. It is indeed stronger, but it is still not enough. Li Fuchen could see that Peng Lu either had a breakthrough in his cultivation technique rank or his 6-star secret technique was at the perfection rank. Otherwise, the power of this saber wouldn't be so powerful and violent. It was a pity that Peng Lu had great progress during the past few months, but Li Fuchen had even greater progress. Without bursting out with his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and poured the bronze sword chi into the Joint Heaven Sword. He then executed the Cloud Incineration. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that surged and poured down. It clashed with the saber chi that was like a violent wind. Cling cling clang clang. The saber chi and sword chi were like steel, and when they clashed, there was actually the sound of metal clashing. At this moment, it was all about whose move was stronger and whose attack was stronger. If the move wasn't powerful enough, there would be flaws. If the attack wasn't powerful enough, the chi force would immediately crumble. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword chi was slightly stronger than Peng Li's saber chi. When the overwhelming saber chi vanished, there were at least dozens of sword chi that assaulted Peng Lo. Peng Lo had an abnormally grave expression. He assumed that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was formidable, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength to be comparable with his body refinement strength. When facing a body refinement martial artist, Peng Li's saber moves were naturally mystical. But when facing an elite swordsman, Peng Li's saber moves might not be mystical or powerful. Overgrown vegetation. 10 incineration. Tree world's descent. 100 incineration. Withering of all things. 1000 incineration. The duo exchanged moves and each move contained multiple saber moves or sword moves. Each move contained thousands of transformations and it was extremely dangerous. It wasn't something that body refinement martial artists could experience. From the start to the end, Li Fuchen had been suppressing Peng Lo. Peng Li's saber moves weren't flawless and his chi movement was in a mess. Not good. Peng Lo had also noticed that his chi movement was in a mess. If his chi movement was in a mess, his saber moves would naturally reveal flaws. To a regular person, this flaw wasn't considered a flaw. But to an elite swordsman like Li Fuchen, a flaw was a flaw and it couldn't be concealed. Li Fuchen's figure flashed violently as he approached Peng Lo. Subsequently, thousands of green and red sword lights poured down at Peng Lo. Each of the green and red sword lights seemed to have spirituality as they slashed and thrust at Peng Li's most uncomfortable spots. Cling cling clang clang. Peng Li's battle saber turned into a layer of saber screen to block the thousands of green and red sword lights. The resplendent sparks were like a rain of light that sprayed in all directions. TSS. There was a fine crack on the saber screen, followed by the second, third. In the blink of the eye, the saber screen was filled with cracks before it collapsed. TFFF. Peng Lo vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. This time, he had lost. He had nothing to say about his loss. It seems like I can't defeat you at the reincarnation realm. Why didn't you execute your sword art previously? Peng Lo said gloomily. Li Fuchen said, my sword art wasn't this powerful previously. Truly a monster. I hope we can meet again in the future. Peng Lo left. In order to fight with Li Fuchen, he had already delayed his progression by a few months. To Emperor-class disciples, a few months was a long time, especially when they were breaking through a cultivation realm. As for the next time they met, who knew when it would be? After all, they weren't on the same continent. Huff! After Peng Lo left, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. His estimations weren't wrong. His current chi cultivation strength was already comparable with his body refinement strength. As compared to body refinement arts, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly more fond of sword arts. When executing sword arts, Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul was sublimating. Chapter 528. Before the Nine Dragons' Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant physique reached the trance stage, the strength of true chi could still compete with the strength of body refinement. But after the two reached the trance stage, the strength of true chi was no longer a match. The complete true meaning of the Nine Dragons' Claw was extremely domineering. With a swipe of the claw, the world seemed to be torn apart. The complete Wind Cloud Tyrant body true meaning strengthened the recoil effect. If it could only reflect 30 to 40% of the force previously, now it could reflect more than 50%. Right now, even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed Peng Lo and Sun Tian to attack him, they might not be able to break his defense within a short period of time. My body refining strength has already reached the peak. If I want to improve further, I have to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter to the 6th chapter, or get a top-rank Earth Realm body refining martial art. During body refinement cultivation, it was extremely difficult to increase the cultivation realm. At least, Li Fuchen's body refinement didn't show any signs of breaking through to the battle spirit realm. As for Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts, even the Monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have them. Only Emperor-class factions would have them. Now, I'll focus on cultivating my true qi. Although his perception was very high, multitasking wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. However, multitasking meant that he wasn't focused enough. Sometimes, concentration was more important than comprehension. Days passed by. On the 7th month after arriving at the White Scale continent, Xikong Zhan had also progressed to the battle spirit realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation had reached the late stage of 9th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen was able to progress so quickly because he had redeemed a large number of Red Rainbow elixirs. In the Red Rainbow sect, the Red Rainbow elixir and Perception Dao elixir could be exchanged with contribution coins. One Red Rainbow pill was 2,000 contribution coins. One Dao Enlightenment pill cost 3,000 contribution coins. With a large number of contribution coins, Li Fuchen had redeemed 50 Red Rainbow elixirs in one go and had only used up 9 of them. As for absorbing the Red Rainbow elixir, there weren't many impurities. Number 1, the Red Rainbow elixir was originally used to purify qi and had very few impurities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Red Rainbow sect's exclusive elixir. Secondly, the impurities produced by the Crimson Rainbow pill wouldn't mix into the true qi, and they would settle in the qi and blood instead. It just so happened that the tribulation energy of the mortal world could destroy the impurities in the qi and blood, and it saved a lot of trouble. With a high cultivation technique rank, plenty of Red Rainbow elixirs, and with the fact that he had condensed his true spirit in advance, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed wasn't inferior to 7-star bone frames and might even be faster. In the 8th month, Li Fuchen had reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm and was just one step away from the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm. However, it wasn't easy to cross this one step. 7-star bone frames were known to have no obstructions when breaking through to the Battle Spirit Realm, but they would be stuck for a few months. Only 8-star bone frames were truly unobstructed. It was just like breaking through a small realm and it would be over in an instant. As expected, by the 9th month, Li Fuchen was still at the peak state of 9th level Reincarnation Realm. The qi in his body had been compressed to the limit, and once he broke through, his qi would have a qualitative change. Once my qi transforms into the Battle Spirit Realm's qi, any qi martial arts that I execute will be much more mystical. Li Fuchen naturally knew that a qualitative change in qi would increase the power of the martial arts. Apart from that, a powerful qi would also cause a subtle change in the martial arts. It was just like a child executing a sword art. Even if the child's movements were extremely precise, it wouldn't be comparable to an adult's movements. As long as it was a martial art, it would require sufficient strength to support it. Without sufficient strength, it would just be for show. It might be exaggerated, but it was the logic. But before that, I have to make a trip back to the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, I won't be able to return in the future. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Once the continent willpower awakened, it was a good thing for the continent, but it would be troublesome for martial artists with higher cultivation realms. Once he progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't welcome him anymore. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that it was necessary to inquire about this aspect. Outer Sect Grand Hall, if you progress to the Battle Spirit Realm, you can only stay on the White Scale continent for 1 day. After 1 day, the Heaven and Earth Law will produce the Destruction Law to destroy you. Once you reach the Primary Sea Realm, you will be able to stay on the White Scale continent for more than a month. If you reach the Law Phase Realm, low-tier continents won't have any restrictions on you. In order to destroy a Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Destruction Law will be too horrific. It will damage the foundation of the low-tier continent and might even cause the low-tier continent to sink and become a wasteland. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the continent willpower won't do it instinctively. Battle Spirit Realm experts can stay on the continent for a day. Can Primary Sea Realm experts stay for a month? Li Fuchen nodded silently and felt that it was acceptable. Wang Kuei continued, of course, there are some artifacts that can perfectly conceal one's cultivation and qi presence to deceive the continent willpower. The prerequisite is that one cannot use martial strength. Once one uses martial strength, the chi presence will be exposed and it will trigger the destruction law. But such artifacts are too rare and are usually used to hide from powerful enemies. No one would use it to deceive the continent willpower. Therefore, you don't have to consider this method for now. Conceal my cultivation and chi presence? Li Fuchen suddenly thought of his spirit soul talent. A long time ago, he used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. Of course, he understood that there wasn't a standard for concealing one's chi presence. You could conceal your chi presence to prevent powerful enemies from sensing your presence, but it wasn't that easy to deceive the continent willpower. But Li Fuchen felt that this method was worth a try. With the pale purple spirit soul, he might be able to deceive the low-tier continent willpower. Alright, do you have any other questions? Wang Kuei asked Li Fuchen with a gentle voice. Li Fuchen frowned and said, "How much is the suppression of the continent willpower?" Li Fuchen was referring to martial artists that were beyond the limits of the continent willpower. Wang Kuei said, "There isn't a standard and it depends on the individual. If it is a body refinement martial artist, the suppression wouldn't be as great. Because a body refinement martial artist's chi power is already very powerful. Even if the move's laws are lost, it would still have enough power. The Red Rainbow sect is known to be able to make regular law phase realm emperors flee miserably because they have the protection of the continent willpower. Otherwise, unless they have a Class 8 array or a Class 8 battleship or array pagoda, no monarch class faction would be able to resist a law phase realm emperor." Chapter 529. After activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen returned to the East Unicorn continent. This time, he brought back a huge amount of resources. There were Heaven Dipper Realm, Reincarnation Realm, and everything else. He even brought back some Red Rainbow elixirs and Perception Dao elixirs. If it was calculated in terms of contribution coins, the total value of the resources was as high as 500,000 contribution coins. The Red Rainbow sect's contribution coins were extremely precious. 500,000 contribution coins were worth at least 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. The endless resources might cause the Li clan to slack off and make it hard for them to produce true experts. But it didn't matter. Li Fuchen's objective was to let his parents cultivate to the reincarnation realm and increase their lifespan to 250 years. As such, the next time he returned, his parents would naturally not age. As for whether they could progress to the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen didn't think it was a problem. With the help of endless resources, as long as the bone frame wasn't below 3-star, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the reincarnation realm. It would just take a little time. It wasn't enough to just have resources, safety was more important. Half a year ago, the Li clan had already moved out of the Wind-Snow sect and settled in a large mountain range in the southeast of the Wind-Snow region. With Li Fuchen as the alliance leader, the continent's elite array masters worked together to set up a Class 5 sword array for the Li clan. With this sword array, over a dozen high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to break the array within a short period of time. But Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't enough. As a precaution, Li Fuchen decided to pour his sword intent into the sword array. Earth-class intents were already able to exist independently from martial arts. As for how long it could exist, it was related to the strength of the true spirit. The stronger the true spirit, the longer the intent could exist. Back in the land of Fog's tomb, the intent had existed for countless years. On the highest peak of the heaven-cold mountains, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan stood behind Li Fuchen. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's body burst out with terrifying and blazing sword intent. The sword intent was obviously blazing, but it was like flowing water that flowed rapidly in the air. Flowing flame sword intent. Over a month ago, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the flowing flame sword art to the trance stage. The flowing flame sword intent that was produced was much stronger than the cloud flame thousand incineration. Enter. Under Li Fuchen's control, the flowing flame sword intent was like flowing water as it slowly blended into the sword formation. The originally formless sword formation was now glowing with pale red light, as though countless pale red sword lights were circulating. The blazing and sharp chi presence had caused the sky and earth to change color. Originally it was supposed to be an easy task, but after Li Fuchen finished all of this, traces of indescribable fatigue suddenly attacked. Although it wasn't enough to knock him unconscious, it was still unprecedented. Too much true spirit energy has been consumed. Pure true meanings could only exist for a short period of time. When strong martial artists fought, true meanings would run rampant. If these true meanings could exist for a long time, it would be too ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, these scattered true meanings would dissipate very quickly. Unless there was a large-scale battle between strong martial artists, it would not affect the ecology of a region. Therefore, in order to make the true meaning last longer, he had to expend his own true spirit energy to inject the true meaning into his soul. The importance of a true spirit was almost equal to that of a soul. If the soul was a person, then the true spirit was a boat. Its existence could protect the people on the ship from falling into the water. If too much true spirit energy was consumed, it would affect the martial artist's condition and it would be hard to recover within a short period of time. I hope this flowing flame sword intent can exist for a longer period of time, Li Fuchen said to himself. Li Fuchen had his own considerations before injecting the sword intent into the sword array. True meanings were laws. Of course, they were still far from the great Tao laws and could only be considered martial art laws. Martial art laws were born from the great Tao laws but were unique. Arrays were also born from the great Tao laws. If the two were fused, according to Li Fuchen's estimations, the true meaning should be able to exist for a longer period of time. But he didn't expect that fusing the true meaning into the array would consume so much true spirit energy. His true spirit was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs. If it was a battle spirit realm master injecting the true meaning, before the true meaning could fuse with the array, the true spirit energy would be completely consumed and the true spirit would instantly crumble. Let me test the power of the array. Li Fuchen flew out of the sword array and drew the joint heaven sword before cleaving at the sword array. Clang! It felt as though the sword array had countless sword lights revolving around it and had blocked Li Fuchen's sword with ease. At the same moment, there were still countless sword lights flying over. After shattering the sword lights with ease, Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied expression. The sword array that was injected with the flowing flame sword intent was actually able to block his all-out sword. His all-out sword was comparable to a mid-level battle spirit realm master and it wasn't something that a reincarnation realm expert could imagine. If the original sword array was a class 5 sword array, then the current sword array was a class 6 sword array. As long as the Li clansmen didn't leave the range of the sword array, no one in the East Unicorn continent could threaten the Li clansmen. Father, Mother, I should be able to progress to the battle spirit realm soon. It will be rather difficult for me to return to the East Unicorn continent in the future. After flying back into the sword array, Li Fuchen looked at Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan apologetically. Before Li Fuchen could finish speaking, Li Tianhan waved his hand and said, Fuchen, you have already given us enough. Don't worry, your mother and I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. Once we reach the reincarnation realm, we will have a lifespan of 250 years. Your mother and I are only around 50 years old now and there is still a long time. Hence, you better focus on your martial Tao and don't be delayed by worldly matters. Otherwise, your mother and I will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Shen Yuyan revealed a gentle smile, your father is right. Right now, it is most important for you to focus on the martial Tao. Your father and I believe that you will create a legend that belongs to you. The duo might be reluctant to part with Li Fuchen, but with Li Fuchen's innate potential, it was destined that he would never become immortal. They didn't wish to be a hindrance to Li Fuchen. Furthermore, it was just a short separation and it wasn't a separation of life and death. On this day, Li Fuchen left. Shen Yuyan leaned into Li Tianhan's embrace and said softly, Big brother Tianhan, perhaps we can have another child. The duo was still young. To Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, 50 years of age was just the prime of their lives. Once they reached the reincarnation realm, it would be normal to say that they were youths. From what Li Fuchen said, Most of the disciples in the sect were already 40 or 50 years old and weren't much younger than them. "All right, we shall listen to you. But we must not neglect our cultivation too. We must strive to break through to the reincarnation realm before Fuchen returns." Li Tianhan laughed heartily, and the sorrow of separation had dissipated significantly. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen first recuperated for a few days. Chapter 530. On the 10th month on the White Scale continent, Li Fuchen finally felt signs of breaking through. This kind of omen was very strong. It was the desire and joy of life about to transform. Every time a martial artist broke through a major realm, not only would their true energy undergo a metamorphosis, but their life level would also undergo a metamorphosis. For example, reincarnation realm martial artists could only live for 250 years, while battle spirit realm masters could live for 500 years. In addition, his soul and blood essence would also be strengthened. In terms of spirit-soul quality, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. But in terms of spirit-soul strength, Li Fuchen was far inferior to Law Phase realm emperors. As one's life level increased, the structure of one's chi and blood would naturally change as well. If a battle spirit realm master and a reincarnation realm martial artist were to compete in chi strength, the battle spirit realm master would be able to eliminate a group of reincarnation realm martial artists. Both of them had different life levels and chi strengths. Of course, Li Fuchen was a peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, and this chi blood change was just a drizzle to him. Instead, with a higher vitality level, it would be easier for him to cultivate the body refinement Dao. A few 100,000 contribution coins a month. What a pity. Li Fuchen was certain that after he reached the battle spirit realm, the amount of contribution coins he earned would be far inferior to now. Right now, he was able to earn hundreds of thousands of contribution coins in a month because his strength had far surpassed this realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, there would be plenty of people who were stronger than him. It would be good if he could earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins in a month. Fortunately, he still had about 1 million contribution coins. For a long time, he would not have to worry about not having enough contribution coins. After all, at this stage, he did not intend to exchange for 7-star secret techniques. He had already exchanged for everything else. At the end of the 10th month, Li Fuchen applied to return to the Red Rainbow sect. He felt that he could progress to the battle spirit realm at any moment, but he didn't think of being like Peng Lu and intentionally suppressing his cultivation. The request was quickly approved, and the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelon agreed for Li Fuchen to end the White Scale continent mission. Before leaving, Li Fuchen returned all the mountain ranges that he had previously occupied, leaving behind the initial 3 mountain ranges. He didn't know if the various king-level factions would wait for him to leave for revenge, but that had nothing to do with him. Red Rainbow Sect, Monarch Region, Fuchen Peak. As the mid-grade spirit stones were consumed, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing bit by bit. Previously, his cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm, and there was no way for him to progress further. The liquefied jinqi in his dantian gradually became viscous. No, to be exact, it had become more condensed. If it was water in the beginning, it had now become a fine and uniform lava. Moreover, the magma water was developing into magma. There was a trace of swelling pain in the meridians, and Li Fuchen's body oozed a lot of sweat. Breaking through a major realm required too much true energy. He felt as if his body was filled with a large amount of magma, ready to explode at any moment. 50. 100. 200. After absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stones spirit chi, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was swelling up. One had to know that a mid-grade spirit stone's spiritual energy was several hundred times that of a low-grade spirit stone, and its purity was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Absorbing 200 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to absorbing hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to stuffing a small pond with the water of a river. Pop! Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's dantian finally underwent a metamorphosis. Like a black hole, it frantically devoured the chi in his meridians. Under the high temperature and pressure, a drop of molten lava like chi appeared, followed by a second drop, a third drop, splash splash. A large amount of magma chi gathered together and formed a small sphere. The small sphere was spinning violently and absorbed all the chi in the surroundings. The swelling feeling vanished and Li Fuchen felt relaxed. Even his spirit soul felt much lighter and there was an indescribable feeling of power that filled his heart. I finally broke through. Li Fuchen continued to circulate the 30th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Boom! A scarlet pillar of light rushed into the sky and was extremely dazzling. Did this child break through? Apart from Monarch class disciples, there was also an inner sect elder residing in the Monarch district. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and instantly invaded Fuchen Peak. This child's strength in the same realm is comparable with Emperor class disciples. I wonder what level his strength is at after this breakthrough. At the reincarnation realm, he was already comparable with mid-level battle spirit realm masters. After stepping into the battle spirit realm, it was extremely easy to be comparable with a high-level battle spirit realm master. Of course, it was just an ordinary high-level battle spirit realm master. Like the masters on the various kingdoms' master rankings, most of them were just ordinary high-level battle spirit realm masters. At least in the eyes of the Red Rainbow sect's members. This child's breakthrough speed is much faster than we imagined. Streaks of spiritual awareness scanned over and each spiritual awareness represented a primary C realm inner sect elder. 6-star bone frames might be a little low, but their perception is high enough and their cultivation technique rank is high enough. Their advancement speed might not be slower than 7-star bone frames. It is a pity that our Red Rainbow sect's strongest cultivation technique is only Earth class peak tier. At the later stages, our cultivation speed will probably be inferior to 7-star bone frames. It doesn't matter. With his potential, it is still easy for him to step into the primary C realm. By then, our Red Rainbow sect will have another elite monarch. The spiritual awareness were conversing with each other. Li Fuchen didn't mind being enveloped by so many spiritual awareness. If he was willing, he could use his spiritual awareness to isolate himself from the detection. But it wasn't necessary. At the current stage, it wasn't good to expose his insane spiritual awareness. The chi quantity has increased by 10 times and the chi purity has also increased by several times. The burst of chi is rather horrific. Earlier on, he had only circulated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. If he burst out with chi at full strength, it was unknown what kind of commotion would be caused. Li Fuchen took out a red rainbow elixir and started to purify his chi. He had just broken through and his chi was still rather shallow. The red rainbow elixir would allow his chi cultivation to be rapidly stabilized. One day passed by, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation had finally stabilized at the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. Right now, when he burst out with chi, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion as the chi was completely concentrated, unless he intentionally released it. 2 days later, Li Fuchen's chi was much more concentrated and his cultivation had directly climbed from the initial level of first level Battle Spirit Realm to the middle level of first level Battle Spirit Realm. I didn't think that the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique would advance from the 30th rank to the 31st rank after progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Swish! Turning into a red rainbow, Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and arrived above the clouds. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. Without any sound or presence, the sea of clouds that was close to 100 miles was slashed into two by Li Fuchen. From a glance, it felt as though the sky was split open and a deep ravine extended all the way to the horizon. Incredible! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 531. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, the sect rewarded Li Fuchen with 100,000 contribution coins, 10 Perception Dao elixirs, 10 Red Rainbow elixirs, and an Earth-class peak-tier martial art. Li Fuchen saved up the contribution coins and chose a light body technique for the Earth-class peak-tier martial art. Previously, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was strong but his qi cultivation strength was weak, therefore, light body techniques were basically useless. But now that his qi cultivation had progressed to the battle spirit realm, an incredible light body technique would allow Li Fuchen's speed to be much faster and he no longer had any shortcomings. Let me test my strength first, otherwise, it will be hard to accept missions. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived in front of the Master Tower. The Master Tower had 5 floors and it was specially used to test the strength of Battle Spirit Realm Masters. In the Red Rainbow sect, Battle Spirit Realm Masters were separated into 5 levels. They were Normal Master, Elite Master, Pinnacle Master, Great Master, and Monarch Class Master. As for the low-tier Masters, mid-tier Masters, and high-tier Masters that were ranked according to the cultivation level, they couldn't be treated seriously. Some formidable low-tier Masters were able to defeat mid-tier Masters. An ordinary Grandmaster would never be able to defeat an elite Grandmaster. In addition, the inner sect missions were linked to the Master level. Normal Masters could only accept Normal Master missions, while Elite Masters could accept Normal Master missions and Elite Master missions. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference in the reward of contribution coins for different missions. Li Fuchen might have a lot of contribution coins, but 1.2 million contribution coins was only enough to redeem a slightly inferior 7-star secret technique. It wasn't possible for Li Fuchen to spend it all the time. There were plenty of people in front of the Master Tower and there were over 20 people queuing up. Just as Li Fuchen arrived, the Master Tower suddenly released 3 floors of radiance. Senior Sheng is truly incredible. He has become a Pinnacle Master so quickly. TSK, Pinnacle Master. The strongest person on the Master rankings of the 7 Kingdoms is only at the Elite Master level. Pinnacle Master missions will reward at least 30,000 contribution coins. Everyone had an envious and respectful expression. Pinnacle Master, huh? I reckon that I am still quite lacking. Li Fuchen didn't know what level he was at, therefore, he came to the Master Tower for the test. From what he understood, Monarch-class disciples would normally be able to pass the first floor of the Master Tower when they were at the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at least at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. As for the 2nd floor of the Master Tower, Monarch-class disciples would need to be at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. Regular inner sect disciples would need to be at the 6th or 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm to pass it. That was why top-notch Grandmasters were quite powerful. In the secular world, they could be called invincible Grandmasters. The speed of the test was very fast. In less than an hour, it was almost Li Fuchen's turn. Apart from that senior brother Sheng, the rest are only at the ordinary or elite Grandmaster level. It seems that it will be quite difficult to become a peak Grandmaster. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. If anyone could hear Li Fuchen's thoughts, they would be speechless. Becoming a top-notch Grandmaster was not just difficult, it was incomparably difficult. Even Monarch-class disciples would need to be at the high levels of Battle Spirit Realm before they would have the chance to become a Pinnacle Master. If it was a regular inner sect disciple, even if they were at the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm, they might not be able to become a Pinnacle Master. As for the Great Grandmaster rank above the Peak Grandmaster rank, apart from Monarch-class disciples, everyone else could basically give up on this goal. Great Grandmasters were comparable with weaker low-level Primary C Realm Monarchs. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct Monarch-class disciples were at the Great Grandmaster rank. As for the Monarch-class Masters that were 1 level higher than the Great Grandmaster rank, they could be treated as Primary C Realm Monarchs. Because they weren't inferior to low-level Monarchs in all aspects. Who is this person? I don't think I have seen him before. Junior Fuchen doesn't even know about him. It seems like your information network isn't fast enough. Why? This Junior Fuchen is very famous. He isn't just famous. During the war with the sea beasts, he is number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings. In the White Scale continent, he relied on his individual strength to occupy 2 major regions. So incredible. Some didn't believe it. You will know later. He has just progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm. If he has the strength of an elite master, it means that everything is true. Then I shall wait and see. Some of the inner sect disciples that were planning to leave had all stayed behind and would occasionally look at Li Fuchen. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Li Fuchen took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and tossed them into the mouth of the stone lion at the entrance of the Master Tower. Immediately after, the Master Tower's doors opened and Li Fuchen walked in. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Master Tower, the first floor's array lit up. In the center of the array, an illusory swordsman appeared. The array power actually formed a swordsman. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Originally, he thought it was just an energy demonic beast. The battle began. TFFF. As soon as the illusory swordsman rushed in front of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into two by Li Fuchen's sword. The series of actions happened in a flash. Too weak. Before breaking through, I was already able to defeat it easily. Li Fuchen had a rough idea. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen walked to the second floor. The illusory swordsman on the second floor was extremely powerful. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen would only be able to withstand 3 swords and would be killed after that. Cling cling clang clang. The energy condensed sword was as tough as steel and Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword couldn't even sever it. Interesting. The sword art actually contains sword intent. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he attacked the illusory swordsman repeatedly. 10 moves. 50 moves. 100 moves. After 100 moves, Li Fuchen wasn't able to defeat the illusory swordsman. The illusory swordsman's sword art didn't just contain sword intent, the sword skills were also incredible. The movements were so precise that it felt as though they were measured with a ruler. The attack trajectories were impeccable and would always follow the optimal trajectory to attack. The precision was so precise that even Li Fuchen was amazed. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to transform the perfect circle dipper chi into the bronze sword chi. In an instant, the slash power increased drastically and a single slash was enough to sever the illusory swordsman's sword. But in the next moment, a sword appeared in the illusory swordsman's left hand to block Li Fuchen's slash. 1000 incineration. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. He withdrew his sword a little before thrusting with even more force. There was a burst of blinding radiance as the illusory swordsman was enveloped by a scarlet bubble. When the bubble burst, the illusory swordsman instantly dispersed. I need to use 90% of my strength to defeat it. Apart from not executing the flowing flame sword art, Li Fuchen was already at his full strength and had even used some of his blazing flame power. I wonder how strong is the third floor's illusory swordsman. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked to the third floor. The third floor's illusory swordsman was much more corporeal. It might be restrained by the array law and the power wasn't leaking, but Li Fuchen could still feel a trace of horrific prowess. Chapter 532. As though it teleported, the illusory swordsman instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen. Such speed! Li Fuchen raised the joint heaven sword and quickly blocked. Clang! The massive force made Li Fuchen feel as though he was struck by lightning. If it wasn't for his tough body refinement, this sword would have fractured his arms and instantly inflicted serious injuries. The glaring sword light had almost enveloped Li Fuchen completely, but with his astounding spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was still able to block the second sword. But this sword was Li Fuchen's limit, because his entire body was sent flying and he vomited a mouthful of blood. No wonder it is at the pinnacle master level. Those with valiant body refinement cultivation might not even be able to injure Li Fuchen in 1 or 2 moves. It was imaginable how powerful the third floor's illusory swordsman was. It was simply overwhelming. Outside the Master Tower, under everyone's attention, the Master Tower released 2 floors of radiance. He passed the second floor. Incredible. He is already at the elite master level right off the bat. No wonder he is number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings. In just a few more years, Junior Fuchen will definitely become a great master. The reason why the 3 direct monarch-class disciples could become great masters was because of their extremely tough bone frames. Senior Lei Donghai has the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame. In terms of lethality, this type of bone frame is superior to the other 7-star special bone frames. Senior Gu Jui has the 7-star Brightness bone frame. Among the special bone frames, the Brightness bone frame is definitely a top-notch bone frame. Senior Yuan Long has the 7-star Arhat bone frame. All of you should know that in the same realm, body refinement martial artists are already extremely powerful. Moreover, the Arhat bone frame is one level higher than the Vajra bone frame and the Ironstone bone frame. One of them shook his head. That might be the case, but when the 3 direct monarch-class disciples were at the reincarnation realm, they weren't able to rely on their individual martial strength to occupy 2 major regions on the White Scale continent. The early stage is the early stage, the later stage is the later stage. Putting aside everything else, Junior Fuchen's bone frame is only 6-star. It also means that his bone frame pattern only has 6 segments, while the other monarch-class disciples have 7 segments. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. This is indeed a problem. Some of the inner sect disciples who thought highly of Li Fuchen were silently shaking their heads. Without any heaven-class manuals, divine abilities were undoubtedly the strongest trump cards and methods. If one's divine ability was inferior, it didn't matter how strong one's regular strength was. After passing the 2nd floor of the Master Tower, Li Fuchen received an Elite Master token. This token also required a drop of blood to refine, and it was useless for others. With this token, Li Fuchen could head to the Inner Sect Mission Hall and accept Elite Master level missions. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission, he still wanted to consolidate his strength. For example, he could cultivate the 3 6-star mystic techniques to perfection. For example, he could comprehend the Blazing Flame bone frame pattern to 5 segments. For example, he could continue to comprehend the sword patterns on the 2nd seal of the Joint Heaven sword. The first goal was easy to achieve, and so was the second. However, the third goal was a little more difficult. Once the 2nd layer of the Joint Heaven sword seal was unlocked, its rank would be either Earth tier top tier or Heaven tier low tier. It wouldn't be that easy to break the seal. I shall redeem an artifact sword first. Before progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the difference between Earth-class mid-tier and Earth-class high-tier artifact swords wasn't huge. After all, everyone's chi wasn't powerful enough and it was hard to utilize the full power of the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. But after progressing to the Battle Spirit realm, the Earth-class high-tier artifact sword would be able to increase the strength by 20% to 30%. This 20% to 30% mustn't be underestimated. In a contest between experts, even a difference of 10% couldn't be neglected, let alone 20% to 30%. After arriving at the armament hall, Li Fuchen took a quick glance at the Earth-class high-tier artifact swords. With the primary Sea Realm's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could easily see the characteristics and potential of a sword. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen picked an Earth-class high-tier artifact sword. This sword was called the Flame Snake and the forging materials were 10,000-year flame iron, balance metal, and class 6 high-tier demonic beasts bone marrow metal. The price wasn't expensive and it only cost 3,000 contribution coins. Of course, it was only for Li Fuchen. To regular inner sect disciples, 3,000 contribution coins wasn't cheap. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchen wielded the Flame Snake and slashed. Huff! The surging sea of clouds was split into 2 without any signs. The blazing sword chi lingered and didn't disperse. It has increased my strength by around 25%. It is 10% more than the Joint Heaven sword. The Joint Heaven sword was definitely an extreme existence among the Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords. Regular Earth-class mid-tier artifact swords would only be able to increase a Battle Spirit Realm master's strength by 10%. After progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuchen's perception, thinking speed, and instinctive understanding of laws had all increased by 1 level. 1 week later, the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness was at the Perfection rank. 2 weeks later, the Perfect Circle Dipper Chi was at the Perfection rank. 1 month later, the 1,000 illusion eyes was at the perfection rank. 1.5 months later, the blazing flame bone frame pattern was comprehended to 5.3 segments. 2 months later, the sword pattern on the second seal of the joint heaven sword was comprehended to more than 90%. In terms of pure sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen might still be suppressed by pinnacle masters. But in terms of overall strength, Li Fuchen might not lose. His body refinement allowed him to have tough defense, the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes allowed him to turn the tables. I shall accept an elite master mission to understand more. Burying himself in cultivation wasn't Li Fuchen's style. The martial Dao was about combat, unless there was a day when his potential was exhausted. There were plenty of people in the inner sect mission hall. As compared to the outer sect disciples, the number of inner sect disciples was around 10 times more and there were also 10 times more people accepting missions. Elite Master Mission, head to the Red Copper Continent and kill Class 6 high-tier demonic beast, Flame Snake. Obtain 50 kilograms of bone marrow metal. Mission reward, 10,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen stopped in front of a mission wall. 50 kilograms of Flame Snake's bone marrow metal. His flame snake sword was mixed with plenty of bone marrow metal. I shall accept it. Li Fuchen tore off the mission slip. The Red Copper Continent was a low-tier continent that was of a higher class than the White Scale Continent and the East Unicorn Continent. It allowed Battle Spirit Realm Masters to move around, but this continent didn't have any native humans. There were countless demonic beasts and demons and the danger level wasn't something the White Scale Continent and the Demon Ring Continent could compare with. Heading to the Red Copper Continent required 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Monarch-class disciples and other disciples were treated the same and couldn't be exempted from the teleportation fee. Red Copper Continent, Red Rainbow City. The Red Rainbow sect actually constructed a city on the Red Copper Continent. They are truly extravagant. While walking on the streets, Li Fuchen saw plenty of inner sect disciples and even more martial artists below the battle spirit realm. Most of these martial artists were from the 7 great kingdoms. For a city to operate normally, it was impossible to rely on high-level martial artists. The grassroots martial artists were the foundation of a city's vitality. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have to settle everything himself after arriving at the Red Copper Continent. The Red Rainbow City's inns were very expensive and would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones a day. After paying 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen booked a room for 20 days. Chapter 533. Li Fuchen didn't immediately execute the mission as he needed to understand more about the Red Rainbow City and the Red Copper Continent. The Red Copper Continent wasn't the White Scale Continent. It was said that it was only slightly smaller than the Red Soil Continent and was around 5 times the size of the White Scale Continent. It was at least 10 times the size of the East Unicorn Continent. As of now, including the Red Rainbow sect, most of the Monarch-class factions had yet to explore the entire Red Copper Continent. There were some forbidden areas where even great masters would be in mortal danger. In fact, there was a terrifying incident of a city being destroyed on the Red Copper Continent. The city that had been destroyed was a king-class faction city from another continent. The reason for its destruction was that a martial grandmaster of that king-class faction had taken the risk of entering a forbidden area. As a result, he had provoked an extremely powerful Class 6 demon. According to the information back then, that Class 6 demon was suspected to have the strength of a Monarch-class master, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to destroy a Class 7 array. For regular Class 7 arrays, those below the primary sea realm wouldn't be able to break them even if they attacked for a few months. After spending some spirit stones, Li Fuchen purchased a map and an introduction to the forbidden areas. The Red Copper Continent has 3 major forbidden areas and 10 minor forbidden areas. Li Fuchen raised his brows and read carefully. The major forbidden areas definitely had Monarch-class master-level demons or demonic beasts. The minor forbidden areas definitely had great master-level demons or demonic beasts and there wasn't just one. It seems like it really is a forbidden area. With similar strength, human martial artists wouldn't be able to defeat demonic beasts and demons. The vitality of the demonic beasts and demons were too horrific. An attack that could kill a human martial artist might only cause light injuries to the demonic beasts and demons. Unless there were 3 to 5 individuals working together, otherwise, the demonic beasts and demons would only be able to escape. Let alone others, even Li Fuchen didn't dare to say he could defeat demonic beasts and demons at the same level. After all, demonic beasts and demons had massive bodies. The demonic beasts' bodies were like mountains and would easily be a few hundred feet or a few hundred feet. Human martial artists' bodies weren't even 10 feet. Of course, vitality and body size didn't have an absolute relationship. The bigger the body size, the weaker the vitality contained in every inch of flesh. Li Fuchen had a small body size, but every inch of flesh contained astounding vitality. Flame Iron Mountains. Ultimately, Li Fuchen set his target at the Flame Iron Mountains. The Flame Iron Mountain Range was a mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Until now, there had not been any demonic beasts or fiendish demons of the Great Grandmaster level. The Flame Iron Mountains were extremely hot. If a regular Chi Realm martial artist were to come here, they would be roasted to death in a short period of time. Even an Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On this day, a figure flew at a low altitude above the Flame Iron Mountain Range. The Flame Iron Mountain Range is rich in flame iron. 100-year flame iron can be seen everywhere, and 1000-year flame iron is not that rare either. The only rare ones are the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. This figure was naturally Li Fuchen. There was a reason why he chose the Flame Iron Mountain Range. Firstly, people often found flame snakes here. Secondly, this place was rich in flame iron. Of course, it wasn't the 100-year flame iron or the 1000-year flame iron that caught his attention. It was the 10,000-year flame iron and the 100,000-year flame iron. 10,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting high-tier Earth-class weapons, and 100,000-year flame iron was a top-notch material for crafting peak-tier Earth-class weapons. It was rumored that someone had even found a piece of million-year flame iron in the Flame Iron Mountain Range. This kind of flame iron could even be used as the main material for low-tier Heaven-class weapons. Even though Li Fuchen was flying at a low altitude and wasn't fast, he was still discovered by a Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Fire Spirit Bird. Human, die! The Fire Spirit Bird was extremely fast and sprinted at Li Fuchen like a stream of fire. But before the Fire Spirit Bird could get within 1.5 miles of Li Fuchen, it was cleaved into two by a blazing sword light. The giant body that was close to 2,000 feet instantly turned into a blazing fireball that could be seen clearly within a few hundred miles. Found it. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Fire Spirit Bird, and his eyes lit up as he discovered the flame snake. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he could see the entire Flame Iron Mountain Range vividly. But the flame snakes were normally underground, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness would need to spend some time to discover them. Increasing his speed, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the flame snake. In an underground space, a flame snake that was over 3,000 feet long was bathing in a lava lake. The flame snake was covered with fiery red scales and looked like the embodiment of flames. The golden lava was flowing along the fiery red scales, and it made the flame snake feel very comfortable. With the spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence, Li Fuchen silently followed the underground crevice and arrived above the lava lake. Kill! Like a stream of light, Li Fuchen instantly appeared above the flame snake and cleaved down. Sensing the danger, the flame snake's body sank and wanted to hide in the lava lake. But it was too late. PFFFTSS. This slash was fast and very powerful. The blazing sword light was like a waterfall that cleaved on the flame snake's neck and instantly opened up a giant wound. The flame snake's body contained the Class 7 demonic beast, Flame Python's bloodline. It might be rare, but it was still a demonic king's bloodline. Otherwise, regular Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts would definitely perish under Li Fuchen's slash. SSSS. The intense pain caused the flame snake to enter a frenzied state. Its massive body tumbled and set off waves of lava. Ignoring the lava, Li Fuchen shifted to the back of the flame snake and cleaved at the wound again. This slash almost severed the spine of the flame snake. Fresh blood sprayed onto the magma lake, causing the surface of the magma lake to be ablaze with monstrous flames. Even with the chi protection, Li Fuchen could still smell the choking odor. I must not give it a chance to react. The lava lake was connected to the depths of the ground. If the flame snake dove in, Li Fuchen wouldn't dare to chase recklessly. After all, he knew nothing about the bottom of the lava lake. If a pinnacle master-level demonic beast or demon emerged, he would be in danger. Thousand incineration. A scarlet-red bubble expanded and enveloped the flame snake's head and neck. Bang! The bubble burst, and the head of the flaming serpent was separated from its body. Under the cutting and annihilation of a large amount of sword chi, the fiery red scales and flesh on its head were completely gone. Its white bones were also riddled with sword marks. It is still rather smooth. Landing beside the lava lake, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled. The flame snake's massive body was sucked out of the lava lake and landed on the hard rocky ground. If it wasn't a sneak attack, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill the flame snake so cleanly. In fact, from start to end, the flame snake didn't even have time to launch an effective attack and was tricked to death. I wonder how much metal is contained in the bone marrow of a flame snake. The flame snake loved to devour metal, and after the metal was absorbed, most of it would be fused into the scales. Only a small portion of the essence would enter the bone marrow. After being nourished by the bone marrow, the metal would have astounding chi conductivity. When the chi passed through the metal, it wouldn't be damaged and would instead greatly increase the lethality of the chi. After removing the flame snake's skin and flesh, Li Fuchen released his blazing chi and started to roast the flame snake's bones. Crackle crackle. In just a short moment, the flame snake's bones cracked open and there were some of the larger cracks that had dark red metal that looked like sand falling onto the ground. It is about time. Li Fuchen opened up the flame snake's bones and started to collect the dark red metal. 1 kilogram. 5 kilograms. 25 kilograms. Chapter 534. In the sky above the Flame Iron Mountain range, the air distorted as layers of heat waves surged up from below. A small team of 3 flew quickly, as if they were not worried about being targeted by demonic beasts. With Junior Wu around, we will surely be able to get rid of that fire feather wolf. Among the 3, a skinny young man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks grinned. The sallow-faced youth nodded. Junior brother Wu has already passed the 3rd level of the Guru Tower. Even among the top-notch gurus, he is a very powerful existence. In a situation where strength was similar, a body refinement martial artist's advantage of high defense and thick vitality was invincible. It was not wrong to treat a body refinement martial artist as a monster beast or a demon. Wu Tianlang said, I have also heard of the fire feather wolf. This demonic beast isn't easy to deal with, and I just passed the 3rd floor of the Master Tower a few days ago. In terms of strength, I'm afraid I am inferior to the fire feather wolf. Junior Wu doesn't have to worry. As long as you can stall the fire feather wolf, everything will be fine. The 3 of them were all peak grandmasters. If they joined forces, they would be able to contend against a peak grandmaster level demon beast. If one of them was a peak body refining grandmaster, then they would have a high chance of killing a demon beast. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the Flame Iron Mountain range. There was a beehive mountain that was more than 2,000 zhang tall, and its entire body was filled with giant holes. From time to time, flames would shoot out of the holes on the beehive mountain, like fire dragons wreaking havoc. When the flames dispersed, clouds of thick red smoke would float to the top of the mountain, and be swallowed into the stomach of a demon wolf that was almost 2,000 feet tall and had fiery red feathers all over its body. Such good luck! This fire feather wolf is currently devouring the lava essence and fire chi. The monkey-faced youth's eyes lit up. The fire feather wolf wouldn't always appear on the surface. Most of the time, it would stay inside the beehive peak. This beehive mountain peak was very special. Even a great grandmaster would not be able to destroy it. The trio noticed the fire feather wolf, and the fire feather wolf also noticed them. The scarlet red eyes swept across the trio. The fire feather wolf's extremely high perception told him that these three individuals weren't as strong as him. Standing upright, the fire feather wolf's fiery red feathers extended out as it howled towards the sky. Go! Since the three of them had come, they did not intend to return empty-handed. So. The trio flew towards the fire feather wolf. The fire feather wolf's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as it extended its fiery red wings and flew towards the trio. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlong's blood wolf sky-trampling chi power burst out as a blood wolf spirit rose. It wasn't over yet. As he executed a fist strike, an even more powerful 9-headed dragon spirit blasted at the fire feather wolf. Boom! The fire feather wolf was stopped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Cold Teeth Blade. The monkey-faced young man pulled out his machete and slashed out. The air was filled with fangs, as if it had entered the mouth of a giant beast. Snow Soul Sword Art. The youth with the sallow complexion brandished his long sword as goose feather-like snowflakes descended from the sky. The snowflakes were flashing with cold white light. Once the snowflakes made contact with the fire feather wolf's body, they would immediately explode and turn into countless sword chi that shuttled around, cutting and freezing the fire feather wolf's body. Roar! The fire feathers on the fire feather wolf exploded and shattered the ice frost sword chi and the fanged saber chi. A horrific flame current extended in all directions and was accompanied by illusory fire feathers. Bang 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 bang, the flame current made it difficult for the trio to move. The fire feather's power was even superior to the ice frost sword chi. Once they made contact with the trio's chi protection, there was a violent explosion and a blaze that shook the sky. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the sallow-complexioned youth and the monkey-faced young man staggered back from the explosion while their chi and blood were boiling. This fire feather wolf is much stronger than the rumors. The monkey-faced young man had an unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, the fire feather wolf wasn't weak among pinnacle masters. The trio had only become pinnacle masters in the recent 2 years, while Wu Tianlang had only become a pinnacle master in the recent month. I will stall him. The two of you wait for an opportunity to attack. The fire feathers were like a drizzle to Wu Tianlang and he was able to resist them with his chi spirit. Over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen was surprised. He had just released his spiritual awareness and saw the battle between 3 humans and a demonic beast. From the trio's attack strength, they were obviously superior to the illusory swordsmen on the 3rd floor of the Master Tower. It also meant that the trio were all pinnacle masters. If the trio had to work together to deal with a demonic beast, it would naturally be a pinnacle master level demonic beast. It is fortunate that Senior Wu Tianlang is here to stall, otherwise, the two of them would be in trouble. Li Fuchen recognized Wu Tianlang. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, there were only a few that cultivated the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp and Wu Tianlang was one of the best. Li Fuchen didn't plan to step forward and watched quietly. A battle of this level would allow Li Fuchen to have a better understanding of pinnacle masters. If he encountered them, he wouldn't misjudge the enemy's strength. Senior Wu Tianlang's body refinement should be at the completion level of the battle spirit realm. His strength is stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 3rd floor, but his defense is superior to a great master. In a life-and-death battle, a great master wouldn't be able to kill Senior Wu Tianlang within a short period of time. As a body refinement martial artist, Li Fuchen knew deeply about the terror of a body refinement martial artist. Killing a body refinement martial artist was the same as killing a demonic beast or demon. Even if the body refinement martial artist was 1 level stronger, it wouldn't be easy to kill the body refinement martial artist. That skinny senior brother's saber art is extremely powerful. In terms of attack power, he is 30% stronger than senior brother Wu Tianlang. Senior brother with a sallow complexion is the same as me, a sword artist. His Ice Dao sword art is very strange. Li Fuchen watched with great interest. His observation skills were extremely meticulous and he was able to see through the surface. To regular battle spirit realm masters, this was just an intense battle. But to Li Fuchen, the offense and defense of this battle had been simulated countless times in his mind. After every simulation, there would be accurate data recorded in his mind. This was also why Li Fuchen's estimation of his own strength was very accurate. After all, in terms of observation skills, Li Fuchen had already reached the primary sea realm. A primary sea realm monarch was able to see through a battle between battle spirit realm masters with a single glance. With Senior Wu Tianlang delaying the Fire Feather Wolf, the chances of victory are around 60%. I wonder what trump card this Fire Feather Wolf has. Howl! The Fire Feather Wolf flapped its wings, and above its head, a pair of giant flaming wings appeared. The flaming wings instantly split up and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that slashed at Wu Tianlang and the others. Bang 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 bang, there were sounds of explosions. Apart from Wu Tianlang, the other two were injured and their bodies were covered in wounds. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth didn't hesitate to burst out with his cold ice divine ability. In an instant, horrific cold chi wreaked havoc. In just a blink of the eye, fist-sized ice crystals appeared in the air. The Fire Feather Wolf that was at the center of the cold chi instantly extinguished the flames on its body. A layer of frost covered its body, and in just a few blinks of the eye, the Fire Feather Wolf was frozen in a giant block of ice. Wind Blade Slash. The monkey-faced youth roared out and burst out with the Wind Spirit power as he executed the Wind Spirit divine ability. There was a pale green crescent wind blade that appeared in the air and slashed at the Fire Feather Wolf. Visible to the naked eye, there was a smooth cut in the air as though the air had been slashed apart. Chapter 535. Kacha! The light cyan crescent wind blade struck the ice block, and a large crack immediately appeared on the ice block. The crescent wind blade was like the wind as it drilled into the crack. In the next moment, a pale green radiance seeped out from the crack, accompanied by countless amounts of blood. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wu Tianlang's attack followed closely behind. He raised his right hand up high and slashed down fiercely. The domineering 9-headed dragon spirit instantly shattered the ice into pieces. Whoosh! Blood-red flames surged into the sky. The Fire Feather Wolf's body was bathed in blood while its eyes were icy cold and violent. It had been a long time since he had been injured. He did not expect that 3 people who were weaker than him could actually injure him when they joined hands. Bloodthirsty Fire Wings. The Fire Feather Wolf's fiery red feathers instantly turned blood red. There was a flash of blood light as the Fire Feather Wolf appeared in front of the young man and brandished its claw. The monkey-faced youth quickly swung his saber to block the attack. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the monkey-faced youth was directly sent flying. Chi! In the process of being hit and sent flying, a dry wound suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the monkey-faced youth, but no blood splashed out. Be careful, his claws can suck blood, and his speed has increased. The monkey-faced young man said in shock. Icebound 100 miles. The sallow youth executed his icy cold divine ability again and enveloped the Fire Feather Wolf with endless icy cold air. Bang! The ice block exploded, and a blood-red flame rushed toward the sallow-faced youth. His icy cold divine ability had failed. Right now, the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic chi and speed had reached a higher level. The icy cold chi wasn't able to freeze him and would be blasted by the blood-colored flames. Horizontally, the 9-headed dragon's aura blocked the blood-colored flames. Among the 3 of them, only Wu Tianlang could clash with the Fire Feather Wolf. The other 2 couldn't. Bang 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 bang, after exchanging a few moves, Wu Tianlang was sent flying by a claw strike. It was fortunate that the Fire Feather Wolf's claw didn't break through his defense and was weakened by the Chi spirit. The remaining force wasn't enough to tear his flesh. However, Wu Tianlang felt that the skin where he was touched was a little dry. The other party's claws did not need to tear open the wound and could directly suck blood. What a strange talent. Wu Tianlang frowned. This is bad. 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the trio wasn't a match for the Fire Feather Wolf. When the Fire Feather Wolf executed its special innate ability, it would get stronger in close combat and the trio wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think of rushing over to help. His strength was only at the elite master level and he would be abused if he went over. As for defense, he wasn't comparable to Wu Tianlang. Only the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes could be of some use. Fine, I'll help out. If I can't, don't blame me. From over 1,000 miles away, Li Fuchen shot out a spiritual awareness spike from his forehead. To others, it was a fantasy to launch a spiritual awareness attack from over 1,000 miles away, but to Li Fuchen, over 1,000 miles was still within his attack range. Pop! The spiritual awareness attack was extremely fast and instantly pierced into the Fire Feather Wolf's head. Roar! The Fire Feather Wolf had a splitting headache and the blood-red feathers on its body had turned fiery red. It was obvious that maintaining one's innate ability consumed one's mind. When the demon spirit was attacked, its innate ability would automatically disintegrate. The trio didn't know that Li Fuchen was helping and thought that it was the Fire Feather Wolf's bloodline backlash. Go! A torrential rain of attacks poured down. Damn it, who is it? The Fire Feather Wolf's body was riddled with injuries as he scanned with his spiritual awareness. As a pinnacle existence among the Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts, the Fire Feather Wolf's spiritual awareness had a range of over 1,000 miles. But when his spiritual awareness scanned Li Fuchen's location, he couldn't detect Li Fuchen. No one. The Fire Feather Wolf was bewildered. There were only 3 reasons why his spiritual sense couldn't detect the other party. Firstly, the other party was not within the range of his spiritual sense. Secondly, the other party had a perfect way to hide his aura. Unless he looked with the naked eye, he wouldn't be able to sense him with his spiritual sense. Thirdly, the other party's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It could isolate his spiritual sense and make him unable to detect any abnormalities. No matter which one it was extremely terrifying. It's beyond the range of his spiritual sense to be able to injure his demon spirit. What kind of spiritual sense attack is this? If one had a way to perfectly conceal one's aura, they would not be easy to deal with. As for the last possibility, it meant that the spiritual awareness was already at the primary sea realm. Count yourselves lucky. The Fire Feather Wolf turned and flew towards the Beehive Peak and instantly entered. Damn it, he escaped. The monkey-faced youth was rather unhappy. The sallow youth said, the Fire Feather Wolf is harder to deal with than we imagined. If it wasn't for the bloodline backlash, it would be hard for us to escape unscathed. Wu Tianlang nodded. To deal with the Fire Feather Wolf, it will be hard to kill him unless 5 pinnacle masters or 1 great master are dispatched. The monkey-faced youth said helplessly, no wonder the mission to kill the Fire Feather Wolf has a reward of 120,000 contribution coins. Furthermore, there is a note that it is best to form a team with at least 3 pinnacle masters. Missions were divided into individual missions and group missions. Individual missions had a reward of 30,000 contribution coins, and if someone was to form a team, everyone would be able to obtain very little contribution coins. According to the difficulty of a group mission, the contribution coins reward would normally be at least 3 times that of an individual mission. Of course, if you felt that you were strong enough, you could do a group mission by yourself. But if you died, you couldn't blame anyone else. The Thorn of Spiritual Awareness is rather effective, but it is mainly because I have cultivated it to the perfection rank. Li Fuchen nodded with satisfaction. With the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness, even if Li Fuchen encountered a pinnacle master, he would be able to contest, unless the opponent also cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique. I am lacking one more flame snake. I shall use this flame snake to test the effects of the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and 1,000 Illusion Eyes in combat. Li Fuchen turned around and left to search for the second flame snake. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the second flame snake at a depth of 10,000 meters. This flame snake maintained its human form and its skin was covered with red snake scales. It looked stronger than the first flame snake. SSSSSS. After seeing Li Fuchen, the flame snake didn't escape. Instead, it extended its slender tongue and licked its lips. It has been a long time since I tasted a human. I wonder how does your flesh and blood taste? Is that so? After activating the thorn of spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's forehead shot out a sharp thorn. Roar! The flame snake had a painful expression and burst out with demonic chi. Thousand illusion eyes. Li Fuchen's eyes had a kaleidoscope of complex colors as he swept a glance at the flame snake. In the next moment, the flame snake's eyes turned blurry and its body turned sluggish. Flowing flame edge. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the flaming sword light circled around the flame snake's neck. There was a pfff sound as a massive head flew up. Right at this moment, the flame snake woke up and the demonic spirit flew out from the head. It wanted to escape, but when the flaming sword light slashed, the demonic spirit was instantly turned into ashes. Chapter 536. After the flame snake died, it could no longer maintain its human form. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame snake corpse. Step by step, Li Fuchen extracted the metal from the flame snake's skeleton. This flaming snake provided 68 gene of bone marrow gold. The bone marrow gold was much more precious than the 10,000-year flame iron. If a treasure sword that weighed more than 500 gene was mixed with 5 gene of bone marrow gold, the sword's performance would be greatly improved. Time to go back. Digging out the flame snake's demon core, Li Fuchen took a glance and prepared to leave. In the corner of the underground space, Li Fuchen saw a faint fiery red glow. Walking over, Li Fuchen cleaved down with his palm. Bang! The rock exploded, and a piece of metal the size of a calf flew up, emitting a fiery red glow. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old flame iron. It was clearly a 10,000-year-old flame iron. Only 10,000-year-old flame iron would emit a fiery red light. 1,000-year-old flame iron would only emit a faint red light. This piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron was only the size of a calf, but it weighed a staggering 1,500 kilograms. Even a regular Origin Realm martial artist would find it difficult to lift it. A piece of 10,000-year-old flame iron and some bone marrow gold would be enough to forge a high-rank Earth-grade weapon. It's just lacking some gold. Balance gold was known as the most versatile metal in the world. Its function was very simple. It was to perfectly combine two or more types of metals without any conflict. At the same time, it was also one of the most expensive metals. The flaming snake sword in Li Fuchen's hand was a few thousand kilograms in weight, but it was only mixed with less than one tael of balance metal. Even so, half of the flaming serpent sword's value came from the balance metal. The 10,000-year flame iron and the bone marrow metal only took up the other half. Perhaps I can collect some 10,000-year flame iron. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't intentionally search for flame irons mainly because there were too many flame irons in the Flame Iron Mountains. He didn't care about 100-year or 1,000-year flame irons, while 10,000-year flame irons were hard to find. From the looks of it, 10,000-year flame irons were probably a few thousand meters or even 10,000 meters underground. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness would only be able to scan a few hundred miles. Those that were more formidable would be able to scan up to 1,000 miles, while those that were heaven-defying might be able to reach up to a few thousand miles, but that was in the air. If he went deep underground, the range of his spiritual sense would be reduced by 100-fold. For example, it could sweep hundreds of miles in the air, but only a few miles underground. Not many people could search for 10,000-year flame iron in the depths of the earth. However, Li Fuchen was different. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could already scan 50,000 miles and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range had doubled and was around 100,000 miles. It was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs with abnormally powerful spiritual awareness. Therefore, even if he was underground, the range of his spiritual sense should be able to reach 1,000 miles. Let's try it out first. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness to test the limits of his underground perception range. 50 li. 100 li. 1000 li. 1800 li. Perhaps it was because Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was rather powerful, but the underground spiritual awareness's detection range didn't shrink by 100 times, it was only slightly more than 50 times. I wonder what it's like below a depth of 10,000 meters. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness permeated downwards. It's so difficult. The range of my soul's sense is 1,800 miles below the ground, but the range of my soul's sense is only a few dozen miles below the ground from 10,000 to 20,000 meters. Below 20,000 meters, I estimate it can only be a few hundred meters. Li Fuchen could sense that the underground contained a vigorous power. The deeper underground, the stronger the vigorous power. Li Fuchen reckoned that this should be the Earth law. Everything had laws. However, the law power contained in regular things was too weak and couldn't be sensed. The Earth was vast and boundless, and the law power produced was extremely powerful. Let alone Li Fuchen, even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't be able to deal with the Earth law of a low-class continent. Bang! In this underground space, there wasn't just one piece of 10,000-year flame iron. When Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness earlier, he noticed 3 pieces of 10,000-year flame iron in this underground space. The rock exploded and Li Fuchen extracted the 3rd piece of 10,000-year flame iron. This piece of 10,000-year flame iron was only the size of a palm, but it was a few hundred kilograms. With a chuckle, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness reached 10,000 meters underground. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's detection range might only be a few dozen miles below 10,000 meters, but it was enough. After all, this underground space was only a few dozen miles in size. 1 piece, 2 pieces, there were more 10,000-year flame irons between 10,000 to 15,000 meters. In this underground space, there were 7 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was around the same size as Li Fuchen and was probably a few tens of thousands of kilograms. But it was rather troublesome to extract them. Without a choice, Li Fuchen drew the flaming snake sword and cleaved open a ravine. Some of the deeper ones required 7 to 8 slashes or even a few dozen slashes. Forget it if it's below 15,000 meters. Li Fuchen had to spend a lot of effort to extract the 10,000-year flame irons within 15,000 meters. Below 15,000 meters, even if Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could detect them, he wouldn't be able to extract them. The soil and rocks here contained concentrated earth law. It wasn't like the ground, where a simple slash could create a deep ravine. Unless this underground space had a natural crack that connected to the ground. But it was a pity that this underground space didn't have such a natural crack. After returning to the surface, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness to search for other underground spaces. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen found the second underground space. The depth of this underground space was around 12,000 meters. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness had only discovered its existence after entering the entrance of the underground space. Forcefully seeping down from the surface would consume too much of his spiritual awareness, and it wasn't necessary. In this underground space, Li Fuchen found a total of 9 pieces of 10,000-year flame irons. The largest piece was the size of 2 Li Fuchen and was at least 50,000 kilograms. As days passed by, Li Fuchen's harvest was increasing. The flame iron mountains spanned over 10,000 miles and there were plenty of underground spaces. Most of them were dug out by the Class 6 demonic beasts as their habitats. Of course, there were plenty that were naturally formed. There were some deeper underground spaces that Li Fuchen didn't dare to enter. The demonic beasts or demons that lived there had abnormally powerful chi presences and were obviously pinnacle master-level demonic beasts or demons. Li Fuchen might not be afraid, but he couldn't kill them either. On the 15th day, in an underground space that was 7,000 meters deep, Li Fuchen found a piece of 100,000-year flame iron. This piece of flame iron was only the size of a wash basin, but its weight was more than 2 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. It was around 15,000 kilograms and the surface was emitting a scarlet scorching radiance. The scorching radiance was abnormally tyrannical. Li Fuchen reckoned that even a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would be incinerated to death within a short period of time if they came into contact with the 100,000-year flame iron. The value of the 100,000-year flame iron is more than 100 times that of the 10,000-year flame iron. This piece is probably worth at least 100,000 contribution coins. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to exchange it for contribution coins. After all, he didn't lack contribution coins. Chapter 537. By the time Li Fuchen had searched through the entire Flame Iron Mountains, 18 days had passed. During these 18 days, Li Fuchen's harvest was abnormally abundant. He found 1.5 million kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron and only one piece of 100,000-year flame iron, which was 16,000 kilograms. According to the Red Rainbow sect's exchange rate, 5 kilograms of 10,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 1 contribution coin. 5 kilograms of 100,000-year flame iron could be exchanged for 100 contribution coins. Li Fuchen's harvest of flame iron had a total value of around 300,000 contribution coins. If the other inner sect disciples knew of Li Fuchen's battle achievements, they would probably be extremely jealous. They would risk their lives and wouldn't be able to earn a few contribution coins in a year. Li Fuchen spent 18 days in the Red Bronze Mountains and earned 300,000 contribution coins. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Indeed, it was infuriating to compare oneself with others. If a certain aspect was outstanding, it would give a huge advantage to the martial artist. If a certain aspect was outstanding, the advantage would be irreparable. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with elite primary Sea Realm monarchs, Li Fuchen's advantage was naturally unimaginable for battle spirit realm masters. Regular primary Sea Realm monarchs would be left in the dust. If Li Fuchen couldn't earn contribution coins easily, then primary Sea Realm monarchs wouldn't be any better than Li Fuchen. After returning to the Red Rainbow City, Li Fuchen had a good meal. The meat provided in this restaurant was very high grade. The meat made from level 5 demonic beasts was the most common kind. The meat made from level 6 demonic beasts was the real signature dish. However, if one wanted to eat a level 6 banquet, one would need at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Fuchen had a few tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, but he couldn't afford to eat class 6 banquets every day. It was hard to imagine the income of the inns for a year. Of course, the larger businesses in the Red Rainbow City were basically owned by the Red Rainbow sect. Only some small businesses would be owned by others. The inns were obviously not considered small businesses, and all the spirit stones earned would belong to the Red Rainbow sect. No one dared to be envious and open their own inns. After eating half of the class 6 banquet, Li Fuchen's body was heating up and his qi and blood were nourished. Look, Senior Yuan Long is here. The demonic beast he is carrying is at least at the pinnacle master level. It is the Terrain Violent Bear. Even among the pinnacle master level demonic beasts, it is an extremely formidable existence. It is a pity that it encountered Senior Yuan Long. The street in front of the restaurant was incomparably wide. But at this moment, a huge shadow enveloped the area, plunging everything within a radius of several thousand zhang into darkness. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw a stalwart youth flying over while carrying a 7,000 feet demonic beast. This person is Senior Brother Yuan Long. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Yuan Long was one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. He had the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was at the perfection of the battle spirit realm. His strength was at the great master level. Shopkeeper Mo, how many spirit stones is this Terrain Violent Bear worth? Yuan Long floated in midair and said in a clear voice. A gray-haired middle-aged man walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the Terrain Violent Bear and said, "This Terrain Violent Bear contains the Terrain Violent Dragon's bloodline. One of them is worth 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary 6th-level demonic beasts were only worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If one's body contained the bloodline of a demonic king, its value would instantly soar. If the density of the demonic monarch's bloodline was very high, the value would be even higher. The concentration of the Terra Tyrannosaurus's bloodline depended on its strength. The Terra Tyrannosaurus bear's strength was close to that of a martial grandmaster. Naturally, the concentration of its Terra Tyrannosaurus bloodline was very high. "Alright, I shall sell it to you." Yuan Long laughed heartily. "Send it to the slaughterhouse then. This place cannot accommodate it," the gray-haired middle-aged man said. Soon enough, Yuan Long carried the corpse of the terrain violent bear and left. After knowing that the corpses of the Class 6 demonic beasts were so valuable, Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. The 2 flame snakes that he killed contained the demonic monarch flame python's bloodline. The bloodline density might be very low, but it was still worth over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2 flame snakes would be 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was a pity for him to abandon them. But if he was carrying 2 flame snakes, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Storage bags that could store the corpses of Class 6 demonic beasts were probably rare even for primary Sea Realm monarchs. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had extracted the demonic cores of the flame snakes. The demonic cores of Class 6 high-tier demonic beasts were still very valuable and were even more valuable than the corpses of the demonic beasts. "I am full." 2 hours later, Li Fuchen had finished the entire table of Class 6 banquets. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, he didn't need to eat for an entire month. But if he wanted to eat, a single meal would be 100 times more than a regular martial artist. In terms of food energy, a single meal would be 10,000 or 100,000 times more than a regular martial artist. Furthermore, this wasn't his limit. At his level, there wasn't a need to excrete. The excess substances would be refined into impurities and excreted. It also meant that unless the energy consumed exceeded Li Fuchen's endurance limit, he would be able to continue eating. The reincarnation realm was already inhuman. At the battle spirit realm, it was even more so. Apart from retaining the human form, the other aspects had already surpassed regular humans. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Fuchen left the Red Rainbow City and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. After handing over the bone marrow metal, Li Fuchen obtained 10,000 contribution coins and an additional 21 kilograms of bone marrow metal. My current strength should be around 40% to 50% stronger than the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor of the Master Tower. I reckon that if I want to pass the 3rd floor and reach the Pinnacle Master Realm, my strength will need to be twice as strong as the illusory swordsman on the 2nd floor. The difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters was extremely huge and could easily be twice as strong. From what everyone said, the difference between pinnacle masters and great masters was even greater. In short, the further one progressed, the more ridiculous it would be. By then, it would be useless to rely on Earth-class manuals and one would have to rely on one's innate talent. Regular 7-star special bone frames would be a little forceful and would need to be those extremely formidable 7-star special bone frames. Of course, 8-star bone frames were fine and it didn't matter what kind of bone frame it was. After all, 8-star bone frames would have 8 bone frame patterns. Furthermore, the divine abilities awakened by 8-star bone frames were extremely incredible and belonged to the high-class divine abilities. Let's not bother about such distant matters first. Increasing my cultivation level is the most important thing. Li Fuchen had used up all the red rainbow elixirs that the sect rewarded him and stabilized his cultivation at the later stage of the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm. Li Fuchen still had some Perception Dao elixirs and he was planning to break through to the 32nd rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. This was the only way for him to increase his cultivation speed and it was best to reach the highest rank as soon as possible. Time elapsed without anyone noticing. The path of the martial Dao was long and lonely. If it wasn't cultivation, it would be battles or searching for resources. Kinship, friendship, and love were all neglected. This was the price of cultivating the martial Dao. It was heavy but worth pursuing. Normal people might have kinship, friendship, and love, but a busy life would only last for 100 years. In the long river of time, there wouldn't be any traces left behind. Since he had chosen the martial Dao, he had to be single-minded and let nature take its course. There was no need to force anything. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen was 30 years old. Chapter 538. On the second floor of the Master Tower, flowing flame edge. The extremely agile blazing sword light flashed across the illusory swordsman's body. Immediately after, the illusory swordsman collapsed and exploded. I only used 50% of my strength to defeat the illusory swordsman on the second floor. Perhaps I can pass the third floor this time. Earlier on, Li Fuchen didn't even activate the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. He didn't even use the blazing flame power and merely relied on his cultivation technique and sword art to defeat the illusory swordsman on the second floor. As compared to the previous time he challenged the Master Tower, he had improved tremendously and was almost twice as strong. The reason why he was able to improve was because his cultivation had reached the third level of Battle Spirit Realm and his cultivation technique had broken through to the 32nd rank. He was only one rank away from the highest rank. Furthermore, his sword art might still be at the trance stage, but the details were more mystical and unpredictable. It was already at the limit of this sword art, and if he improved further, it would be a quasi-heaven class sword art. Ordinary people were 30 years old and Li Fuchen was considered to have some achievements. Arriving at the third floor, Li Fuchen instantly activated the perfect circle dipper chi and bronze sword essence. The blazing flame power surged out and fused into the bronze sword chi. Right at this moment, the illusory swordsman appeared and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he countered with his sword. Clang! There was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen and the illusory swordsman each took over a dozen steps back. The duo clashed forcefully and were considered to be evenly matched. As expected, my attack power isn't inferior to the illusory swordsman, Li Fuchen said to himself. Clang 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 clang, the illusory swordsman's movement speed and sword speed were extremely fast. In every breath, it would be able to execute dozens of swords. Furthermore, the angle of each sword was natural and extremely smooth. Such sword art proficiency was already considered perfect at the Battle Spirit Realm. But in terms of sword art proficiency, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't inferior to anyone. With the spiritual awareness of an elite primary Sea Realm monarch, Li Fuchen couldn't tolerate any flaws in his sword art. Because a trace of flaw would be magnified by his spiritual awareness and would become abnormally ugly. It was just like bacteria. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If they could see it, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate so many bacteria on their body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to solve the problem of bacteria, but Li Fuchen was able to resolve the sword art's crudeness. It didn't matter how fast the illusory swordsman's sword was, or how exquisite the sword art's attack trajectory was, it was unable to break Li Fuchen's sword art defense. At this moment, the duo didn't have time to execute their sword art's kill move. After all, to use a killer move, one needed to accumulate power. The moment he gathered his strength, he would most likely be hit by his opponent. My attack power is about the same as his. Even if I win, I will only be at the level of a top-notch grandmaster. If my strength is higher, I can force him to retreat with one sword move, and then suppress or even kill him with a sword technique. When the attack power was about the same, it would depend on the sword skills. If the opponent's sword skills were slightly inferior, Li Fuchen would still be able to find an opportunity to execute his kill move. It was a pity that the opponent's sword skills were extremely proficient and Li Fuchen wasn't able to find an opportunity for now. 100 moves. 200 moves. This battle was even more intense and dangerous than the battle with the Silver Sword Guild's Emperor-class disciple, Sun Qianni. In every split second, Li Fuchen would have to make thousands of judgments. He would have to judge which angle the opponent's sword was coming from and if the opponent's sword was a feint or a real move. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into a disadvantage. The battle to his heart's content had allowed Li Fuchen's spirit to be unprecedentedly concentrated. His sword speed had increased, and with the increase in sword speed, the sword force would naturally increase as well. This was the difference between a flesh and blood life form and an array's life form. A flesh and blood life form could perform exceptionally in special situations, but an array's life form was fixed and the strength would always be at a subtle level. It was impossible to perform exceptionally, of course, it was also impossible to perform abnormally. After repelling the illusory swordsman's sword, Li Fuchen yelled out, "Flowing flame edge." The sword was like water and the sword was like fire. It flowed along the illusory swordsman's body with extreme speed. PFFF. The illusory swordsman collapsed. I finally won. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. After a long period of bitter cultivation, his strength had finally reached the pinnacle master level. One shouldn't underestimate the difference between elite masters and pinnacle masters. Pinnacle masters were pinnacle masters. Normally, pinnacle masters were already at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. The so-called great masters and monarch-class masters were special existences and had nothing to do with potential. In the eyes of most people, pinnacle masters were the symbol of strength. As long as primary sea-realm monarchs didn't appear, they would be able to roam freely anywhere. I have already cultivated 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. I might as well cultivate another one. During the long period of time, Li Fuchen had redeemed 2 more Earth-class peak-tier sword arts and had cultivated them to the trance stage. At the current stage, apart from Heaven-class sword arts, no other sword arts were able to enhance Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength, but they could increase Li Fuchen's sword Dao foundation. With a deep sword Dao foundation, it would definitely be much easier for him to encounter Heaven-class sword arts in the future. For the 5th Earth-class peak-tier sword art, Li Fuchen chose the Grand Wind sword art. This sword art was a Wind Dao sword art. It wasn't just powerful, it was fast too. Furthermore, it didn't conflict with Fire Dao Qi. With the accumulation from the first 4 Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the 5th sword art was astounding. In just over a month, Li Fuchen had comprehended the Grand Wind sword art to the trance stage. When he brandished his sword, the sword light was like the wind, the sword qi was like the wind, the sword field was like the wind, and the sword intent was like the wind. As long as the wind existed, the sword qi would exist. The bitingly cold and bold sword qi was like a divine wind that descended into the world. The sword prowess was astounding. What surprised Li Fuchen was that with the stimulation from the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents, Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was finally pushed to the Earth-class peak-tier. Furthermore, it seemed to be superior to the 5 Earth-class peak-tier sword intents. The initial meteor sword art was only a mystic-class low-tier sword art. Just like Li Fuchen, it rose up from insignificance. Swish! In the sky, there was a stream of light that shot straight into the clouds. The extremely condensed sword intent would cause one's mind to tremble and it was hair-raising. It felt as though there was nothing that couldn't be penetrated by this sword and no one could dodge it. When the sword was brandished, the sword intent had already penetrated. What a great meteor sword art! Li Fuchen reckoned that just one move of the meteor sword art was able to increase his strength by a little, and it was something that other sword arts couldn't achieve. I have already cultivated all the sword arts that are suitable for me. The rest of the sword arts aren't suitable for me. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class faction, but they only had over a dozen Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Most of the attributes weren't suitable for him, like the Water Dao sword art or the Thunder Dao sword art. The sword arts that Li Fuchen chose were either Fire Dao sword arts, Wind Dao sword arts, or Neutral sword arts. I can accept a Pinnacle Master mission now. Chapter 539. Has no one completed the Fire Feather Wolf mission? On a mission wall in the Inner Sect mission hall, Li Fuchen was rather astonished when he saw the mission list. Li Fuchen knew that Pinnacle Master missions were hard to complete, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. After thinking about it, there might not be any great masters who accepted this mission. If it was just a Pinnacle Master, it would require at least 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters to complete it. The Red Rainbow sect only had over 20 Pinnacle Masters and each of them had their own plans. It wasn't that easy to gather 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters. As for why the Great Masters didn't accept this mission, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was due to the Red Rainbow sect's unspoken rule. If the low-level missions were completed by the higher-level individuals, then the lower-level individuals wouldn't be able to accept any decent missions and wouldn't be able to temper themselves. Then I shall accept it. Li Fuchen tore off the mission slip. With the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes, he wasn't considered a regular Pinnacle Master anymore. The rest of the Pinnacle Masters might have cultivated the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes, but they might not be at the Perfection rank. Even if they were at the Perfection rank, the power they could execute wouldn't be as powerful as Li Fuchen. They would only be able to slightly affect the opponent's strength and wouldn't be able to play a crucial role. Junior Fuchen accepted the Fire Feather Wolf mission. What? Did you see wrongly? How can I see wrongly? He tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip. Could Junior Fuchen already have the strength of a Pinnacle Master? Are you stupid? If he can accept a Pinnacle Master mission, he is naturally a Pinnacle Master. That's right, that's right. I nearly forgot about this. But it shouldn't be. The Fire Feather Wolf mission is already a first-grade Pinnacle Master mission. Without 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters working together, it is impossible to complete it. Perhaps he has already formed a team. Li Fuchen wasn't considered famous in the inner sect, but he wasn't a nobody either. Many people recognized him, and when he tore off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip, it instantly attracted plenty of attention. Everyone was shocked at Li Fuchen's rapid improvement in strength and felt rather strange about Li Fuchen's actions. The Fire Feather Wolf mission wasn't simple. It was fine if they were in a team, but if they were alone, it would be asking for trouble and might even be life-threatening. Previously, Senior Gao Hang, whose strength was only inferior to the 3 direct Monarch-class disciples and was ranked top 5 among the Pinnacle Masters in the Red Rainbow sect, was conceited with his superior strength. He headed to the Red Copper Continent's Flame Iron Mountains alone and planned to kill the Fire Feather Wolf. But in the end, he was severely injured and returned in a miserable state. He had become a joke for a moment. No matter how much Li Fuchen improved, it was already incredible for him to become a Pinnacle Master. It was basically impossible for him to eliminate the Fire Feather Wolf by himself. As such, everyone unanimously believed that Li Fuchen must have formed a team. However, they didn't know who Li Fuchen had formed a team, as there weren't a lot of Pinnacle Masters left in the Red Rainbow sect. You're asking for trouble. In front of a mission wall in the depths of the mission hall, a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes sneered. Senior Brother Gao, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Wan chuckled and mocked. Lu Wan, are you mocking me? Gao Hang stared at Lu Wan with gloomy eyes. Lu Wan said, I am just speaking the truth. What is there to mock? She had some grudges with Gao Hang and they had always been at odds. Others were fearful of Gao Hang and didn't dare to mock him, but she did. In terms of strength, she might only be a regular Pinnacle Master, but as a body refinement martial artist, it wasn't that easy for Gao Hang to defeat her. I would like to see how he is going to complete this mission. Lu Wan, since you are so confident in him, why don't we make a bet? The loser will automatically hand over 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gao Hang grinned and said. Lu Wan frowned after hearing the statement. She simply didn't like Gao Hang and wanted to disgust him. If she made a bet with Gao Hang, wouldn't she lose for sure? Why? You don't dare. If you don't dare, then cut the crap. Gao Hang spoke bluntly. Why not? Let's make the bet. Lu Wan gritted her teeth. She decided to follow behind Li Fuchen in the dark. If Li Fuchen couldn't deal with the Fire Feather Wolf, she would go and help. Gao Hang sized up Lu Wan and said, I know what you are thinking. It doesn't matter, I will allow you to go and help. Even if Li Fuchen and Lu Wan worked together, Gao Hang didn't think they could deal with the Fire Feather Wolf. Let's wait and see. Lu Wan didn't say anything else. Overestimating yourself. Gao Hang curled his lips. Let alone the two of them, even if 3 to 5 Pinnacle Masters worked together, it would be hard to complete this mission. Of course, he wouldn't allow 3 to 5 pinnacle masters to help Li Fuchen as it would be too risky. I will personally observe the battle and I believe you won't be able to play any tricks, Gao Hang said in his heart. After tearing off the Fire Feather Wolf mission slip, Li Fuchen walked towards the teleportation plaza. Behind him, Lu Wan and Gao Heng followed one after another. Li Fuchen didn't mind and thought that the duo were also heading to the teleportation plaza. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen teleported to the Red Copper Continent's Red Rainbow City. Just as Li Fuchen stepped off the teleportation platform, it lit up again and Lu Wan appeared. Immediately after, Gao Heng appeared as well. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt something was wrong. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen flew towards the Flame Iron Mountains. Why are they following me? Li Fuchen frowned along the way. Originally, he thought that the duo were just passing by the Red Copper Continent and shouldn't be related to him. Right now, even if he was a fool, he would know that the duo were following him. Senior brothers and senior sisters, why are you following me? Li Fuchen transmitted a message. Just do your mission and don't need to bother about me, Gao Hang said indifferently. Lu Wan said, I made a bet with him. We are betting if you can deal with the Fire Feather Wolf. If you can't, we will work together to deal with the Fire Feather Wolf and it will be considered as my win. Using me to make a bet? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. How was she any different from a monkey in a circus? What if I don't do this mission for now? Li Fuchen asked. Lu Wan said apologetically, it is indeed my fault to use you to make a bet. If Junior doesn't like it, I will immediately return. It doesn't matter even if I lose. If she was in Li Fuchen's shoes, she wouldn't be happy either. Li Fuchen said, forget it, if senior sister is willing to follow me then so be it. If he was to give up this mission for now, he would seem to be too petty. Since he didn't have any shameful secrets, no matter how precious the bronze sword essence was, it was only equivalent to a 7-star secret technique. If it was exposed, then so be it. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never go all out in front of others. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others arrived in the vicinity of the Honeycomb Peak. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as the Fire Feather Wolf was absorbing the lava essence and fire chi on the Honeycomb Peak. Damn humans, don't let me seize the opportunity, otherwise, I will devour all of you. The Fire Feather Wolf was extremely enraged. These humans might not be able to do anything to him, but it was also difficult for him to devour them. As of now, he hadn't devoured any of the humans that came to look for trouble with him. Chapter 540. The Fire Feather Wolf extended its wings and flew in front of Li Fuchen. Human, it's useless to regret now. Die! A violent stream of flames erupted, and flaming feathers filled the sky. Li Fuchen didn't dare to let Huiyu get close to him. He brandished his sword and slashed out a Grand Wind. The Grand Wind sword art was a Wind Dao sword art. The sword chi was like a violent wind that was wreaking havoc in the sky. Before the fire feathers could even get close to Li Fuchen, they had already exploded. The exquisite and heroic sword art only made Li Fuchen's body sway a little, but he didn't retreat. What an exquisite sword technique! Lu Wan's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be as formidable as those elite individuals, but in terms of exquisiteness, it wasn't inferior at all. In terms of the exquisiteness of his sword art, Li Fuchen was at least top 3. What's the use of exquisite swordsmanship? Its power is only at the level of an ordinary top-level master. Gao Hang sneered. Fire wings split. The Fire Feather Wolf didn't mind as its chi presence flourished even more. A pair of giant illusory flaming wings appeared behind its back. In an instant, the flaming wings disintegrated and turned into countless tiny flaming wings that shot at Li Fuchen. As compared to the fire wings, the power of these fire wings was at least 30% stronger. Each of the fire wings was like an extremely condensed demonic chi bullet and had exceptional lethality. Even when Li Fuchen executed the flowing flame sword style, it was still hard for him to block. He staggered back while his chi and blood were boiling. Strange, why isn't he injured? Gao Hang was rather astonished. Logically, the Fire Feather Wolf's first move should have injured Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen merely shook a little and didn't take half a step back. Now that the Fire Feather Wolf had executed its finishing move, Li Fuchen was only in a slightly pathetic state. How could he know that Li Fuchen was on the path of dual cultivation? Unless Li Fuchen's strength was superior to Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be easy to injure Li Fuchen. Otherwise, why would Li Fuchen challenge the Fire Feather Wolf alone? His confidence didn't just come from the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Interesting, your body is quite strong. The Fire Feather Wolf glanced at Li Fuchen's body. Naturally, the other party's physique was no match for his. However, his attack had managed to break through the other party's swordsmanship and Jinshi barrier. In the end, when the attack landed on the other party's body, it was only left with 10 to 20% of its power, which was easily blocked by a layer of golden blood energy. As expected of a dual cultivator. Lu Wan praised in her heart. In her opinion, Li Fuchen's body refinement should have reached the battle spirit realm, otherwise, his body defense wouldn't be this tough. Bloodthirsty Fire Wings. Finally, the Fire Feather Wolf executed a killer move. He had two innate abilities. One was the Flame Wings Split, and the other was the Bloodthirsty Flame Wings. The former had a high attack density, while the latter focused on close combat and had a lifesteal ability. Its feathers turned blood red while the Fire Feather Wolf's chi presence increased drastically again. There was a flash of blood light as its body instantly turned illusory. It's almost time. After testing the limits of his strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. A sharp spiritual awareness thorn was shot out from his glabella and was accurately shot at the Fire Feather Wolf who was shifting through the void. Roar! The Fire Feather Wolf let out a miserable cry as the blood-red feathers on its body started to fade and gradually turned fiery red. Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique? Lu Wan was already preparing to interfere and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly do this. Spiritual awareness attacks are so powerful. Gao Hang's expression turned gloomy. He also cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness, but the power wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. It wasn't even 10% of Li Fuchen's power. The Fire Feather Wolf possessed a concentrated demonic beast king, the Heaven Fire Wolf's bloodline, and the demonic beast spirit had the protection of the bloodline power. Gao Hang's thorn of spiritual awareness was only able to make the Fire Feather Wolf feel a little discomfort and wasn't able to injure the demonic beast spirit. He reckoned that even if his thorn of spiritual awareness was at the perfection rank, it would only be equivalent to 20% of Li Fuchen's power. Spiritual awareness secret techniques were never mainstream and were only used as support. Only those individuals with abnormally powerful spirit soul aptitude would be able to truly utilize the lethal power of spiritual awareness secret techniques. In this world, if the bone frame was the trunk of a tree, then the various aptitudes were the branches. Like spirit soul aptitude, illusion aptitude, or some other unpopular aptitudes. He actually possesses spirit soul aptitude. Gao Hang let out a gloomy breath. Spirit soul aptitude was vaguely on par with the bone frame. As for illusion aptitude, it was far inferior. If the spirit soul aptitude was strong, then all aspects would be strong, just like the bone frame. If the spirit soul aptitude was strong, then only the illusion Dao would be strong. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had shocked Gao Hang, then Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had flabbergasted Gao Hang. Li Fuchen's eyes were like a kaleidoscope that was filled with complicated colors. A tyrannical hallucination chi presence followed Li Fuchen's gaze and enveloped the Fire Feather Wolf. In the next moment, the Fire Feather Wolf's chi presence turned sluggish and wasn't as explosive as before. Flowing Flame Edge. When brandishing his sword, a flowing flaming sword light wrapped around the Fire Feather Wolf. TFFF. A deep sword wound appeared on the Fire Feather Wolf's body and blood sprayed out. Such tough defense. Li Fuchen wasn't even able to kill the Fire Feather Wolf that was trapped in an illusion. It was hard to imagine how strong the Fire Feather Wolf's defense would be once it woke up. The Fire Feather Wolf woke up in advance due to the intense pain. You are the one that attacked me that day? The fire feather wolf's eyes revealed fear as it turned and fled. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was exactly the same as the spiritual awareness attack that day. No matter how foolish the fire feather wolf was, it knew that the situation wasn't good. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen activated the thorn of spiritual awareness again and immediately enveloped the fire feather wolf with the 1,000 illusion eyes. This time, the fire feather wolf didn't look at Li Fuchen directly. After struggling for a moment, it immediately broke free from the illusion. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen's attack was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. When executing the meteor sword art, the power was increased by 10%. The dazzling stream of light seemed to ignore the distance between the human and the beast as it instantly penetrated the fire feather wolf's body. PFFF. The penetrated area was like a melted candle. A giant black hole that was over a dozen meters appeared and the flesh inside had been incinerated into nothingness by the meteor sword intent. The fire feather wolf's body might be a few thousand feet in size and it would be 1,000 meters in terms of meters. But a black hole that was over a dozen meters wasn't considered a light injury to the fire feather wolf. Such a wound was just like a 2-finger-wide and deep bloody hole on a human's body. Roar! The fire feather wolf's roar had changed. As the void shook, the fire feather wolf's body was glowing with light. A desolate blazing chi presence burst out and there was a vague image of a ferocious wolf that was bathed in flames. At the moment of life and death, the fire feather wolf chose to ignite the sky fire wolf's bloodline. Not every demonic beast could ignite their bloodline. As a fire Dao demonic beast and with the dense sky fire wolf's bloodline, it had this ability. Chapter 541. After burning the sky fire wolf's bloodline, the fire feather wolf stopped fleeing and turned around to shoot a fire pillar at Li Fuchen. This fire pillar was too powerful. It was initially a few meters in thickness but had expanded to a few hundred meters in the blink of the eye. Once the dazzling fire pillar appeared, all the water in the radius of a few dozen miles had been evaporated. The ground had instantly turned into a desert and the mountains had been eroded. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Lu Wan and Gao Hang felt a huge threat. Gao Hang sneered. Back then, he was injured by this move from the fire feather wolf. The demonic beast king's bloodline was too powerful. Once it was ignited, the burst of power was enough to temporarily increase the fire feather wolf's attack power to the great master level. It was fortunate that the fire feather wolf wasn't able to control the sudden burst of power, otherwise, anyone below the great master level would be instantly killed. Not good. Li Fuchen had a huge change in expression. How could he not see that the fire feather wolf's move was already at the 4th rank of the illusory swordsman in terms of power, but it wasn't as mystical. If it wasn't mystical enough, the power would dissipate. Sword Chi Revolution. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with the Sky Ring Sword Art's defensive finishing move. Layers of sword light revolved and a sword wheel that was a few meters in size appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The sword wheel revolved and gave off a seamless and indestructible feeling. Boom! In an instant, the fire pillar drowned the sword wheel and Li Fuchen. During this period of time, Lu Wan had released the 9-headed dragon spirit to block the fire pillar for Li Fuchen. But the fire pillar was too powerful and the 9-headed dragon spirit was immediately vaporized and turned into nothingness. It was only able to neutralize 20% of the fire pillar's power. I can only do this much. Lu Wan looked worriedly at the direction where Li Fuchen was being devoured by the fire pillar. Too powerful. The sword wheel in front of Li Fuchen didn't even last for a blink of the eye and had cracks before exploding. His bronze sword chi protection had also been destroyed. The fire pillar's power was vented on the silver scale armor and his body. There was a horrifying sound like raw flesh being placed on a branding iron. PFFF. As soon as fresh blood was spat out, it was vaporized. Li Fuchen was sent flying and his body was charred. Hee, do you really think I will flee? The fire feather wolf grinned nastily. The fear that he revealed earlier was half real and half fake. He was indeed very fearful of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack and ocular technique attack, but he still had his bloodline ignition trump card, therefore, he wouldn't retreat in such a pathetic manner. Kill him, and the two of you will be next. The Fire Feather Wolf turned around and looked at Lu Wan and Gao Hang. Burning the Sky Fire Wolf's bloodline was too much of a loss for him. He had to eat a few more powerful humans to replenish his vitality. Lu Wan, it's best if you and I join hands. Otherwise, I might be seriously injured, but you will definitely die. Gao Hang said. Lu Wan had a gloomy expression as the situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen was still pursuing the Fire Feather Wolf, but in the next moment, it was unknown if Li Fuchen was dead or alive. It didn't matter if she lost the bet, but she felt pity for Li Fuchen. This move is quite powerful, but it's a pity that it can't kill me. Far away, the charred Li Fuchen raised his left hand and the healing ring emitted an intense green halo. A layer of charred substance fell off and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered. The Fire Feather Wolf's fire pillar was extremely powerful and Li Fuchen was instantly severely injured. Without the healing ring, it would be good if Li Fuchen's combat strength was left with 30% to 40%. But before he came, he had already considered all sorts of situations and it was impossible for him to be unprepared. This healing ring was able to heal even Zhao Wujin's Dantian, therefore, it was naturally easy for it to heal serious injuries. Impossible. The Fire Feather Wolf's eyes were wide open. His fire pillar contained the Sky Fire Wolf's bloodline power and the power was at least 2 times stronger. Even if it couldn't kill Li Fuchen, it would at least make Li Fuchen lose his combat strength and allow him to be killed. That ring? Gao Hang and Lu Wan could immediately see that the ring on Li Fuchen's left hand was extremely unusual. It was probably an abnormally rare healing cardinal artifact. Hit! Li Fuchen's eyes turned stern as he frenziedly circulated his spiritual awareness. In the next moment, 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out and buried into the Fire Feather Wolf's head. The thorn of spiritual awareness could normally only be shot out 1 thorn of spiritual awareness at a time. Only Li Fuchen was able to shoot out 3 thorns of spiritual awareness at once. However, it was extremely taxing on his mind and he couldn't use it frequently. After all, he was only at the battle spirit realm and was only able to utilize his spiritual awareness. It was impossible for him to be like a primary sea realm cultivator who could control his spiritual awareness with such exquisite precision. A single thorn of spiritual awareness was enough to injure the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic spirit. When 3 thorns of spiritual awareness were shot out at the same time, the Fire Feather Wolf felt that his demonic spirit was going to be penetrated. The intense pain had caused his mind to go blank. Meteor fall. The flaming snake sword was brandished and a stream of light was shot at the Fire Feather Wolf's injured spot with astounding speed. The depth of the black hole was doubled and it went deep into the Fire Feather Wolf's lungs. Howl! The Fire Feather Wolf's chi presence was berserk as the demonic chi burst out without any restraint. After the demonic spirit was severely injured, the Fire Feather Wolf was already unable to control its demonic chi. Li Fuchen didn't show any mercy and shot out another thorn of spiritual awareness. This time, it was as though he had poked a hornet's nest. The demonic chi in the Fire Feather Wolf's body was like a volcanic eruption and was pouring out violently. It looked as though the chi prowess was bursting into the sky, but it also meant that the Fire Feather Wolf's power was rapidly depleting. 1 thorn, 2 thorns, 3 thorns, Li Fuchen constantly shot out the thorns of spiritual awareness and vowed to destroy the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic spirit. He could see that the Fire Feather Wolf's physical defense was too tough and with its massive body size, it was impossible to kill the Fire Feather Wolf within a short period of time with sword moves. Furthermore, the intense pain might stimulate the Fire Feather Wolf to forcefully concentrate and ignite the Sky Fire Wolf's bloodline to launch a desperate attack. Li Fuchen didn't plan to repeat the same mistake. After seeing Li Fuchen constantly shooting out spiritual awareness attacks, Lu Wan and Gao Hang took a deep cold breath. Especially Gao Hang, he knew clearly that with his spiritual awareness, he could only shoot out 3 to 4 spiritual awareness attacks within a short period of time. Any more and it would affect his condition. After all, Spiritual awareness attacks were different from spiritual awareness detection. Spiritual awareness detection was to dilute the spiritual awareness and it could be withdrawn. On the other hand, spiritual awareness attacks were to gather a large amount of spiritual awareness and it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, there was no return. Each spiritual awareness attack would mean the loss of a portion of the spiritual awareness. When the loss of more than 50% of the spiritual awareness was lost, it would have a huge impact on the body. When the loss of 90% of the spiritual awareness was lost, the true spirit would have cracks and it would require 10 times or even 100 times more effort to repair it. If the loss was 100%, the true spirit would immediately collapse. If the luck was good, the true spirit would turn into the living dead. If the luck was bad, the body and spirit would be immediately extinguished. Li Fuchen was able to shoot out spiritual awareness attacks without any restraints and it naturally shocked Gao Hang. How powerful was Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness to be able to use it like this? Buzz! There was an invisible wave that spread out and the fire feather wolf's demonic spirit chi presence had completely collapsed and it fell from the sky. The demonic spirit had been forcefully torn apart by Li Fuchen. Once the demonic spirit was destroyed, it was naturally dead. Chapter 542. The fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit has been destroyed. Lu Wan and Gao Hang felt a chill in their hearts. If Li Fuchen was able to destroy the fire feather wolf's demonic beast spirit, it meant that he could destroy their true spirits too. A human's true spirit might be more mystical and sturdy than a demonic beast's demonic beast spirit, but there was no difference in essence. To a certain degree, Li Fuchen could be considered a great master. They didn't have the strength to resist when facing a great master, therefore, they wouldn't be any better when facing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might not be able to destroy their true spirits, but it was enough to affect their condition and kill them in a single sword. After all, their defense and vitality weren't as tough as the fire feather wolf. Senior Gao, you are willing to accept the loss. You won't regret it, right? Lu Wan looked at Gao Hang. Gao Hang's face twitched. It is just 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Here. Gao Hang tossed a storage bag to Lu Wan and left with a dark expression. After Gao Hang left, Lu Wan tossed the storage bag to Li Fuchen. Junior Fuchen, these are for you. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the storage bag was blown back by an invisible force. Senior Lu, you are the one who made the bet with him. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Alright, I shall shamelessly accept it then. Lu Wan knew that absolute prodigies like Li Fuchen were very prideful and wouldn't even bother to take advantage of others. Let alone 100,000 contribution coins and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, even if it was 1 million contribution coins and 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen wouldn't waver. If they wanted contribution coins and mid-grade spirit stones, they would earn it themselves. After retrieving the fire feather wolf's demonic beast core, Li Fuchen carried the giant fire feather wolf's corpse and rushed towards the Red Rainbow City. Lu Wan and Li Fuchen flew side by side. Junior Fuchen, in terms of spiritual awareness attack, even if you aren't number 1 among our Red Rainbow sect's disciples, you are at least number 2. Lu Wan said. Li Fuchen said, oh, who is the other one? His spiritual awareness was comparable with elite primary Sea Realm monarchs. His spiritual awareness control might not be as good as primary Sea Realm monarchs, but in terms of pure power, it was at least at the primary Sea Realm. Lu Wan said, our Red Rainbow sect has 2 Emperor-class disciples. One of them is Senior Bai Qiuming. Senior Bai Qiuming is the same as Junior Fuchen and is proficient in spiritual awareness attack and illusion technique attack. Bai Qiuming, 8-star spiritual eye bone frame, 7th level battle spirit chi. Senior Bai Qiuming. There was very little information regarding the 2 Emperor-class disciples, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't understand much about Bai Qiuming. In just a short while, the duo arrived at Crimson Rainbow City. As a demonic beast at the pinnacle master level, the fire feather wolf's bloodline was rather concentrated. Just the corpse was sold for 800,000 low-grade spirit stones and it wasn't a small sum for Li Fuchen. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen killing the fire feather wolf alone had spread throughout the inner sect. Everyone was clear of the fire feather wolf's strength. Without 3 to 5 pinnacle masters, it was impossible to deal with it. Previously, the top 5 pinnacle masters, Gao Hang, was severely injured by the fire feather wolf. It was imaginable how powerful the fire feather wolf was. If Li Fuchen was able to kill the fire feather wolf, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was at least top 5 pinnacle masters. Furthermore, anyone with a little bit of logic would understand that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just the 4th or 5th rank. After all, the 4th or 5th rank masters wouldn't be able to suppress Gao Hang. Since they couldn't even suppress Gao Hang, they naturally wouldn't be able to kill the fire feather wolf. Many people guessed that Li Fuchen's strength should be top 3 and it wasn't impossible for him to be number 1. It was unknown if someone was intentionally spreading the news, but Li Fuchen's title as the number 1 person below the Great Master level had somehow spread out. Number 1 person below the Great Master level. Isn't he afraid that the wind will sprain his tongue? On a precipitous mountain peak in the Monarch district, a young woman curled her lips and sneered. On the side, there was a youth with a sharp body and stern aura who said, "This is probably intentionally spread by someone. Furthermore, it is just a false reputation. If he doesn't become a great master, so what if he is the number 1 person below the great master level?" The young woman said, "Senior Wang, with your current strength, even if you are inferior to a great master, you aren't that much weaker. I believe that you will definitely become a great master in another half a year." The stern youth shook his head and said, "My qualities in all aspects are already at the pinnacle. At the battle spirit realm, there is no way for me to progress further. The gap between me and a great master isn't as small as you think. Once Senior Lei and the others burst out with their divine abilities, I won't even be able to withstand a single move." Without bursting out their divine abilities, the 3 direct monarch-class disciples' strength would only be slightly superior to him. But after bursting out their divine abilities, the trio's strength would reach the primary sea realm and would be able to crush him. Sigh. Senior Lei and the others' bone frames are too insane. Apart from Emperor-class disciples, no one can compare with them. The young woman naturally knew the prowess of the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Senior Yuan Long possessed the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was a well-known figure among the body refinement martial artists. His close combat strength was extremely horrific. Senior Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame and had unparalleled attack power. Senior Gu Jui possessed the 7-star Bright bone frame and had unparalleled attack speed. The young woman had once seen Senior Gu Jui make a move and the speed was so fast that the young woman couldn't even react in time. Pinnacle Masters and Great Masters might seem to have a difference of 1 level, but if they were to truly fight, no matter how powerful the Pinnacle Master was, they wouldn't be a match for the Pinnacle Master's all-out attack. The difference was so huge that it was despairing. The stern youth took a deep breath and said slowly, "In order to defeat Senior Lei and the others, I have to cultivate heaven-class martial arts. I am still lacking a little contribution coins now, there will be a chance." As the number 1 Pinnacle Master in the Red Rainbow sect, the stern youth naturally had the heart of an expert. As long as he could cultivate heaven-class martial arts, he believed that he might have the chance to become a great master and contest with the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen's reputation wasn't weak to begin with. After completing the Fire Feather Wolf mission, his reputation was flourishing and was just inferior to the 3 direct monarch-class disciples. He was on par with the current number 1 Pinnacle Master, Wang Zhongqiao. Especially Li Fuchen's age, it was a topic that everyone was discussing enthusiastically. He was 30 years old and already had such strength. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, only Emperor-class disciples would be slightly superior. However, there were times when there were troublesome matters when one was too famous. The number 1 Pinnacle Master, Wang Zhongqiao, didn't look for trouble with Li Fuchen, but the number 2 Pinnacle Master, Hua Tiancheng, was rather unhappy. "Junior Fuchen, this is Senior Hua's duel invitation. Tomorrow at the Monarch District's martial contest stage, I hope you won't avoid the duel." On this day, an inner sect disciple sent a duel invitation. "Is it Senior Hua Tiancheng?" Li Fuchen received the duel invitation. That's right. The inner sect disciple left with pride. Interesting. Forget it, demonic beasts are demonic beasts after all. I will only know the effects of spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks after fighting with pinnacle masters. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't avoid the duel as he was also looking forward to it. Chapter 543. On the second day, at the Monarch District's martial arena, apart from the Monarch class disciples, plenty of inner sect disciples had specially rushed over to watch the duel between Hua Tiancheng and Li Fuchen. A duel between pinnacle masters is something that only happens once in a few years. Furthermore, it is the duel between the number 2 pinnacle master, Senior Hua Tiancheng, and the most outstanding Senior Li Fuchen. Isn't that right? Our Red Rainbow sect only has over 20 pinnacle masters and each of them is at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. A duel between 2 pinnacle masters will definitely be extremely intense. It might even be an inspiration for us. The spectator stands of the martial arena were in heated discussions and it was rather lively. Has he already reached this stage? Murong Tianqing was extremely bitter. His improvement was considered great. He had only been in the Red Rainbow sect for around 3 years and had already reached the peak state of second-level battle spirit realm. His strength had also just reached the elite master level, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he was undoubtedly insignificant and couldn't even be compared. The other 7-star prodigies from the other kingdoms were also feeling bitter. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, they would definitely be the most dazzling among the young disciples. Right now, all the glory had been seized by Li Fuchen and they would only be considered supporting characters. Look, Senior Lei Donghai is here. It seems like Senior Lei Donghai is rather interested in this duel too. In everyone's vision, Lei Donghai appeared in the spectator stands with his hands behind his back and a thunderous chi presence. Before everyone could react, there was a flash of golden radiance and a black-clothed lady appeared beside Lei Donghai. SS. It is Senior Gu Jui. Gu Jui was extremely mysterious and she was even more mysterious than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. Among the Red Rainbow sect disciples, only a few of them had spoken to Gu Jui before. The Red Rainbow sect's 3 direct monarch class disciples each had their own specialties. Yuan Long was unparalleled in close combat. Lei Donghai's attack power was unparalleled. Gu Jui's speed was unparalleled. The trio was considered unrivaled in their own fields. Even Emperor-class disciples might not be stronger than them in their fields of expertise. No one would believe that Lei Donghai and Gu Jui didn't appear at the Monarch District's martial arena for the duel between Li Fuchen and Hua Tiancheng. But everyone didn't understand. With their strength, they shouldn't be interested in a duel between pinnacle masters. Senior Lei, are you sure this Junior Fuchen is useful to us? Gu Jui's voice had a trace of enchanting magnetism. Lei Donghai said, in terms of illusion art attack, Bai Qiuming is definitely number 1. But if Bai Qiuming makes a move, there will probably be nothing left for us. This Junior Fuchen's illusion art attack is naturally inferior to Bai Qiuming, but his spiritual awareness attack should be on par with Bai Qiuming. If we work together, even if we are unable to kill that great master level demon, we will at least be able to reduce his combat strength. Lei Donghai discovered a stalk of heaven-class herb, Blaze Star Herb on the Red Copper continent. This Blaze Star Herb was guarded by a great master-level demon and Lei Donghai wasn't a match for this demon alone. Even if he worked together with Gu Jui, their combat strength would only be on par with this demon. Lei Donghai originally wanted to invite Yuan Long, but Yuan Long wasn't around recently. Therefore, Lei Donghai placed his attention on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to defeat Hua Tiancheng. If he couldn't even defeat Hua Tiancheng, he wouldn't be of much help even if he went over. The demon spirit of a great master-level demon wasn't something that the Fire Feather Wolf's demonic beast spirit could compare with. I am clear of Senior Bai Qiuming's illusion art attack. He is indeed able to eliminate that great master-level demon within a short period of time. If we invite him, the Blaze Star Herb won't be a problem for us. Gu Jui nodded. Bai Qiuming's strength was something that even she who was a great master was fearful of. She reckoned that Bai Chuming's strength might be at the monarch class master level. As the duo was conversing, Hua Tiancheng arrived. Hua Tiancheng had the 7-star sun bone frame, and it was a special bone frame that originated from the blazing flame bone frame. However, it was much stronger than the blazing flame bone frame. Among the pinnacle masters, there was no doubt that Hua Tiancheng had the highest chance of reaching the great master level. Among the special bone frames, the sun bone frame was considered a top-notch bone frame and wasn't inferior to the brightness bone frame. With the 7-star sun bone frame, Hua Tiancheng's chi presence was masculine and tyrannical. It was just like the blazing sun in the sky, radiating brilliance and extremely dazzling. After seeing Lei Donghai and Gu Zhi, Hua Tiancheng squinted his eyes. Senior Li Fuchen is here. In the Red Rainbow sect, strength was everything. If you were strong, even if you were young, you would be addressed as a senior or senior sister. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he was worthy of the title of a senior. Lu Wan was also here with Li Fuchen. Junior Fuchen, you have to be careful. Senior Hua Tiancheng's Sun Divine ability might not be comparable to Senior Wang Zhongchao's Saber Dao Divine ability, but the attack range is extremely huge. You must not allow him to execute it. Lu Wan knew clearly that Li Fuchen was formidable in his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack, but his strength was only at the level of a regular pinnacle master. Hua Tiancheng's strength was extremely formidable even among the pinnacle masters. Among the pinnacle masters in the Red Rainbow sect, only the number 1 pinnacle master, Wang Zhongchao, could defeat Hua Tiancheng. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. He wasn't planning to clash head-on with Hua Tiancheng. Hua Tiancheng's strength might not be comparable to the fire feather wolf that burned the sky fire wolf's bloodline, but it wasn't that much inferior. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Hua Tiancheng stood 100 meters apart. Junior Li, it is said that your spiritual awareness attack is incredible. Today, I shall have a try. Ardent Sun Divine Fist. Hua Tiancheng's body was glowing while his masculine and tyrannical chi presence rushed into the sky. Before he executed his fist, Li Fuchen could already feel the absolute pressure. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once Hua Tiancheng executed his fist, it would be hard for him to dodge. The Ardent Sun Divine Fist was the Red Rainbow sect's extremely tyrannical Earth-class peak-tier martial art. It had a rather wide attack range. When the fist was executed, it was just like a blazing sun that was shot out. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to withstand it. If he wanted to dodge, it was still impossible with Li Fuchen's current speed. Hua Tiancheng's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than a spark, the radiance on his fist was already condensed to the extremity. But no matter how fast a martial artist's attack speed was, it was still inferior to the speed of a spiritual awareness attack. A spiritual awareness spike emerged from Li Fuchen's glabella and instantly entered Hua Tiancheng's head. Ah! Hua Tiancheng let out a soft yell, and the Ardent Sun Divine Fist that was about to be executed was instantly dispersed. When executing a martial art, one had to focus their mind. If one couldn't even focus their mind, they naturally wouldn't be able to execute the martial art smoothly. Of course, it was said that there were people who could brand martial arts into the depths of their bloodline. If that was the case, they would be able to execute the martial art instinctively. But in order to achieve that step, the martial art had to be created by oneself and had already cultivated the martial art to the perfection rank. Flowing Flame Edge. The waterfall-like sword radiance seemed to have a spirit as it skimmed at Hua Tiancheng. Clang! At the crucial moment, Hua Tiancheng was finally able to focus his mind and forcefully blasted his fist on the blazing sword radiance, causing the blazing sword radiance to disperse. Damn it! Hua Tiancheng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was formidable, but he didn't expect it to be so formidable. Chapter 544. Armor of Spiritual Sense. Hua Tiancheng didn't dare to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack anymore. The spiritual awareness in his mind was compressed into a set of armor. The thorn of spiritual awareness and the armor of spiritual awareness, one for offense and the other for defense, were the most basic 6-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. Pop! This time, Li Fuchen's thorn of spiritual awareness wasn't able to directly make contact with Hua Tiancheng's true spirit as it was blocked by a layer of spiritual awareness armor. However, half of the armor had already crumbled. Scorching sun. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Tiancheng was preparing to execute the Ardent Sun Divine Fist's finishing move to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. But why would Li Fuchen give him any chance? The 3 spiritual sense spikes entered Hua Tiancheng's mind in a triangular formation. Ah! A low roar sounded. In Hua Tiancheng's mind, the armor on the surface of the true spirit instantly collapsed, and 3 illusory spiritual sense spikes pierced the true spirit. The true spirit itself was extremely sturdy. Even the 7-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique might not be as sturdy as a battle spirit realm martial artist's true spirit. But the true spirit was connected to the spirit soul, and any trace of damage would be reflected on the spirit soul. Senior brother Hua, you're not my match. Admit defeat. Li Fuchen's voice echoed in Hua Tiancheng's ear. How could I possibly lose? Stop dreaming. Hua Tiancheng forcefully raised his spirit and looked up at Li Fuchen. The first thing that came into view wasn't Li Fuchen, but a pair of giant eyes that looked like a kaleidoscope. This pair of eyes was filled with boundless magical power. With just a single glance, Hua Tiancheng felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was no longer able to sense the outside world. No, this is an illusion, break for me. Hua Tiancheng appeared in a world of raging flames. This world was an illusion created according to the memories in his mind. However, even though Hua Tiancheng knew that it was an illusion, he was unable to break it in an instant. He could only wave his fists again and again, inciting a vast and blazing wind from his fists. A long time passed in the illusion, but not even a blink of an eye had passed in the outside world. Grand Wind Slash. When facing Hua Tiancheng, who was trapped in the illusion, Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword. The sword qi was like a hurricane that slashed at Hua Tiancheng. Bang! The sword qi first slashed open Hua Tiancheng's protective true qi before slashing heavily on the armor artifact. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hua Tiancheng woke up. With a burst of qi, Hua Tiancheng shattered Li Fuchen's sword qi. That was close. Hua Tiancheng's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Until now, he didn't even have a single effective attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack had made him suffer, while Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack had made his heart shiver. No, I can't let this continue. I need to launch an effective attack. Hua Tiancheng closed his eyes and purely used his spiritual awareness to observe Li Fuchen's movements. As such, Li Fuchen's ocular technique attack was useless. Next up, Li Fuchen just had to forcefully resist Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. The prerequisite was that he could withstand it without being distracted. As expected of a top-notch grandmaster. Li Fuchen frowned. As compared to the fire feather wolf, Hua Tiancheng was much harder to deal with. Furthermore, Hua Tiancheng obviously cultivated a spiritual awareness secret technique, and his spiritual awareness thorn was only able to slightly damage Hua Tiancheng's true spirit. Looks like I can only use that move. In fact, the spiritual awareness thorn wasn't able to utilize the advantage of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. If Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was a lake, then these spiritual awareness thorns would be vats of water that were condensed and compressed. If a vat of water was turned into a small pond of water, then it was unimaginable how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack would be. However, a secret technique that could condense so much spiritual awareness wouldn't be a 6-star secret technique, it would be a 7-star secret technique. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect didn't have any 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were much more precious than heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Let alone monarch-class factions, even regular emperor-class factions might not possess them. After Li Fuchen cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness to the perfection rank, he developed a new intent, avian thorn. The avian thorn could condense and compress spiritual awareness by 5 times, and its power was much stronger than 5 spiritual awareness thorns. It was obviously impossible for the quantity to catch up to the quality. Of course, with Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he was temporarily unable to control 5 spiritual awareness thorns to attack. It was the same logic as an adult would find it hard to throw 5 pebbles accurately but could easily throw a large rock accurately. The latter was more powerful, but the difficulty of controlling the former surpassed the latter. Armor of spiritual awareness. Hua Tiancheng burst out with a yell. In his mind, the spiritual awareness was compressed again and turned into a layer of armor to protect his true spirit. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and concentrated with high concentration. He was prepared to use his full strength to eliminate Li Fuchen in a single move. Avian Thorn. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart and shot out an extremely unstable spiritual awareness thorn from his forehead. This spiritual awareness thorn was extremely unstable, and when it was flying at high speed, its form would constantly change. It was just like a bird flapping its wings and flying at high speed. The spiritual awareness secret technique's intent that Li Fuchen comprehended was ultimately not perfected, but it should be enough to deal with Hua Tiancheng. No one could see the form of the avian thorn, and they could only vaguely feel that there was an extremely compressed spiritual awareness thorn that was violently thrusting at Hua Tiancheng. The qi presence made their hearts tense up. Boom! The avian thorn instantly burrowed into Hua Tiancheng's mind. Hua Tiancheng shuddered and blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. Ah! In the next moment, Hua Tiancheng yelled out and his qi presence scattered. It was obvious that he was unable to control his qi. This situation was exactly the same as when Li Fuchen was dealing with the fire feather wolf. If someone appeared in Hua Tiancheng's mind, they would notice that Hua Tiancheng's armor of spiritual awareness was already shattered and there was a weak crack on his true spirit. The crack might be weak, but when it appeared on the true spirit, it meant that the true spirit was severely injured. After the incident, a long period of time would be needed to slowly repair the true spirit. Unless there were rare materials that could repair the true spirit, it would be possible to shorten the time. Meteor fall. A stream of light shot out, striking Hua Tiancheng until he was sent flying off the stage. Li Fuchen wins. The arena elder announced the result of the match in a timely manner. In the spectators' seats, everyone was silent. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was too terrifying. From the start to the end, Hua Tiancheng didn't even launch an effective attack, not even once. If they were in Hua Tiancheng's shoes, they would probably be in even more despair. This is truly terrifying. Gu Jui frowned. She could feel a trace of threat from Li Fuchen's body. Lei Donghai didn't expect for Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack to be so powerful. At the start, he believed that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Chuming's. But now, he was certain that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't inferior to Bai Chuming and might even be superior.